evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Mount Olive Township Council public meeting for August 5th, 2026. Can you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silent reflection? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by sending timely notice to the Daily Record and the West Morris Reporter and posting notice on the bulletin board of the municipal building, 204 Flanders Drakestown Road, Bud Lake, New Jersey. Additional notice has been posted on the township website and sent to those individuals requesting the same. Roll call.
Mr. Aaron?
Here.
Mr. Ferrante?
Here.
Mrs. Lebow? Here. Ms. Lalama? Here. Mr. Mania? Mr. Ruggiero?
Here.
Mr. Robin?
Here. And as a reminder, if we can just encourage everyone talking to the mic to make sure it goes on the record. First item on the agenda is a presentation. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Council President. If you guys would like to go first. So, a few months back, if I pronounce it wrong, I'm sorry, Stukal and Aush, right? Okay. They had contacted me about, I wanted to bring them in to recognize them, because these are going to be future entrepreneurs. These guys are pretty good and pretty smart here. And they had a program they wanted to present to us, and I put them in touch with the Chamber of Commerce, I believe it was a few months back. And basically, they created a platform for the Chamber for existing membership directly into a centralized member intelligence and outreach system. So the Chamber currently allows the leadership now, if I have it right, to organize and search member records, track upcoming membership renewals, identify businesses that may require follow-up, audit missing contact and directory information, analyze industry and geographic membership patterns, map the Chamber's regional business network, prioritize outreach using renewal timing, directory status, and data completeness. The project also structured to support future attendance tracking, engagement analysis, and renewal risk modeling once the Chamber begins collecting those records more consistently. I always find it impressive to find such young guys and people, women and guys, that can do these kind of things, because it's amazing to see how young they are and they can create these programs and all from nothing, which you did. And so I figured it was just right to bring them here and recognize them for their entrepreneurship and future leaders that we know will be doing a lot more, not only in Mount Olive, but I'm sure anywhere they go. So I just wanted to present them with a certificate of recognition for their service and the contribution to the Chamber of Commerce, and thank them for what they're doing, and wish them continued success in everything that you do. So I wanted to congratulate you both.
Congratulations again. Okay, we have another presentation on employee recognition. Andrew, is that yours?
It is. Thank you, Council President. I don't believe Bill McGuire is here, but I will still say a few words about Bill McGuire for his 20 years of dedicated service. Mount Olive Township proudly recognizes Bill McGuire for his 20 years of dedicated service to our community. Bill began his career with the township on August 28, 2006, as a laborer in the sanitation division. Through his commitment to professional growth and service, he obtained his CDL license and was promoted to driver in 2014. Over the past 2 decades, Bill has earned the respect of his coworkers and the residents he serves through his hard work ethic, reliability, and positive attitude. He knows his collection routes exceptionally well and takes pride in providing dependable service while building positive relationships with the residents. So we congratulate Bill for his 20 years of outstanding service.
And Nakul and Ayush, I will give you my present. You don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting, so, but you could stay if you want. I will give you this opportunity to walk out. He's ready to go. And 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
No, no, I'm not. No, she's not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to the next item on our agenda. Is going to be approval of previous minutes. Mr. Ferrante.
Sure, I make a motion to approve the July 21st, 2026 council meeting minutes and closed session minutes.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Aaron,
I abstain?
Mr. Ferrante,
Yes.
Mrs. Lebow,
Yes.
Ms. Lalama,
Yes.
Mr. Ruggiero,
Yes.
Mr. Roman.
Yes. Okay, we're on to correspondence. Correspondence has been previously provided to council via email. Does anyone on council have any questions, comments on any of the correspondence provided? Seeing none. All right, we're on to discussion items. There are no ordinances for public hearing, but there are 3 ordinances for first reading. Does anyone have any questions, comments on any of the ordinances? Yes, Mr. Aaron?
Ordinance 23-2026, we talked about parking on Quarry Road, we talked about some changes. I know that the road's been paved, it's been striped, it's ready to go. Are there going to be any changes to that design that affect this ordinance that we're going to be going through tonight?
No, so the way it's been striped, or I should say laid out, although it needs to be modified, the layout is consistent with the ordinance. There was a little miscommunications between the township and the line striper as far as the lane widths and how to lay it out, so we're adjusting that to make it more of a natural lane of travel, but it's consistent with the ordinance.
And so the ordinance and the parking regulations will still apply after the final design's been.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? The ordinances? Andrew, on 21, I see we're changing up construction permit fees. Could you give us a brief reason why those fees are being changed?
Sure, so this was part of our town-wide review of all of our fees and ways of lining our revenues more in alignment with the cost of doing business, in an effort to try to reduce the reliance on taxpayers as well regarding taxes. So the construction official reviewed all of the construction fees, and that he's recommending to increase certain fees related to building permits, electrical permits, to be more in line with our neighbors and again, the administrative cost of issuing those permits.
All right, thank you. And regarding ordinance 22-2026, did we change the mile radius?
I can answer that, Andrew. We maintained the same mileage radius that we had previously discussed, and I believe there was I think we need to get a consensus on that to enlarge the base parking cost.
It could be my age, but I thought there was a reasoning?
There was a discussion on it, and I thought that, based on my notes on this, Council President, I thought we were going to maintain it the same for now and revisit it at a later date if needed.
Is that, assuming that's how it goes to council rec?
I understand we discussed a 5-mile radius. My recollection was a 5-mile radius from the municipal building. So,
Yeah, that's where it is currently now.
That is where it is currently, correct.
All right, we'll keep it as such.
The discussion was to, or there was a thought to increase it to 10 miles, and I think there was a concern about response time as a result of that. And so we had, at least the consensus I thought it was to maintain it for now. If the same issues do arise, we'll revisit that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm recalling that a little bit different in my mind, but that could be a result of my advancing age.
Council President, I recommend that if this ordinance goes through, that we add a note with the clerk to bring this back up and review it at least 4 to 6 months from now and see if we need to change the radius.
because
Or would you prefer we change it?
well, if I recall correctly, the reason for my wanting to increase the radius was to give more opportunities for other towing companies to bid for it, with the caveat that they would have to comply, obviously, with all the rules, regulations, and stipulations set forth in the ordinance. Because as of right now, the way it's written, I believe there are no other qualifying operators that could possibly even bid for it. So,
Did we make a motion to extend it to 10? Did we vote on that?
Well,
at the time?
when you vote on the ordinance, you can do that, but we can make that change now. We have to obviously include in the publication of it, the change to this. So let me pull up the ordinance, we're only showing in the proposed ordinance the changes as is.
okay, well, how about this? I mean, let me just poll the council to see if we're willing to just leave it at 5 or extend it out to either a 7 or 10 mile radius. Mr. Ferranti, how do you feel?
I'm fine with the 5.
Ms. Laydown?
I'm fine with the 5.
Ms. Lalonde?
I'm fine with the 5.
And Mr. Ruggiero?
I'm good with the 5.
All right, and Mr. Aaron, just to round it out.
I'm fine with 5, but I would like to bring it back up with police review, just to make sure it's not creating any issues.
Well, then,
In 6 months.
all right, well, it looks like the ordinance will be moved as written. Any other questions on any of the ordinances? All right, we also have 20 resolutions. Does anyone have any questions or comments on any of these resolutions? 22. Correction, it is 22 resolutions. 2 have been added.
I do, Resolution 284-2026, which is authorizing the MOBSA to add a collection bin. I think it's a great idea. I love the concept. I mean, I've got a garage full of things that, once kids were done with sports, you don't know what to do with this stuff. I think it's a nice opportunity. It'll be good to see MOBSA get a little bit of money back. My experience, and it doesn't say anywhere in the resolution what the size of this bin is gonna be or where it's gonna be located. My concern is that there will be support for it. It will get overloaded, as we've seen a lot of these closed collection bins around town. I'm concerned where it's located. It becomes a hazard, it becomes an eyesore, it becomes, I'm gonna throw dirty equipment in it, it becomes an odor issue. There's no detail in the resolution about how frequent they have to come out. What do they do in the off-season to make sure it doesn't get full? So I'm only concerned that there's a number of gaps in it that could be an issue. Now, I did recognize in the resolution, we have the opportunity to stop it if it does become an issue. I just wanna make sure that we've answered enough questions to understand how they're gonna manage it, that it doesn't get to that point and it becomes a positive opportunity for BSA.
I'll request the agreement from the Baseball and Softball Association. They should have an agreement with this Gear Give company. Unfortunately, they're asking for forgiveness and not permission. I noticed the box right away at Turkey Brook. It popped out at me.
Where is it?
It's in Turkey Brook Park. It's where they have the what do they call that? It's that building in between the three.
In between all the
In
baseball
between the
fields?
3 baseball fields.
Right.
It's neat, it's organized, it's next to a water fountain. It blends in with what's there. So I'm confident that it'll be maintained well, but we'll definitely keep an eye on it, and if it gets unsightly, we'll definitely make changes.
And obviously, we sent them a letter indicating that they needed a resolution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we send that to all the sports programs? I just don't want to isolate baseball in this, but we should, having to come back and do a resolution to accommodate isn't the right process in town. We need to make sure that all the sports programs understand that.
Understood. You
Should
know,
seek
unfortunately,
approval
when there's change in their leadership, sometimes, you know, they forget about the chain of communications, and, you know, Turkey Brook Park is still a township park, and they need governing body approval to do certain things. It's not just their field, so we try to remind them every time there's a change in leadership.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any other questions on the resolutions? Okay. All right, we're on to our first public portion of the evening. Does anyone from the public wish to be heard? If so, step up to the mic. Step up to the podium. Unfortunately, you do. And name and address for the record unless you're exempt under Daniels Law.
Karen Clint, and I live at 4 Sunset Drive.
Can you repeat your name?
Karen Clint.
Thank you.
Oh,
The
sorry.
voice.
Sorry.
She was a ventriloquist in the previous
Um,
one.
I am not here to plead, I'm not here to beg. I'm merely here to ask about the speed bumps on Sunset Drive.
Speed bumps.
Speed bumps on Sunset Drive. So, I know they're not being replaced, but I'm going to ask if there's a possibility for them to be replaced.
Let's keep the questioning down so we can hear the
The,
residents, please.
the speed signs that are out there are stopped. They're not working anymore. I don't know. Maybe they think that some crazy lady's standing out there looking at people going 35 miles an hour down the street screaming at them. Maybe they should stop. But it's pretty bad when a bus drives by and you can't even see the bus number because it's driving by so fast. It's just, it's on us. I have a granddaughter who's going to school, and I think that's why I'm the only one here from the street, because everybody else's kids are grown up and they don't care, but I care. And I just think that people drive way too, especially the bus drivers when they're late, the teachers when they're late, the parents when they're late dropping their kids off. It is just a straightaway of nothing but fastness. And my question is this now, if you don't want to put them up, is there any way you can get those speed trackers that can tell you, in the past 50 cars that drove down this street, 35 of them went over the speed limit? If that would help prove that we need speed bumps on the street of a school.
So just some context. So historically, in the past, speed humps were installed throughout town in various locations. As we repaved those sections, we've eliminated them. There was one once by Tints we removed. There were 2 on Sunset. We just paved it. So we didn't put them back yet. The plan is we're going to restripe Sunset with the center yellow and some what's called shadow lines, I believe, to narrow down the appearance of the road, which should help reduce speeding. In addition, we already do have a speed sign there that is tracking data. Most of the data that's relevant won't be until September. So if we are seeing that the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit is not being followed, the mayor found some other ideas. It's not a speed bump, but they're called speed cushions, which are more ideal for residential roads. So it's not completely a done deal. We just want to recollect data, see if it still is a persistent problem. 25 miles per hour, sometimes if you're just standing there and someone goes 25 miles per hour, it seems like they're speeding, but they're going the speed limit. But we are collecting new data, and we're going to see if it's still a persistent problem.
So those radar things are not working, at least they weren't today.
I saw it, okay, maybe something happened.
I don't know.
Yesterday.
Because I do, I'm one of those crazy people, I would stand out there and like,
Yeah.
what's the rush?
Was there a car driving when you looked at it?
Yes,
Okay, all right,
yes.
maybe there
And
was a
even when I
disconnect.
left to come here tonight, they're not on.
Mr. Ferrante?
Are we looking at Carson also, or is it just?
Well, that's what happened
Sunset?
when they went up on Sunset. Then people started using Carson as a cut through. So every time you put them somewhere, there's another problem which it pushes it down. So yeah, I think ultimately whatever gets done on Sunset would probably have to be done on Carson, or else they're going to just speed through Carson and cut
And the
through.
roads were so bad beforehand that you really didn't want to go fast because you're gonna ruin your tires or whatever. But now that they're paved and they're beautiful, it's just like a speedway, because there's nothing slowing them down.
Well, that's the joke. They always complain about potholes, and then once you pave, then they complain about speeding.
Listen,
So,
I'm
yeah.
not complaining, I'm only asking,
No,
that's all I am.
understood. Yep, we're still evaluating.
Thank
Yep.
you, thank
So
you.
the-
Definitely working on it.
Andrew, so the relevant data won't be available till, I know September when school starts, that's when we start collecting the data. Is there a cut point where you're gonna say we're gonna use the first 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks, do you have a methodology outlined already?
Not yet.
Okay.
Probably at least 2 weeks.
And when that data becomes available, if you could definitely provide it to us, that'd be great. Mr. Aaron?
So I know in town we used to have speed bumps. In the Tench Road, I drove it a lot. We used to have the two there. What I would notice is people would slow down, hit the speed bump, and then they would accelerate as fast as the speed of light, and then slow down before the next one. Do we have any historical information that shows speed bumps actually achieve the goal of slowing down drivers, or does it? I've never seen them where they actually work, and we do damage to equipment in town when the snow comes through. We hit those bumps, they either get ripped out, they tear up the road, we wind up having to patch more. It would just be nice if we have some speed data
Yeah.
backed with some knowledge or experience from the township to make the right decision about speed bumps going forward, instead of just papering the town with speed bumps. I don't think that's necessarily the right answer either.
I do recall from my experience being up here, every time we would put a speed bump on one road, the residents in the adjacent roads would start complaining because traffic would divert to there. And then we ended up being, if I recall in that area, I think we had like 3 streets that had speed tables, and people eventually, like water, would find a way to avoid them and, impact other residents.
They do make removable speed bumps as a
Right, that's what we're looking at.
That's
If we
what I
do,
was looking
if we do put them in, they're not gonna be asphalt, they're going to be the mountable ones. And again, they make them so they don't require you to come to a complete stop. You could kind of come
You
to
gotta
a,
pick them up in the winter.
you could pick them up in the winter if you had to.
Because you
Yeah.
can go with the snowplows.
You could also space them so emergency vehicles could still go through them without going over them. So there's other options than just asphalt, speed bumps.
Good, thank you. Does anyone else from the public wish to be heard? Okay, seeing none, I close to the public. All right, we have no ordinances for second reading. We have 3 ordinances for first reading. The next item on the agenda for first reading is ordinance number 21-2026, entitled, "An Ordinance of the Township of Mount Olive, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 500 of the Township Code to update construction permit fees." Ms. Lalonde.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that ordinance number 21-2026 be introduced by title and passed on first reading, be scheduled for public hearing, second reading, and consideration of final passage at a meeting to be held on August 18, 2026, at 7 p.m. at the Municipal Building, 204 Flanders Drakestown Road, Bud Lake, New Jersey, and be published, posted, and made available by the clerk in accordance with the law.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any council discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Aaron?
Yes.
Mr. Ferrante?
Yes.
Mrs. Lebo?
Yes.
Ms. Lalama?
Yes.
Mr. Ruggiero?
Yes.
Mr. Roman?
Yes. Next item on the agenda for first reading is ordinance number 22-2026, entitled, "An Ordinance of the Township of Mount Olive, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 367, towing of the Township Code to revise fees." Mr. Ruggiero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that ordinance number 22-2026 be introduced by title and passed on first reading, be scheduled for public hearing, second reading, and consideration of final passage at a meeting to be held on August 18, 2026, at 7 p.m. at the Municipal Building, 204 Flanders Drakestown Road, Bud Lake, New Jersey, and be published, posted, and made available by the clerk in accordance with the law.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Any council discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Aaron?
Yes.
Mr. Ferrante?
Yes.
Mrs. Lebo?
Yes.
Ms. Lalama?
Yes.
Mr. Ruggiero?
Yes.
Mr. Roman?
Yes. Next item on the agenda for first reading is ordinance number 23-2026, entitled, "An Ordinance of the Township of Mount Olive, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 375, Vehicles and Traffic of the Township Code to further prohibit parking on Corey Road and Wolf Road." Mr. Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that ordinance number 23-2026 be introduced by title and passed on first reading, be scheduled for public hearing, second reading, consideration of final passage at a meeting to be held on August 18th, 2026, at 7 p.m. at the Municipal Building, 204 Flanders Drakestown Road, Bud Lake, New Jersey, and be published, posted, and made available by the clerk in accordance with the law.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any council discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Aaron?
Yes.
Mr. Ferrante?
Yes.
Mrs. Lebo?
Yes.
Ms. Lalama?
Yes.
Mr. Ruggiero?
Yes.
Mr. Roman?
Yes. We're on to consent resolutions. Does anyone on council wish to move any to non-consent? Seeing none, Mr. Ferrante, would you move the consent resolutions?
Chair, I make a motion motion to move consent resolutions 281-2026 through 302-2026.
Second? Been moved and seconded. Does anyone from the public wish to be heard on any of these consent resolutions? Seeing none, any council comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Aaron?
Yes.
Mr. Ferrante?
Yes.
Mrs. Lebo? Yes. Ms. Lalama?
Yes.
Mr. Ruggiero?
Yes.
Mr. Roman?
Yes. Okay, we're on to motions. Ms. Leba, would you move the bills?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill list for approval.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the bill list? Seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Aaron?
Yes.
Mr. Ferrante?
Yes.
Mrs. Lebo?
Yes.
Ms. Lalama?
Yes, but I abstain to any checks made out to Maljon LLC.
Mr. Ruggiero?
Yes.
Mr. Roman?
Yes. Okay, we're on to administrative reports. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Real quick, couple of things. I want to thank the police, the fire department, police and the fire last night, but the police department did a great job. We were all at, most of us were all at the National Night Out last night. It was a great success again, as always. They always do a great job. Andrew and myself had met with, Derek had the New Jersey Division of Health Department in. There was some representatives from the state were here. They came over to visit us and visit the health department. We took them over for a tour of the new health facility as well, which they're very impressed with. So they were here this week. Today I held a meeting of about 15 mayors from Morris County. We gathered here, I hosted, and we discussed some options and new programs and stuff that could help the township for all of us and for them. So it was a huge success today for that as well, to exchange some ideas and all. And then Solstice Night will be on August 14th from 7 to 10. That's all I have.
Thank you. Andrew, you have anything?
Nothing to add tonight.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're on to old business. Does anyone in the council have any old business? Anyone have new business? Seeing none, any legal matters?
Nothing to report right now, Council President. I know that Mr. Shamrow, he's in the room, will be here shortly.
Thank you. All right, we're on to council reports. Mr. Airy, even though you were absent, do you have anything? I do. So the Township School District posted today its 2026 and 2027 district goals. And I'll just kind of paraphrase what they've said about these. The goal is to reflect their ongoing commitment to supporting students, strengthening instructions, and investing responsibly in the schools and enhancing communications across the district. I think it's a typo. They said this year's goals are centered around 4 priority areas, but they've listed 5, so I'm just gonna chalk that up to a typo, but they're going to be focusing on wellness, student achievements, finance, facilities and technology, and governance. So there's 5 there, but they talk about 4. And they're going to use those guides as work to continue to foster a school community that's community-focused, student-centered, and future-ready. All right, thank you. Mr. Ferrante, anything on library or recreation?
Library meets next week, and recreation will be meeting next month.
All right, thank you. Ms. Leba, anything on environmental, lake, or open space?
No, except the environmental meets tomorrow night, and I just wanted, since Mr. Maney is not here this evening, and he was not at the senior meeting yesterday, everybody, Susan passed out copies of the budget. The seniors, went through their budget, passed it out, everybody reviewed it, talked about it, and voted on it, and I just wanted everybody to have a copy of it.
Thank you. I got surprised when this was handed to me. I thought it was a bill. All right, well, I appreciate that. Ms. Lalama, anything on Board of Health?
Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing to report at this time.
Okay. And Mr. Ruggiero, anything on Planning Board?
Thank you, Mr. President. Planning Board will meet again August 20th.
All right, thank you. Okay, and we're on to our last public portion of the evening. Does anyone from the public wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will close it to the public. Before we begin the hearing, I would like to have a short recess to allow legal counsel and Mr. Schachter to set up and provide the township clerk with any material they intend to rely upon. And at this time, if there's any council member that feels they need to recuse themselves, please so state it on the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recuse myself, and I will be in the audience as a resident.
Thank you. And for that, can I get a motion to recess?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are recessed.
copy yet of both these items? All right, I'll hand it to you right now.
No, I think the clerk is putting a packet together.
Oh, great, thank you.
Mr. Schechter, are you ready?
Just give me 1 minute.
Mr. King needs to get a set of the documents as well. And then we'll go on the record of everything to call the order. I have some questions for Mr. Schechter before we begin, what is presented today, so. You'll hear it in a minute. I have some questions for you on these items before we begin.
Jonathan?
Yes.
It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, I see.
He's not speaking into the mic yet.
Oh, okay, but he will.
I will be.
Thank you. I'm old, I'm hearing.
And I'm right next to him, and he couldn't hear me. Mr. King, let me know when you're ready. All right, we're good. All right, I now call to order the Mount Olive Township Council's hearing on the requested removal of Class 4 Planning Board member Brian Schechter. The Township of Mount Olive Planning Board is a dual land-use board exercising powers both as a planning board and a zoning board of adjustment under the Municipal Land Use Law, or MLUL. The Township Council, as the appointing authority, is obligated to conduct this hearing pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-23B and 40:55D-69 of the MLUL. Before we begin, I'm going to ask that the Township Attorney explain the standard approved procedure and ground rules for this hearing so that it can be run in an orderly manner and so that a clear record can be established. Mr. Testa.
Thank you, Council President. As the Council President has said, the provisions of the Municipal Land Use Law apply to this. specifically NJSA 40:55D-23B and 40:55D-69. In the context of an appointed volunteer planning board member, the standard for removal is for cause, and I quote, it's for cause. The township has the burden to show the basis for the removal of the planning board member, and that it exists. As the appointing authority, it's your obligation to consider the evidence in the law, to hear and decide the matter objectively, based on the proof that are presented to you and any defenses. Before we begin, for the record, Mr. Schechter has produced some documents tonight, and I want to make sure we go through these, so again, we do have a clear record. Mr. Schechter, I'm counting specifically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 documents in total, is that correct? You have 12? All right, why don't you review my packet to see if I'm missing anything first, and then I have some questions. Documents are not numbered. And before we begin, since I do have some questions for Mr. Schechter, would you please administer the oath to him? So please stand and raise your right hand. Just to go through the record of what Mr. Schechter has provided to us. He has a document, it's a one-page document dated June 17th, 2026. It appears to be addressed to Sarah Murphy, the Secretary of the Planning Board of the Township of Mount Olive. And it appears to be, I believe, Mr. Schechter's resignation letter. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay.
Will we be labeling these documents?
Would you like us to mark that now, Mr. Schechter? Sure. We could do this as B1. The second item appears to be three-page document. The first page on the top first line says press, quote, press CTRL, meaning control, and double-click anything highlighted in blue. Do you have a proffer to explain what this is? I just want to make sure we understand what it is. Go through this later on. You'd like to mark it as B2. And this is a 1, 2, 3-page document. The next document is I believe a 16-page document. I might have counted them wrong. I'll count them again. Just please confirm confirm that with Mr. Schechter. There's some items in here that I do have questions about and their relevancy to it. We could talk about relevancy now if you'd like, and some of the rules of this proceeding. And this kind of segues into a lot of the other documents you produced today as well. So, as I explained before, this is a for-cause hearing. We're talking about, or we're here to decide, the council members as appointing authority, whether the conduct and actions and inactions or misfeasance or alleged misfeasance of Mr. Schechter are grounds for cause for his removal. Mr. Schechter is the one that is the subject of the hearing. The allegations, again, have to be proven by the township. It is a preponderance of the evidence, meaning 51% or more. Some of these items that you're providing here, I don't particularly see why they're relevant. You're gonna have to make a pro-offer when we go through them, okay? And in particular, this packet that I'm not gonna mark as evidence yet, because I need to understand what the relevancy of these items are. When you present your case, we can go through those and address them. The next document is a one-page document. This is apparently, it looks like, why don't you tell me what it is, Mr. Schechter?
Printout from Department of Consumer Affairs. This is when you fill out the financials. This shows the mayor's amended, and I filled out amended for myself.
Before we get into yours, Mr.
Relevances?
I'm gonna cut you off before you make your pro-offer here. The mayor is not before us for a hearing for his removal. That hearing has to do with you today, not the mayor. It is not relevant. Hold on, let me finish, and we're gonna go through another rule on this too, okay? This document has no relevance to today's case. The items of the mayor and the mayor's financial disclosures have nothing to do on the bearing of what this governing body is to consider today. The questions that are today are about you.
I understand. It was just an example that amending your financials is quite normal.
You can explain that later on. Okay.
I don't need it.
So we're not gonna utilize this item.
Yeah, I don't need it. Thank you.
There's,
I'm not an attorney, so I don't know what the rules of.
I understand, and we'll get to those, okay? And I'll explain the rules in a minute again, but I wanted to address this first so we can have it, this can be done orderly. The next document you have is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 14 pages. This is, looks like your printout of your financial disclosures.
Yeah, those are my amended disclosures.
Okay, so, I'm not gonna mark them yet into evidence, all right? I'll mark them for identification as B3. So, the reason why I want him to make a pro-offer of this other packet first, Mr. King, unless you're okay with it for now, and then you can do that later.
I don't need it.
Okay. Okay, so mark this as B4. It's not gonna be accepted into evidence yet. B3, this packet, this large packet that was previously discussed here,
I don't need it.
you're not gonna use it?
That's one of those letters?
Yes, correct.
I don't need it.
Okay.
Well, just for clarification, you're excluding your amended financial disclosure form?
No.
Okay.
The document that on the top of it, the first page, it says RE, meaning regarding, quote, planning/zoning board service. It appears to be an email from Mr. Tederinko, the Township Business Administrator, to, I believe this is Mr. Schechter's email address, and it's dated Monday, November 24th, 2025. Not gonna use this? Okay. So we won't,
It's not relevant to,
Okay.
it's more relevant to other things, but
okay.
I don't know.
So then, just to clarify then, your financial disclosure statements that you're gonna be presenting, we're gonna mark these right now, not into evidence, but as, just for identification purposes, B3. The next,
So just to clarify,
These are B3 now.
just to clarify,
yes,
so this is B3,
yes,
financial disclosures, okay?
yes. The next document I have is looks like a letter dated February 14th, 2024, with the entity or logo of an entity named Cardiacs. Okay? And I'm just gonna, I don't have an issue with this item. I believe this probably may relate to your financial disclosures. We can mark this as B4. The next document is a one-page document. It looks like it's, for lack of a better term, 2 columns. It's colored.
It's very similar to the one that you have in your packet,
Okay.
except this one actually has the dates.
Okay. So, is there any objection, Mr. King, on this document being marked into evidence, which would be B5? So it's been marked for identification as B5, and you have no objection as to it being marked into evidence as well? The next document is a 4-page document. The first page, quote again, planning board attendance years 2023, 2024, and 2025. Period, number compiled for planning board meeting minutes of corresponding dates. Okay. We'll just mark this for identification purposes for now as B6. The next document is a 3-page document. The first page says, and I quote again, Mayor's Trading Post Concept Plan Announcement. Facebook, bullet point Facebook, bullet point concept plan picture, end quote. Okay. And, well, we can mark this now for identification as B7. When you present your case, you can explain it then. The next document appears to be a 6-page document. The first page, I quote on this topic, colon, affordable housing and development in Mount Olive, Tuesday, January 20th, 7 p.m., Mount Olive Senior Center. There's other items on here as well in the various pages. As I said before, some of these items,
I get it, sets the standard for what's acceptable.
well, you'll have to make a showing of that, and that's a legal argument, number one. Number two is there's a serious relevancy as to this with regards to the mayor's discussions on this, on his own private webpage. He's not a member of the planning board, so you understand my issues here with this, right?
But this is where they directed, this is where the town directed people to check.
Mr. King, do you have any objection to this being introduced or identified?
Okay. Yeah, we'll get to the relevancy and whether or not we're going to accept it into evidence. We'll mark it as B8 for identification purposes only for now. The last item is, it looks like, I don't know.
The page changed today, so it's the updated version of the mayor's page.
Okay.
It changed.
And I'm sorry,
Again, the relevant-
this is not relevant. I'm not even going to enter this into evidence right now,
I
or,
want it to stay current, that's it.
okay.
All right,
You,
it is what it is.
I'm not going to accept this I mean, if you want to mark it, I don't have an issue with marking it, but it's not really relevant to this matter.
It just goes to where it was, and it changed today, that's why.
Okay.
You know, he didn't, I don't know.
If there's no objection for Mr. King,
Just for identification purposes. All right, it'll be B9. Okay. And I guess I got a little bit of ahead of my skis there on that when I wanted to go through these documents. Let me explain the rules of procedure here. Okay, so T1 is a green binder, and we're going to go through that just like we did with Mr. Schechter, okay? The first document, Mr. King, is an 11-page document with your signature at the end. The first page is on the King Moenek, and I always pronounce that name wrong, I apologize, and Collins LLP letterhead. That's your law firm, correct? Okay. And we did administer the oath to Mr. Schechter, just to remind you, Mr. King, as a New Jersey licensed attorney, you also are responsible to, as well, to be truthful and honest and be candid towards the tribunal. Okay. The legal memorandum is an 11-page document that begins with, do you want to just explain briefly before your opening statement what this, you intend this to be?
This is essentially a summary of the case, of what's going to be presented to you tonight. It won't be as lengthy as this, but it will contain this in more of a summary fashion. So this is something that just goes along with the documents, outlines, right here, the standards, the laws, and proofs that I'm willing to show that supports the decision.
Okay. The next document is, it's attachment A, you refer to it as?
Yeah, so attachment A is the June 1st, 2026 documents, the charging documents. Document was sent to Mr. Schechner with regard to causes of removal, a notice of removal, and availability to have a hearing. This is what we're having tonight.
Thank you. And just for the record, the copies are double-sided. There are highlights on this. We'll get to those when you get a chance. The last page of attachment A also includes the document, bold typeface oath of office.
That is the second document we made, which is the oath of office.
Okay. Okay.
Attachment B are the statutes that I'm going to reference here tonight. We're going to cover 4055D 69 and 4055D 03, which gives the authority for removal of the governing body. In addition, I've also provided local government ethics laws. I will also be citing to. What I did do is I've highlighted areas where we follow all of what I am going to show today.
Excuse me, I noticed both Brian and you, if you could talk closer into the mic, you know, hard of hearing and streamline.
Next document is from Municipal Code, Section 550-24, Planning Board, and that also provides authority for this governing body to remove a member of the planning board. Next document is 2C 28-2, full swearing, 2C 30-3, unsworn qualifications and authorities. That goes to potential issues with some of the documents that we found within this packet, and I'll cite to those with regard to those documents. The next section is Section C. The Section C documents involve the Foreign Park Planning and Zoning Board memo, as well as the next document is the application for that hearing. It has certain information that I'll go into at the time of the hearing.
And Mr. King, I'm going to ask you, what is the relevance of attachment C?
Well, the relevance of attachment C goes to sworn testimony by Mr. Schechter with regard to his job history, what he testified to in that hearing about with regard to a individual. There are other connections that Mr. Schechter has with that person.
Okay. So even though it's a transcript of looks like a planning board hearing before Florham Park, you believe it is relevant to Mr. Schechter and his capacity as a planning board member for the town of Mount Olive?
And what is that time? It also goes into the financial disclosures statements. There's provision of the government ethics law that if there's a pure local
remind the witness and any witnesses and the rest of the council to not talk out of turn. Please raise your hand to make sure that we are not talking over each other and that all testimony is clear and on the record.
And I was, thank you, Council President, you stole my thunder a little bit. I want to get to these first. I was going to reiterate those items and some other items as well.
The next document is a memorandum of law, and then there's
Mr. King, would you mind moving the microphone closer? You as well, Mr. Shacker. We're not picking it up.
So the next document is a memorandum and order. It's from a federal case investigating fraud from COVID, and this has relevance because there's certain entities in Mount Olive, LabQ, LabQ is one of them, but there's multiple entities. There's also an entity that controls and is the owner of 175 Park, that's one of them. There's also 100 International Drive, Har Hasmam Realty LLC, that's mentioned in this document. This document ties a lot of certain businesses that are going to be relevant in this hearing that reflect again back to entities that are alleged and testified to as Mr. Shetland being involved in that contradict again his financial disclosures. The next document is from the website. It's from WholeQ.
Just to make sure, what attachment are you on? I'm sorry. Are we still on attachment C?
No, yeah, it's still on attachment C.
Okay.
You have the memorandum and order. That is a 9-page document. Then you have a copy of it was an order to show cause. It just has some background information with regard to findings from the federal court that I'll go through. I highlighted the ones that I'll be mentioning to make it easier for everyone. The next document is pulled from the website. It's the website of WholeQ. This is an entity.
I'm sorry, Mr. King, I apologize to interrupt. There's also, it looks like there's what was referred to as an amended complaint in here as well for the same case from the federal docket, it looks like.
Yeah, there is. I did not put each and every page. I just put the relevant pages that I'm going to touch on today.
Okay, and then you said that there's a website printout?
Yes, there's a printout of a website, WholeQ. WholeQ is an entity that Mr. Scheckner alleged that he worked for during a relevant period of time. It's an entity that is owned by the individual who also owns LabQ. There's affiliated companies on the website: QSure, LabQ, Q Pharmacy, Q Care, RapidQ, and Telecom. The next document is just a newspaper clipping from June 19, 2021, whereby LabQ moved to Mount Olive. It was a ribbon cutting, and the location of that facility was in Mount Olive at the relevant property. The next document is the certificate of formation. This is Har Hasmam Realty. It's certified by the state. They're the owners of 100 International Drive, which is the relevant property, and that will be discussed in the presentation. And the managing member and owner is Mashi Landau. The next documents are formation documents from that real estate entity. Number D, attachment D, are the local government ethics and financial disclosures for the year 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, showing. Why don't you use the amended one? Showing.
Well, one second, let Mr. King finish the memo.
Showing what the what Mr. Scheckner put forth in them at the time.
Okay.
There are amended ones.
B5.
B5.
B5, yeah.
It's the same document. Number F is a number of posts. These posts just discussions online whereby Mr. Schechner's discussing certain matters with regard to affordable housing, with regard to properties, and that will be, these discussions will be used to support some facts where he violated judicial canon codes, which I'll go into. Last is,
Which is attachment G, right, Ron?
no, that was, yes, that was attachment,
That was attachment F, where I think we're,
last is
right?
G.
Yeah.
Number G, again, are additional posts whereby Mr. Schechner questions the capacity of hearing. If a member of the planning board, the school, and this also goes to various judicial canons that attack the viability of the planning board, raise essentially questions, potential questions, and it's a judicial violation. Those are all the documents I will be relying on. I will, again, reserve the right to cross-examine Mr. Schechner on the amended financials.
Mr. Schechter, you were provided with a packet of documents, I believe it was on Friday, correct, of last week? So it will be July 31st? Is that right, Andrew?
Right. I got the email.
Okay.
Hard copy Saturday.
Okay. So you got an email on Friday, and that included documents for you?
200 pages.
200 pages worth of documents, okay. Okay,
200 pages on, I got the email on Friday, and I got the packet on Saturday.
okay. Before we begin, just that, do you have any objections to any of the items that Mr. King has submitted?
I object to the old financials
You object to the old financials? Okay.
Based on what grounds?
because they're amended financials.
So you're not objecting based on relevance?
Well, relevance is they're amended, which means when I got the packet, I noticed that there were some oversights, and I made the corrections.
Okay, so what we'll do for now is, we'll mark this for identification as T1. Mr. King has indicated relevancy as to each one of these documents. Mr. King, when you do your presentation, if there's any objection to any of the items in being entered into evidence, at that point in time,
I also object to the lawsuit. I'm not named in it. I have nothing to do with it.
Okay.
It's not relevant to here.
Mr. Schechter, I believe that could be addressed when you make your opening statement. When you're-
As to the foundation of the documents, you don't have any, do you have any issue with the foundation, meaning whether or not they're true or accurate or incorrect,
Let's put it this way.
based on the time that they were made?
I am not objecting to the fact that I worked for the Moshi Landau fleet of companies.
Okay,
Okay, listen, I have to live with that on my resume every single day. So I'm not objecting to it. I have nothing to do with that lawsuit. That lawsuit was based on years before that. I didn't even know it existed when I started. Planning board at Florham Park, nothing to do with this case.
okay. So why don't we do this? I don't think you're objecting to the actual foundation for the documents. The relevancy, we can address those piece by piece. If you do have an objection, you gotta make sure, during the presentation of it, make sure that you state it, okay? So this is what we're gonna do. So this is an administrative hearing. The process is gonna go like this, and I have it outlined to assist everyone. We did the swearing already. We're gonna start with opening statements. Mr. King will go first. Mr. Schechter, then you can go and make your opening statement after them, after Mr. King. Then Mr. King will present the township's case in chief. You will be able to state objections or take issues with those items once he completes his presentation, as to each one of those items. And then you will proceed with your defense. If you have any witnesses, we'll have to make sure we have clear records. You did give me the names of 2 people. in advance of today's hearing, shortly before we started. They'll have to be sworn in under oath. And then from there, if you're going to be testifying, obviously, you're going to be subject to cross-examination, as well as any of your witnesses. Once that's completed, the township will be able to respond to your defenses, and then we'll go to closing arguments. Mr. Schechter, you will go first, Mr. King will go second. It's in reverse order of how we do the openings. And then the council will do its deliberations and make a decision one way or another. It is an administrative hearing. As I said before, it's for cause. We're guided by the legal statutes and case law for planning board members. There's a host of regulations and statutes that apply to appointed officials and elected officials. Planning board members act in a quasi-judicial capacity in deciding matters that come before them. There is a host of standards. I believe that Mr. King will present those to you. I believe his memo summarizes them as well. During questioning, I ask that the council members allow Mr. King to do his presentation, and then you can have questions after, either before or after Mr. Schechter does. But again, as Mr. Roman said before, Council President Roman said before, allow Mr. King or Mr. Schechter or any of the other witnesses that are being asked questions to answer the question, and don't interject and interrupt them. Try to give everyone the same courtesy, okay? There will be no public comment, because this is a hearing. You are the appointing authority, the council members. You will have to make a decision based on your objective review of the facts and evidence and the law as presented to you, and any other defenses. Again, the standard is by preponderance of evidence, or more likely than not. It's basically, if you were using a scale of 100%, 51%. This is not a criminal matter. The proof for cause removal does not require a showing of criminal wrongdoing. The standards, again, is a quasi-judicial government position. The appearance of propriety applies, actual propriety as well as appearance of propriety. With respect to the legal standards and statutes that apply, Mr. King will make that part of his presentation, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. King?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'd like the record to reflect that Mr. Semero is now in attendance.
Thank you.
Are you done, Mr. Testa?
Yeah, so one last thing to say to Mr. Schechter is that when you do call the witnesses up, we'll obviously, since you are a planning board member, you know they'll have to be given the oath at that point in time, okay?
Mr. Semero, now that you're in attendance, do you have anything to add before we start?
No, I apologize. We had, because of the meeting change, a double commitment, but I listened to everything so far, and I understand where we are, and thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, so we're going to begin with opening statements. Mr. King?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council.
And if you could, Mr. King, if you wouldn't mind speaking up for the benefit of Ms. Slaybaugh?
Yes, my obligation here is to present evidence for the removal of the Class 4 member of the Planning Board, Mr. Schechter. The statute for removal was given to you by Mr. Testa, and it's for cause. The issue of for cause is not mentioned in the statute, but there was a judicial case that created what that is, and what it is the New Jersey court filled that gap, and it's therefore the standard of impartiality, integrity, and the avoidance of impropriety, and that's taken from the judicial code. It's taken from the judicial code because as a member of the zoning board and a planning board, you have to, as a judge, you have to be impartial. You can't discuss cases before you hear them. Information has to be brought to you. You have to keep an open mind. You can't bring any prejudices in those matters. Any type of impartiality, that creates a conflict. So that is a standard that the courts have put in place with regard to a violation for cause. litigation that the town's having, comments made that could have affected that. That was with regard to the land use matter, the Highlands litigation. In addition, at the time these certain comments were made, the town was going through its plan for low moderate housing with the state and fair share. Certain comments were made about that. In addition, comments were made about properties that potentially would have gone in front of the planning board. They were made, and they're identified in those emails. Again, that goes to traditional canons, again, 1, 2, 3, and I'll discuss those at length more. Again, the burden is preponderance of credible evidence here. I will present that. I believe I will provide you enough so that removal would be made. Thank you.
And just for the record, and I apologize, Mr. Semrau, being late, just did remind me, and it's my fault. As part of the statutes that we had referenced, NJSA 40:55D-23 and 40:55D-69, the statutes allow for the appointing authority to consider the removal of an appointed planning board member. I don't think there's any dispute. Mr. Schechter is a Class 4 appointed planning board member, and Mr. Schechter has the right to request a public hearing prior to a determination being made of his removal. Mr. Schechter has made that request, correct, Mr. Schechter?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. And another just housekeeping measure is that keep all of your responses verbal. Yes, no's, I don't know, I don't recall. Okay, don't shake your head, no nods of the head, no pointing. They have to be verbal because the record is not going to be entirely video. Okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. King, you're all done. Mr. Schachter, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the governing body, this matter concerns the attempt to remove me from my position as a member of the Township Planning Board. Under the applicable provisions of
Mr.
the...
Schachter, can you please speak up just a little louder, please?
Under the applicable provisions of the New Jersey statutes, specific grounds must be established before a planning board member may be discharged. However, this hearing should not be necessary because I already tendered my resignation on June 18th, 2026. But instead of just accepting it, the administration and the members of the governing body decided to act like a school of feeding sharks. And you can see that with my resignation letter as part of the exhibit. That resignation followed multiple letters stating that Mayor Nicastro had serious doubts about whether I could serve as a neutral, unbiased member of the board. Yet there has never been a complaint from a single applicant claiming I acted with bias, partially or impropriety. We can all breathe a sigh of relief knowing that Andrew spends his high-priced tax dollar day on these types of activities. You can look at the packet, well, we're not even gonna look at that, but this has been going on since November, and it's been multiple letters with multiple demands of very quick turnarounds. Tonight, the evidence will show that the allegations advanced against me are unsupported and false. More importantly, it will show that this process has become less about legitimate statutory basis for removal and more about silencing an independent planning board member who has served this community faithfully for years. The municipal land use laws are clear, and they set standards so arbitrary and capricious acts do not harm the municipal land use process of sanctity of a planning board. They even call out political differences. I'm passing out, and I was going to give you the standards, which you already have. These standards are to keep things fair for the applicant and the public. In order to be an applicant, there must be an application. You'll hear testimony demonstrating that the administration's allegations do not establish misconduct, bias, or conflict of interest. You will also hear evidence suggesting that certain accusations raised by Mayor Nicastro may implicate my civil rights or at a minimum reflect an effort to intimidate and discredit a planning board member whose record of service has remained untarnished. Mr. King and the administration have provided a packet of material for this hearing, including nearly 200 pages of litigation materials relating to LabQ and the Landau organizations. Those materials do not prove the claims being made against me. Instead, the testimony and evidence will place those materials in proper context. I would also like to provide an updated set of my financials, which I've already done. One positive outcome of this situation is that I did discover an oversight in my prior financial reportings. There was no deceit involved, only an oversight, and the reports have now been corrected. Such oversight happens. To demonstrate how common the amendments are, I've included, and I've given you a screenshot of some of the other ones. We're not going to do that, but it's common. It's so common that the amendment button is literally on the DCA's cover page to amend your financials. As my first witness, well, we're going to wait to call that, but I will be calling Lorena Gonzalez, who will testify regarding my tenure with the Landau organization, the lawsuits including in this materials provided, and the motivations concerning 100 International Drive. Mr. King, my packet was missing something. There was never an application concerning 100 International Drive. Did anybody ever see a single application for 100 International Drive? The evidence will further show that I exercise my right to speak openly on matters of public concern, questioning performance, questioning town council candidates on issues of land, and encouraging residents to watch public meetings and make their own decisions are not violations of New Jersey land use statutes. They are protected civic speech. The record will show that these statements did not undermine the planning board. Rather, they reflected my commitment to transparency, accountability, and informed public participation. At the conclusion of this hearing, I believe the evidence will make it clear that the administration has not met its burden. It would not have shown that I was biased, conflicted, or unable to serve fairly. What it will show is that I acted as an engaged, independent member of the board and as a resident concerned with the integrity of local government. That's my closing,
Your
my
opening.
opening statement. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schachter. Mr. King?
Thank you. In the opening statement, I had mentioned the June 1st letter from the town setting forth 4 causes. The first 3 I'm going to do together, but the more serious one is the 4th one. That cause was the cause of Mr. Schechner using his position as a planning board member to get preferential treatment for someone else. And someone else was Mr. Landau, who Mr. Schechner has already stated that he's worked for, and he's worked for multiple companies for him. These requests took place during these periods of time. Going through the packet, if you look at attachment A, is the oath of office. That oath of office states that you will truthfully, impartially, and justly perform the duties and office of planning board member to the best of your ability. It also states that the person will follow all the laws, rules of the state of New Jersey. His signature is there. Keep that in mind. There is a signature on the document that I will refer you to. It is the same signature. Next is attachment B, specifically with regards to the local government ethics law. At section 48, 9-22-2, it's the legislative findings. Essentially, when you read through that, it tells you what the law is trying to do. What it's trying to do is it's trying to set up a guideline where all public officials follow, so that the citizens have faith, true faith, and they have a strong belief that their government is doing what is supposed to be done. Part of that is the way that the person has to act. There's certain things that follow in this legislation that are considered violations of that oath of duty, that oath that each of us here have taken, either as elected officials or as governmental appointed officials, or as attorneys or professionals. With regard to the definition of a local government officer, that is on page 4.
Excuse me, Mr. Price. They can't hear through the web feed. Is there a problem?
Hold on. Let's pause while we, check that out.
Just let the record reflect, it's 7 or 8:34 right now, let's pause it to check,
I can't hear you specifically.
So I'm not the only one who can't hear.
But I don't think it's being picked up.
Can you hear me?
I mean, I can hear you, but whether it's
It's
being
not coming
coming.
to the audio.
So just for the record, you do have to press the button to be silenced. So right now it is transmitting and
Yeah.
recording.
They're actually saying they can hear me. They can't hear Mr. King.
Can they hear me now? Better? Oh, that's. Let's give that a go, okay. So, the definition of a local government official is on page 4. Local government official means any person, whether compensated or not, whether part-time or full-time. Number 2, serving a local government agency which has the authority to enact ordinances, approve development applications, or grant zoning variances. That is the definition of a member of a planning board or land use board or a zoning board. As such, Mr. Schechner is a government officer and has taken an oath to that. Based upon that oath, he is governed by the local government ethics law. On section 489-22.5 is the code of ethics for government officers. The proofs that I will be presenting will show that number A was violated, that no local government officer shall have an interest in a business organization or engage in any business transaction or activity which is in substantial conflict with the proper discharge of his duties in the public interest. The proofs will show that Mr. Schechner tried to get a property zoned by a employer, a former employer, zoned by way of using his position. With regard to section C, no local government officer or employee shall use or attempt to use his official position to secure unwarranted privileges or advantages for himself or others. Again, that section will also be proven by way of Mr. Schechner trying to, again, get certain properties zoned for potential housing. Number D, no local government officer or employee shall act in his official capacity in any matter where he, a member of his family or business organization in which he has interest, has a direct or indirect financial or personal involvement that might reasonably be expected to impair his objectivity or independence of judgment, again, based upon his position at the zoning board and based upon his ability to try to get a certain property rezoned. That this section will be proven as being triggered. Number E, no local government officer or employee shall undertake any employment or service whereby compensated or not, which might reasonably be expected or prejudice his independence of judgment in the exercise of his official duties. The next section is the financial disclosure section. That is 48.9.22.6. It is on page 7. It talks about what a local government official is supposed to do with regard to their financial disclosures. They're supposed to identify any entities where they receive $2,000 or more. They have to provide the name, the address of the business organization which the local government officer or a member of his family had an interest during the preceding calendar years.
In addition, they also have to provide any property they have and the address. There is a provision for members who are on the Daniels Law list that they don't have to put their address there for security purposes. I'm going to show certain financial disclosures in which Mr. Schechner did not identify entities that he swore under oath that he belonged to and was working for, and that is a per se violation of the financial disclosure law and would trigger removal from office. And that can be found on the penalty sections on page 10 of the local government, on this section of the law, the local government ethics law section, and that is on, again, page 10, where it states that the finding by the local finance board for any violation of the provision of this act, which I went over, shall be sufficient cause for removal, suspension, demotion, or other disciplinary action by the officer or agency having the power of removal or discipline. That power is provided to this governing body, this council, by way of statute that I've gone over before, and also by your ordinance. In addition, in C above on the penalties, C says the remedies provided herein, which would be here into the governmental ethics law, are in addition to all other criminal and civil remedy provisions under the law. Going to section C and starting with the proofs, these are the proofs with regard to Mr. Schechner providing testimony in 2023 to and for an entity called 75 Park Avenue LLC.
Do you mean 175?
I'm sorry, yep. 170, I apologize. There is an application. On the application, the applicant's name is Mr. Schechner, I believe.
But just for the record, the applicant's name is 175 Park Avenue, but on page 4, there appears to be a signature of the applicant.
Yes, and also on page 1, I believe there's a signature of Mr. Schechner as well, because it gives his address and it gives his email, strangely enough, bschechter@wholeq.com. And I will take note that this is in March 21st, 2023. On page 4, there is a signature of the applicant that is also B.S. Schechner. I think that's Brian Schechner. In checking this signature with the signature of the oath of office in A, it looks to be like Mr. Schechner's signature.
Mr. Schechner, do you dispute that that's your signature, which is?
The next application is the certificate of formation. It's a governmental document, 175 Park Avenue. And again, the owner is a Mashi Landau. And then there is a transcript of the hearing. The hearing date, which is important, is April 10th, 2023. Mr. Schechner, as the applicant, was represented by an attorney who swore him in. On page 7 of the transcript, highlighted is that testimony. Mr. Schechner was asked who he was employed by, and Mr. Schechner acknowledged that it was 175 Park Avenue. He goes on in the transcript and talks in the singular that he was working there for many, many months. He was hiring many people, etc. He talks about the person who owns it 100% is Mr. Landau. Going to Exhibit D, which are the financial disclosures specifically. year 2023. Mr. Schechner does indicate that he worked for Whole Q, but he does not indicate that he worked for the entity that he was presenting testimony for, and that again was 175 Park Avenue LLC. That in and of itself is a violation of the local finance laws with regard to providing the information as to a person's ownership of a business and where he obtains his money from. In fact, nowhere in the financial documents from 2002 to 2006 does the entity of 175 Park Avenue that was certified to under oath by Mr. Schechner at the hearing appear on any of the financial disclosures, and I believe in the financial disclosures that have been marked into evidence by Mr. Schechner, which was marked as B3.
So it's marked for identification right now for B3. I'll ask Mr. Schechner when he presents his case to then discuss those, and then we can go from there on that,
Okay.
Mr. King.
That's not a problem. Based upon that line of questioning and evidence, there's a clear violation of governmental ethics law and cause of removal. The other documents are, again, factual documents. They are the LabQ litigation with the United States. It talks about LabQ entity, the Whole Q entity, and also talks about 175 Park. And essentially what occurred here is the federal government is alleging that monies were taken from lab testing for COVID up to $200 million, and then were taken out, companies were started, and money flowed into companies and they were essentially laundered. So it's a laundering case. I'm not saying that Mr. Schechner has anything to do with it. I'm just saying that property 175 Park Avenue and some other entities known as, and I will find it, I think I'll find it, NJJ institutions also were named in this document, whereby the state was trying to claw back certain monies that they felt were owed to them. The other document that is relevant to this line of question is the email that's been marked in my packet of E as E, and the B5. The B5 is more complex. This is a document that Mr. Schechner sent to an elected official, and there's responses. And in this document, Mr. Schechner, as a member of the planning board, is trying to discuss certain properties.
Excuse me, they were text messages.
I'm sorry, okay, text message, I'm sorry.
And it was to the mayor.
Okay, to the mayor, that's an elected official.
Mr. King, I'm looking at I don't see a date. I see a time, but I do not see a date. Do you have that available?
There's a date, the date is
It was
April
online.
22nd, 2025.
Why don't we do this just to work a little bit more efficiently? We've already accepted the evidence. We've had no objection to that. Mr. Schechter's exhibit, which we've marked as B5 and accepted the evidence. Just briefly, Mr. Schechter, we'll get into your presentation of this, but basically you're saying this under oath now. Is this a text change between you and the mayor of the township of Mount Olive from April 26th of 2025?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, speaking to the mic.
That's correct, I believe.
Is that April, you said April 26th or 22nd?
Did I say April 22? I said April 22nd, 2025. Yes, correct? Sorry, just to make sure. Okay. And the next message on that, it appears to be June 2nd, 2025, correct? Mr. Schechter? It starts with Joe, and I quote, Joe, has your mayor Facebook page been hacked? Question mark, end quote.
Yeah, that's irrelevant, but it was just part of the.
Just trying to show the text change, the beginning and end of it. Okay, thank you. So, we can submit this as a joint exhibit, is that fair
As
to
a
say?
joint, that's fine.
Okay.
So, with regard to this text message, it shows that Mr. Schechner was trying to, with regard to 100 International, to obtain an overlay for 100 International. Again, he is a planning board member. This is something that a planning board member usually doesn't do. However, the owner of 100 International, again, was that Mr. Landau, who was also the owner of Whole-Q, which was also an employer of Mr. Schechner's. Also, he also owned 175 Park, which was also an entity.
I believe 175 Park was owned by NJJI, and NJJI is a charitable organization that Mr. Landau is major contributor to.
Okay, well, that's not my proofs, so I guess on your case, you can bring that information in there. Based on the testimony at the planning board, Mr. Schechner testified that Mr. Landau owns the property and business 100%. And he was the applicant, he was the applicant for that entity. There was no other entity other than 175 Park Place on the application. Based upon the B joint exhibit, I guess J1, which was B5, it shows a clear attempt by Mr. Schechner using his position as a planning board member to attempt to gain an advantage of a landowner in town, whereby if a property was amended and the property was provided an overlay where significant different zoning would be granted, it would provide more financial gain to him, to the owner, and possibly to Mr. Schechner, who was a very close friend with Mr. Landau, it seems, and also was an employee.
That's not true at all.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Mr. Schechner, let Mr. King present
Okay.
his case.
You got it.
You will have a chance to rebut.
You're right.
And I just, I apologize, I just based that upon the testimony under oath at the Florham Park Planning Board. When you read into that, it seems that Mr. Schechner knows him very much, speaks very highly of him, and discusses intimately and talks about them doing things together, i.e. Hiring people, rebuilding the facility there. With regard to number of points 1, 2, and 3, those are also supported by the record. They are supported by...
By the way, 175 Park is in Florham Park. Has nothing...
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr.
If we're
Schechner,
going into 175 Park, has nothing
Mr. Schechner, I will allow you to interrupt, if only for clarification purposes based by Mr. King. If it is anything regarding rebuttal or your defense or anything like that, hold that for your opportunity. Thank you.
Again, with regard to the 175 Park, what that testimony shows is that there was sworn testimony that he worked for an entity that he was required under the law to place on his financial disclosures. That has never happened. Even with the amended updates that he's going to present to you, that entity is not on those documents. What is on those documents is at that time, he was working for Whole-Q. There's an email address on that application in 23 with his name, Whole-Q, and yet he submitted amended documents that were amended 3 days ago that contained additional falsifications in them. And they are now part of the record. And those falsifications, again, are he took Whole-Q out and put another entity in. the records here, that application shows that his email address was Holtview. So for him, for these documents, for these amended, I would adopt them as support for the argument that not only has he violated the local finance laws back in 2023, but as recent as, I think, 4 days ago, he's now reviolated them by making amendments, by taking out Holtview and putting in an entity called NJJI, which is also another Landau entity that is also mentioned, as I stated before, in the federal proceedings where they're trying to claw back money.
But just for the record, Mr. King, I thought I heard, and just for clarification, Mr. Schneckner said that 175 owned NJJI.
No, it's the other way around.
NJAI owns 175.
I'll-
All right, we'll
you want
wait
me to
till.
justify that now? 'Cause
No,
I can-
I thought that would just clarify it, but we'll let it go.
It's extremely complicated.
We'll get back to it then.
So that is the significance of the Florham Park matter. With regard to comments made about a sitting planning board member, they can be found in number G, certain comments.
So with respect to that, Council President, when we discussed procedure, you had asked me about potentially if there was anything you didn't want to necessarily consider. So this is about the planning board member comments. Is that something you want to?
Well, I'd like for Mr. King to indicate relevance before I ask to that to remove this one under allegations.
So it shows a pattern of violation of the canons, the judicial canons. The judicial canons are something that a planning board member has to abide by. Canons 1, 2, and 3, they essentially talk about candor of the tribunal. As a member, as a judge sitting with a group of people, you can't attack your fellow members. There has to be collegiate, you work together. And by attacking someone out in the open, it degrades that body. It degrades the planning board.
I think we might want to tell Congress that.
Well, so you.
And the president.
So you can do that, but remember, Congress and the president are elected officials. They're not judges. That's why, that's.
Mr. Meany is also.
Mr. Jackson, this is not your
Yeah,
opportunity.
so
You will have that time.
I think what Mr. King is saying, it'd be like a judge making whatever type of comments or judgment about another judge, a colleague, another sitting judge. My point I want to make from a legal perspective is once we go there, that opens the door to continue that discussion. And before that door's open, I wanted to give the governing body an opportunity to decide, is that something you really want to consider, or is that something, and as the council president said, he wanted to just know a little bit of the context. But that's what the issue is. But if we go there, then we're gonna get into a lot of opinions and personal comments about people. So I leave it to this governing body. Once you start, then everybody's entitled to their opinion and their testimony.
Mr. King, would you say that allegation 1 is pivotal to your case?
No, it's just in the totality of the circumstances, it shows a pattern of someone who's acting in violation of the judicial canons. Canon 1, it undermines the integrity of that board when you go out and say that the board is not functioning right. The people, the residents lose faith in the government. And that also goes and refers back to the local government ethics, where the intent of it is you don't want to weaken government, you want to support it. You want people to believe and have trust in the government that, especially their planning board and zoning board members, when they go out, they're going to hear the evidence and make the decision there. They're not going to prejudge it. They're not going to go out into the public and say that this is bad, that's bad. Personally, they may feel those things, but when you become a planning board member, a judge, a zoning board member, you don't have those rights. You give up certain rights. As prosecutors, there's certain things, I'm a prosecutor, certain things I can't do. I have to be open. I may have thoughts and think, that someone I don't like, but I can't hold that against them. And it's the same thing that the planning board and zoning board member has to do, especially when it's their colleagues. They have to help each other out for the betterment of government, not go out into the public and bash them. Again, it demeans the whole process, and it's a violation of their oath. But it goes on to what occurred on that form with regard to discussing, again, certain properties, certain aspects of what the town was doing with the fair share housing, making predeterminations before certain properties were even before him, or that were probably potentially going to be coming before him. That he was prejudging, and that strikes to the appearance of impropriety.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. King, I kind of see those two items a little bit different versus, personal attacks on a member, whether that be against, canon and prejudging or speaking out regarding the matters of fact that come before the planning board. To me, they seem a little bit different, and which is why I raised this question with Mr. Semero as to the possibility of removing that allegation from the charging documents. I would like to get the feel of council to see if that's something they would like to leave in or remove from one of the allegations. Ms. Ferrante, do you have an opinion?
Which part?
Allegation 1, I'll read it out loud.
I can read it out loud, Council President. So, allegation 1 within the charging document, which is dated June 1, 2026, it says specifically that you made multiple disparaging public comments regarding the mental competency/capacity of now former planning board member John Mania. Such comments were made by you while Mr. Mania was an active sitting member of the planning board, and called into question Mr. Mania's ability to render decisions on applications, and not only directly undermine the credibility and integrity of both Mr. Mania, but also the Township Planning Board as a whole.
Okay. Mr. Ferrante, do you wish to keep that allegation in place or remove it?
We could remove it.
Ms. Leybow?
Definitely remove it.
Mr. Ruggiero?
Remove.
Mr. Aaron?
I don't think we've given Brian a chance to respond. I think that there were certain allegations weighed against Brian that he has to have an opportunity to comment on. So for his preparation, the time that he's put into it, I believe it should remain in there and give him a chance to speak and understand his view on how those comments came about.
I, for one, am inclined to remove allegation 1 from the charging documents. So it appears to be the consensus of this governing body and those present. Yes, Ms. Leybow?
When Brian does his presentation, his defense, if he wants to mention anything about it?
No, he will not be allowed to mention it.
It would now be irrelevant.
It would be
It won't
irrelevant to the
relevant
case.
anymore.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
that's, I just wanted to make sure.
Does that change your opinion?
No, I just was wondering how that works, because like Chuck said, he took a lot of time preparing, so want to be fair, but I think shouldn't have been a charge to begin with.
So, Mr. King, I would request that your further presentation omit that allegation.
Okay. Then I'll go to grounds 2 and 3. Those are the last two. Those grounds are supported again by the documents in F. Those documents again are posts. They clearly show that there's discussions about certain parcels and properties in Mount Olive that are subject to the fair share housing, or potentially. There's discussion out large about a 57-acre piece of property. And these basically show that there is a discussion of cases that are potentially going to come before the planning board for a hearing. This shows that there's a prejudgment. It's almost like a judge in a court case going on, a TV show saying what he thinks and how he or she is going to prejudge a case. That's, again, against the judicial code. It doesn't show impropriety. It shows actually propensity either for or against a project. And these are important things because as an attorney, as many, I don't know if many of you served on a planning board or zoning board, but attorneys are smart. They listen to these things. They look through the public record, and that could potentially conflict someone out. If a member of a board makes a predetermination, they could be conflicted out, or if they did vote, they could go into litigation and get that person removed, and that could have a devastating effect on a municipality. It would incur litigation costs, and again, that's why planning board members and zoning board members have to adhere to those codes of judicial conduct. If you want, I can read through these posts, but I think I've highlighted the salient points and those properties. There's also mention in here about litigation that the municipality was engaged in with regard to the Highlands. This was as that was happening. It was also as, again, the municipality was going through its obligations and all that litigation with Fair Share Housing. Again, a planning board member should not be discussing or airing out potential matters that come before it, because it does go against his independence and his requirement that he has to be impartial, and it does show an appearance of impropriety. Based upon that, I believe that there is grounds for removal on the lack of providing accurate information on the financial disclosures, for attempting to have properties of Mr. Lindau rezoned for his benefit. And again, based upon the fact that it has been now brought up by these changes of documents that there's even no recognition that he was an employee of 175 Park. That statement was made, I hope that in of itself sinks into everyone here. He was under oath in a planning board application. He made a representation that he was the employee. He gave testimony of things that he was doing there as that employee. On his financial disclosure for that year, that entity, 175 Park, was not ever mentioned. It was a different entity. He's now changed that to a different entity, another Landau entity, but it was not 175 Park. So he either provided false testimony under oath, or he has provided false information on his local government ethics law financial disclosure statement back in '23, and now in the amended documents for 223 that he submitted to the state 3 days ago. That is prima facie evidence that he has violated his oath of office, he has violated that law, and quite honestly, I think his credibility as a member of a planning board has been destroyed, and he should be removed.
Mr. King, is that the end of your?
Yes.
Okay. So just for the benefit of council, we will, if you have any questions of Mr. King at this time and based on what he has provided, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. I will start first. Mr. King, you had stated that it's important for a planning board member to not state his position publicly. How is that different from, say, an elected official, a council person, congressman, state assembly, that
routinely state their position on many items that will come before them publicly. How is that different? Why is the standard different for an elected official and versus someone on the planning board?
Again, as I stated before, the planning board.
Sorry, just lean to your mic, Mr.
I'm
King.
sorry. The planning board and the zoning board official acts as a judge. He has to hear a case. He cannot prejudge a case. He cannot bring prejudices into a case. He may hate the person that comes before them, but if that resident requests a 3-foot side yard variance, he can't hold that against him. As an elected officials are voted by the people. Planning board members, zoning board members are appointed. All appointees are appointed, they fall under this, but the zoning board and the planning board member specifically has to hear cases, has to base the decision on the merits of those cases, not on prejudices, not about what they think is best, but the law. And that is the difference. Many times as an elected official, you have more flexibility. You're not held to the judicial canons.
Is there any other governing body other than the planning board that are held under those similar?
So a municipal judge is under the judicial canons. A municipal judge cannot, come out and have conversations with the elected officials and decide that I'm gonna find so-and-so guilty because we don't like him, or we don't like her. The prosecutor is held under similar to prosecutor. There's prosecutors. Certain prosecutors.
Ethical responsibilities or code of conduct.
Yeah, code of conduct. Also attorneys. Attorneys have certain obligations. Case in point, the only thing that's equivalent to you as elected officials would be if something occurs in a closed session meeting. You have an obligation not to, under Open Public Meetings Act and Sunshine Laws, you're not able to go out and discuss that. And the reason why you don't discuss that, because most of the time when you're in executive session, it's because you're either going to negotiate a contract or there's certain exclusions that you don't want that information out there. That's a similar one, but there's a whole different section of the law that deals with that, and they fine you differently with that.
Anyone have any questions? Ms. Leibau?
Go ahead, Mike. Okay. I'm having a really hard time understanding this. I'm very confused, trying to figure out what does Mr. Schechner's testimony for a planning board application in another town have anything to do with his dedication and work as a planning board member in Mount Olive 3 years ago? So why is this an issue? Why is this, I just don't get it.
So maybe oaths to people don't matter anymore, but he was placed under oath by an attorney to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help him God, just like he was put here today. He violated that.
But exactly where did he violate it, Mr. King?
Well, when he stated that he was employed, I'll read it right here. The attorney asked him, "Thank you, may I proceed?"
Well, Mr. King, can you just point to the exhibit and the page so
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Leibau can follow?
It's the transcript. It's in the Exhibit C packet. It's on page.
Passing C to T1.
I'm sorry, T1, the green binder. C, it's in C, and it's the transcript. It's the transcript of the planning board hearing. Every planning board hearing there's usually a person who takes and makes a transcription.
Ms. Leibau?
Yes.
It's gonna look like this.
Yeah, I read all those already.
Okay, so it's under
I
page.
thought there was something separate, but there's not.
Which page are you reading from, Mr., of the transcript, which page?
Page 7. So there's 4 little ones, it's all the way to the right. It goes 5, 6, 7. So 7, it's on top, it's in yellow. I'll read at the top part of it. Mr. Orth, do you swear or affirm the testimony? Well, Mr. Orth is the attorney. He's placing Mr. Schechner under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this evening is the truth to the best of your knowledge? Mr. Schechner, yes. Then there's a question asked by The attorney for Mr. Schechner, he states that, Brian, can you please state, can you please state by whom you're employed? Mr. Schechner, I'm employed by 175 Park Avenue LLC. So he's testifying under oath that he's employed by 175 Park Avenue LLC.
And what's his position at 175 Park?
Well, his position was he was the executive, and he testified to this a little bit later.
We're still on page 7, line 15, I believe.
Yep, line 15. Executive Vice President of Operations. That's a significant position, I would think, because then he goes into testimony about what they're doing at this facility, and about the thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars that they're putting in, about the people they're hiring, about the entity that they're hiring to replace all the air conditioning and heating, about what they're going to do with the facility.
So call me stupid, because I really don't see where he lied about anything.
Okay, so then the other thing you may want to look at is the financial disclosures. The financial disclosures,
Now, that we
which,
already discussed, and that his financial disclosures change all the time.
no, they don't.
No?
No.
I think they do.
They do. So, Ms. Lavelle, as an elected official, you're obligated to put where you get your income from.
Right. I'm gonna have to go look at mine, because, make sure nothing changed since the last time I put it in there, right? I don't think anything did, but it might have.
Well, the interesting thing about this testimony was April 10th, 2023. Financial disclosures are due when, do you know?
April 10th, no, I don't.
In April. They're due in April. So,
Okay, I believe it's April 30th, to be correct?
that's correct. It's due in April. In this testimony, he testified for months he was working, hiring all these people to get this, it was a hotel, back up and running.
And Mr. King, even though it's due by April 30th, when did Mr. Schechter file?
I do have that, I believe,
So when you look at
I
attachment D.
believe it was April 27th, 2023, which would have been 17 days after this testimony.
I'm assuming it's safe to assume that during the time that he filed that financial disclosure that he was employed? Is that your assumption?
Well, my assumption, he was employed,
At the time that he filed that financial disclosure?
yes, and what he said where he was employed was with Whole Q. And that's also referred on the application that went with this testimony. That application is the applicant's name. It's, again, I believe it's an address of 102 Drakestown Road, Hackettstown, and then the email is, again, it looks like,
NJJI.
again, it's wholeq.com. And it looks like Brian at wholeq.com. In any event, with regard to the amended, that was just amended for 2023, again, the Whole Q was taken out, and another entity was put in, NJJI, and then Assigning Team LLC.
So
And that's the first we've heard about NJJI.
And forgive me for cutting you off, Ms. Lev, I just want to make sure that, because there's a lot of business entities flowing. So this testimony in Florham Park occurred in 2023,
That's correct.
and the financial disclosure that he filed a few days later, was that for the calendar year 2023 or the calendar year 2022?
That would have been for 22 and 23. But if you look at his calendar filing for the next year, also, Whole Q is also the entity that he said that he worked for, and the 175 Park Avenue was not on that as well. In fact, it's nowhere here.
And have we determined as far as who is the controlling LLC? Is it Whole Q Q, how are you alleged? Is it Whole Q owns 175 Park, or is it this NJAI? Is that the controlling entity? And is there any explanation that you can come up with why Mr. Schachter would put down Whole Q as his employer while testifying at Florham Park saying that he's the executive vice president of operations, if I'm correct, for 175 Park?
I have no idea, other than potentially he was trying to hide the fact that he was working for that entity. I mean, again, that entity is one of the entities that is named in the federal complaint with regard to the laundering of.
And when was that federal complaint filed?
The date of this action is, this document was filed in '26. It looks like it's in 2022.
Ms. Leyba, do you have anything further?
Federal complaint
Yes.
against Brian?
No.
For this? Just really quick, Mr. King, I'm sorry. It's not a fact. You said the fact that Mr. Schechter was trying to hide something, that's not a fact. He wasn't trying to hide anything.
First of all.
I thought you said that.
No,
Okay,
I don't know why he
Okay.
didn't put this in there.
okay.
But I do know that he changed it a few days ago, and again,
Well,
that
I
entity.
I apologize.
That
I thought I
entity is
heard,
not there.
I thought I heard you say
Hold
hi.
on, Jonathan, I'll have a chance to.
Yes, you will have a chance, Mr.
Everyone, before this gets out of control, one person at a time.
Right, yes.
Mr. King was trying to make an explanation to Ms. Leyba. Let him
Thank
finish,
you.
Ms. Leyba.
Yes,
So,
Mr. King, what do you want to say?
I got it.
again, it's, the burden of proof is it's an appearance of impropriety.
Okay.
When someone is under oath,
So appearance is a much better word than what I thought I heard before. Thank you.
yeah, but when
That's
someone is under oath, they're obligated to tell the truth. It does not look like
Right.
truth was told at that hearing, which also falls upon his credibility and
Right.
his standing as an appointed member to your planning board.
Right.
Unless,
Thank you.
unless no one cares about that.
Forgive me,
Thank
Mr. King, you just said, forgive me, are you alleging that at the time he made that statement at the 175 Park, that he was not truthful, that that was his employer, that he was not employed and that was not his position?
Well, he did not say that on his financial disclosure.
Because I never got a paycheck.
Mr. Ruggiero, you had a question?
Yes. And that comment kind of alludes to my question as well. Can you, and this happens in construction all the time, so I'll ask this question. With one owner who owns many LLCs, can you be paid from one corporation while performing duties for another corporation that is owned by the same owner? Is that possible? Is that a possible situation?
I really don't know. Usually you can't, because you have to pay, you'd have to pay taxes, you'd have to pay insurances, you'd have to be, I don't believe so, because there was a title given here. If there's a title, which he said that he was the, he wasn't just a laborer, he was someone who's making decisions, hiring people. So I would think that he would have to have been able to sign bank accounts. He'd have to be on, the account to pay checks, I would think. Again, I don't know. What I do know is he had an obligation to identify them as someone he was employed by.
I'm not allowed to ask Brian a question.
Not at this moment. Yeah,
I'll
all
explain it all.
questions.
So
Well, hold on. Before we even do that, the question as to the financial disclosures, I want to direct the governing body's attention to attachment B, and specifically underneath the financial disclosure statement of law, which is NJSA 48:9-22.6. That should answer the question with respect to the reporting requirements for all, it says each source of income, earned or unearned, exceeding $2,000 received by the local government officer must be reported.
get any money, you don't?
Well, I would assume it says earned or unearned?
Right. No, to $2,000, so, under, up, after 2,000?
It says each, so again, Ms. Labow, what I'd ask you to look at directly is in
Where's- I'm
attachment
looking
B,
for that.
specifically NJSA 48:9-22.6A, and it explains specifically what you're required to do and include in your financial statements annually. And A1 says, quote, each source of income, comma, earned or unearned, comma, exceeding $2,000 received by the local government officer or a member of his immediate family during the preceding calendar year. And then it lists all sorts of different incomes, which do qualify and which do not.
So you have to make more than $2,000 on, earned or unearned, to fill out the report, correct?
From each source of income,
Each source of income.
earned or unearned, exceeding $2,000. So, for example, if Mashi Landau paid Brian, and I'm not saying this is true or just or an allegation, if he paid him $2,001 himself, he'd have to list Mashi Landau.
Right.
If Whole Q paid Brian $2,001, he'd have to list Whole Q. If 175 Park paid him $2,001, he'd have to list Whole Q.
Right.
Every entity
Every entity.
that he, and
Okay.
person that he receives income from that calendar year
That
needs to be listed.
I actually remember from when I filled out my report.
So, and to that point, where it says unearned, if someone were to do work but not compensated for, that had a value of over $2,000, that would have to be reported, is that correct?
Well, actually, yes, you're correct, but actually it's lower for gifts, sources of gifts, reimbursements as well. It's a different section, but it's also discussed in here as A3, which would be gifts of $400 or more from any single source.
So that's, if I recall correctly, that's gifts and honorariums?
It's gifts, reimbursements, prepaid expenses having an aggregate value exceeding $400 from any single source.
Mr. King, just for clarification, when an attorney testifies before a planning board, do you have like an hourly rate that is on average that is charged?
Yes.
Whereabouts, how much is
Well,
that?
it depends. It could be $500 an hour, it could be $200 an hour.
So on the low side, you would say it's $200 an hour?
The very low side, yes.
And do you recall the length of time of that during the planning board at Florham Park, how much that time took?
I don't.
Whereabouts, do you have any idea? Was it 1 hour,
It was
3 hours?
probably, I would say, at least an hour. But I do want to say that the testimony was that he was employed. It wasn't that he was volunteering. It wasn't that I'm just doing this because Mashi's a real good guy. The testimony was that he was employed.
So that is, the word employed assumes that there was just compensation for his actions, for
Yes.
his work product?
Yes. And I think that is, again, that's, to me, I believe that, but you are the finders here of what
I have another question.
documents
If
are
I-
going to show.
If you, don't worry, raise your hand, I will recognize you. If you do not, if I neglect and recognize you, just call out my name. Ms. Latham.
Thank you. Mr. King, I know you didn't make these charges or anything. I want to know who is claiming that Mr. Schechner is in violation of all these things. Where did this all come from?
Well, it came from me when I read this.
But before you were hired to do the case, but how, I don't understand, how did this all come about? He's a resident in our town, a planning board member for decades, and always trying to do a good job. So something like making, maybe misspoke, well, I'm employed by, it just seems ludicrous, ridiculous. I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
Colleen, I will explain the whole
Mr.
Moshi thing.
Well,
When I testify.
All right, I'm sorry.
I'll let
I-
Mr. King
I'm just
go
getting- I'm
and
aggravated.
just
My-
go
My
because
temper's
So Ms. Labow, if you review the 3-page document, which is the charging document, June 1,
Right.
2026, it explains that. And it specifically explains that in the fourth paragraph from the bottom, and the fifth paragraph from the bottom.
Okay.
Okay?
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Testa, if you could read that out loud for the
Sure.
benefit.
So the first full paragraph of the second page says, and I quote, "A review of your comments/activities and the relevant evidence raises serious concerns for Mayor Nicastro as to your continued ability to serve as a neutral and unbiased member of the Township Planning Board, period. Your multiple public statements and activities severely undermine the integrity of the Township Planning Board and the impartiality required of planning board members to act in quasi-judicial proceedings, semicolon, and call into question your ability to fairly and objectively hear and decide development applications and other important items that come before the planning board, period." Next paragraph. "As a result, the mayor has brought same to the attention of the Township Council and has recommended your removal from the Township Planning Board pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-23 and NJSA 40:55D-69, period." Next paragraph says, "Prior to the decision being made by the governing body, you have the right to request a public hearing before the Township Council on the stated cause of removal, at which time you may testify on your own behalf, present evidence, and be represented by your own legal counsel, period," end quote.
So I believe to answer your question, Ms. Leyva, it started from administration.
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. King? Mr. Aaron?
Mr. King, let's go through a couple of things in terms of financial disclosure as a process, right?
Yes.
We've talked about the corrective accuracy of the financial disclosures. I know that I've gone through the process, but I'd like to hear timing, when changes are made to financial disclosures, what's the notification protocol for that when you realize as an official in an official capacity? Who do you notify? Who gets notified? When you make changes online, what's the audit procedure? And what kind of public knowledge exists when you change your financial disclosures?
So with regard to the financial disclosures, each governmental officer has to file one. You have to file it by the end of April. You probably get noticed by your planning board secretary or your clerk. As soon as the beginning of the year, they start telling you, hey, you're going to be getting these. The clerk usually sends them electronically. It used to be that they had to be handwritten, and you had to submit them to the clerk. The clerk would send them down to the reporting entity. Now it's done on the computer. You're given a key to get in, and your requirement is to provide all entities you work for, i.e. make $2,000 or more, entities where you are given, say, speeches, or you're given.
I don't think it's work
Mi-
for, I think it's
Mr. Mr. Schechter, you will have an opportunity.
So most people, you'll see if they've worked for a company for many, many years, it's not going to change. But there are some people that change various different jobs. So if they breach that threshold of $2,001, or if they had a speech and they got more than, I think it's $400, and they do change those limits every so often, then the obligation is on the elected or the governmental official to go in there and change. Because again, as I pointed out, the purpose is to be transparent, to show people who you're working for, at what entity. So if you are an elected official and you work for, a paving company, and all of a sudden your town's getting all the paving work, it's transparent. People will ask questions because people do look at this information.
And audit, so if you can go through, like, audit process, so who's notified? Who checks? Who's the check and balance here?
So the main check and balance is a complaint process. A complaint could be lodged. There could be an investigation. Most of these, most of the complaints are because people don't fill them out. The state doesn't have the ability to go into someone's bank account to see how much money they've made. The state doesn't know if someone works under the, off the books and gets cash. The obligation is to the governmental officer to be forthright and to be honest. And when he or she changes a job and makes that amount of money, that threshold, they are required to report it.
They required electronically, are they required to notify the township that they're employed by, or whoever their employer is, that they've made a change to their financial disclosure, or is that just?
They file it online.
And
I
what's the
mean,
penalty for legal penalty for?
There's penalties. The penalty, it could be termination from that job if you haven't done it. But for not filling out, there's certain penalties for a first, and I forget, they're in the, they are in the, I can find it for you if you want to know what the penalties are. The penalties are on page 10. There's 100, let's see, shall we find not less than 100 or more than $500, which penalty may be collected in a summary proceeding.
So just let the record reflect, you're referring to NJSA 40A:9-22.10
Penalties.
of the local government ethics law and the penalty section. It's page 10 of that document. That's part of attachment B to T1.
And then there's disciplinary actions, which could be the removal from, or suspension, demotion, or other disciplinary action by the officer or agency having the power to remove or discipline. So the violations from this section of the law flows then back to your jurisdiction. So the local government ethics law allows disciplinary actions to be meted out or adjudicated by the governing body.
And how many groups within the township are required to fill out a financial disclosure outside of the planning board, which we're aware of?
Planning board, Board of Health, the prosecutor, the public defender, the judge, everyone up on this dais, the attorney, the planning board attorney, all your professionals.
Outside of the township, I mean, within the tax we collect for Board of Education, things like that, is that?
Yeah, the Board of
those are required
Education,
as well?
yes, they are.
Anybody associated with the Board of Education?
That's correct.
Okay.
You know, the freeholders, state officials, or not freeholders, commissioners now.
And again, I just go back to it, once a modification is made, for example, if I changed my financial disclosure, am I required to notify the president of the council, or am I notify the administration?
I don't believe so. I think all you have to do is file it electronically.
Just click the amend button, which we've heard is right there on the page. You amend it, it goes on record, and that's the change. Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Aaron?
I'm good for now. Thank you.
Mr. King, in some of your evidence here, you submitted text messages about regarding the nudist colony, 100 International, and overlay zone. Can you explain to me what the relevance?
Yes, the relevance of that are, those are properties that are owned by Mashi Landau, or I'm not sure how you say his name, but they're properties that he owns, and these are properties being...
He never owned the nudist colony.
These were properties that he was interested in to potentially develop, and a member of your planning board was trying to get them rezoned for, I guess, his behalf, his friend's behalf, which again goes to his position as a planning board official. You shouldn't be doing that. As a planning board member, that entity, that property has the potential, if it was ever developed, would have been before that planning board, and that would have been a pure conflict.
And so you have 100 International Drive and the nudist colony. I'm assuming those are two different properties?
That is my understanding. I think the nudist colony was the Vasa, I think it's the Vasa Park, I think somewhere down there, I'm not sure.
We can take public notice that it's, I believe, the Goodland property, the former Goodland property, was some sort of a summer resort at one point in time. I see Mr. Weiss is sitting in the back, Mr. Scarpiglia, they recognize it too. The Goodland, everyone knows about the Goodland property. It was, used to be called, for lack of a better term, the nudist colony too. I guess people, it was clothing optional environment at some point in time. I've never frequented, so I'm not really sure.
And then 100, the 100 International is a property that is owned by an entity owned by the gentleman, Machi Lindau.
And you're alleging that he reached out to the mayor, and just for the record, it's not in your documents, but Mr. Schechter did reach out to me regarding the nudist colony, but not 100 International Drive. What is, is the allegation that he may have had a vested interest in finding out what the administration was proposing to do with that property?
Oh, I think that's exactly what this text message is. He was acting as an agent for a landowner in Mount Olive to try to get a property rezoned.
And was there ever any action taken by the planning board or regarding overlay zones?
I don't know.
We could just let the record reflect that the township initially adopted a housing and fair share plan in June of 2025 as part of their compliance with ongoing affordable housing litigation that initiated in January of 2025. The planning board was responsible for reviewing, approving, and adopting that housing and fair share plan in June of 2025. The township then voted to endorse that plan, and then ultimately that plan was amended earlier this year. I believe it was in March of 2026. The 100 International property was not included. There are overlay zones as part of the housing element fair share plan that were adopted. 100 International Drive was not one of them.
Is it safe to say that it would be beneficial to any property owner if their zoning were to be changed to include as an overlay?
It would. If you had that property, it would. It would give you more ability to build units, and it makes your property more valuable because you could put more on it and sell more.
And these text messages and Facebook were in 2025, correct?
They were in April of 2020, April 22, 2025.
And do we, and I guess, Mr. Schechter could later on answer this question, but according to his financial disclosure, who was he saying he was employed at during this time?
In 2025, on his new amended or on the originals?
I guess both. Because if I read these financial disclosures, it looks like almost every year there's a different corporation or entity that is being listed as an employer.
So
I'm sorry, Mr. King, I don't want to interrupt you. The question is pending, but just for clarification for the council, the year of service we're referring to, the filing date would be 2026 for sources of income that he has to report in 2025.
So in the original for 2026, it's Techco. And the amended,
Let's say Tecro, signing team.
the amended is Tecro signing team, or signing, SIN, signing Geem, it says it's a typo problem. And then there's a fourth, a MERATIVE. Meritive. Yeah, Meritive, which was not on,
So that was the entity that was added later on?
For 2025,
for 2026, for 2025.
Well, I just started with Meritive now, so I thought it was 2026 for 2026, so that's an error that'll have to go out. That's an oversight. I added Meritive, I just started there.
And I noticed that for all the entities, it says temporarily redacted for compliance with Daniel's Law. Is that something that happens automatic, or is that something that Mr. Schachter would have filled out?
So, it's automatic.
It's on everybody's.
On his, on the document, there's a box that you would check, and it says, if you're either covered by Daniel's Law or not. He checked that he's not, and somehow it populated Daniel's Law. But technically, that is a violation. It may be a problem with the system, but you are supposed to provide, under the statute, the address of where you live, your house, and also with the company. Daniel's Law allows for judges, prosecutors, certain other people to not have to produce that information because of a shooting of a federal judge in Middlesex probably about 7-8 years ago. And killed her, I believe he killed her son, and seriously wounded her husband.
Mr. Ruggiero?
Mr. King, how far back can we go to amend our financial disclosure statements? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years?
Well, again, I don't know that question, but if
It was
the
way beyond 2020.
the electric filing, I think started probably about maybe 15 years ago. Before that, it was paper, so it's a lot easier now. So now you can just go on the computer and do it.
So we don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that
I
exactly.
don't know if I could, not that I needed to, but if I had to go back 15 years,
Well, you could, I would start online, see if you could do it online. If not, then you could go, I don't even know if they maintain those records back that far.
okay.
Mr. Aaron? So if I could ask about the planning board real quick. There's a tremendous amount of exposure to information at the planning board level. A lot of topics come up about potential development opportunities. One of the things we're talking about here is Mr. Schechter having a conversation back and forth. When is it appropriate, inappropriate for discussions like that to happen? So something comes up as a potential opportunity now. Is there, we show a date, I think Mr. Schechter gave us a date on his, which was, I believe, absent from the one we were provided earlier in 2025 of 100 International Drive. Was there anything related to his position in the planning board that's of concern, or is it simply the fact that he was a potential employer, and he hasn't had a chance to talk about that yet, but what is please connect the dots for me.
It's a dual conflict. One, he was employed by this person. He has a relationship with this person who owns the property. If that,
And we know that from the financials.
from the financials and through the testimony, through the testimony at Florham Park, he was either working for him there, he was either doing it just because he was a good friend of him. But he has that connection. And he, as a member of the planning board, he then took it a step further and advocated by taking that to the mayor. If anything, what should have been done is, we'll have your attorney call the planning board.
Can we look at that email? The text, I'm sorry, the text. Can we just go through that in the way you're describing it now? I just want to make sure I understand the text.
So let's
Which
refer to
one should we look
B5 Joint 1, because that has the gift of date on it.
So
And
we're going to
Mr. Schechter is not disputing
B5.
this. Yeah,
B5.
It's called B5, but it's now J1. It's a joint exhibit.
Okay.
Okay?
One second, I apologize, just want to get it here in front of me. So this is the one that Mr. Schechter's provided us. I'm just looking at the dates, if we can go through the context of the discussion so I can
Yes.
understand.
So the date is April 22nd, 2026.
2025.
I'm sorry, 2025.
Okay.
Um,
And this is a text from Mr. Schechter to Mr. Nicastro.
That's correct.
Okay.
And in blue is Mr. Schechner.
Okay.
And he starts out with, up top, I really can't read it, but the response to that was in a meeting.
And that's 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, that was Joe.
Then Mr. Schechner stated, just want to touch base with you on the nudist colony.
So there's no context of what the purpose of that discussion is, he just wants to touch base with him on the nudist colony.
Yes. And then the next is the mayor saying, yes, I heard he was interested in doing something, but Andrew's out a couple of days. You'll have to be next week, but I believe there's a lot of restrictions there that we can't do much with as far as sewer and stuff because of the potential lands there, but we're gonna discuss it again next week. I'll keep you updated.
Okay, if I could just hold right there. I heard he, so in the context of this text, I don't see a definition of who he is, but I'm presuming between Mr. Schechter and Mr. Nicastro, I heard he not being Mr. Schechter, but they're talking about an outside party. It's not clear in this text who that person is, but
That's
they're
correct.
having a conversation between the two of them. Somebody else has expressed interest. Brian wants to reach out about it. Okay, I'm with you.
And then it goes on where Mr. Schechner says, we also want to look at overlay for 100 International.
We,
Probably the person who he's saying,
we can wait, when
The
Mr.
he.
Schechter provides testimony, we can
Yes.
identify the he and the we.
the he and the we.
That's fine.
It would be one and the same.
Okay.
It's, I think, plausible to think people who own one of those properties, maybe. And then it says affordable housing for both. In addition, 57 International.
So Mr. Schechter's asking about the inclusion potentially of 57 International into that discussion?
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay. And then
Before it says, quote, affordable housing for both, end quote, and there's an emoji for a thumbs up, and then it goes into, then it says after that, in addition, or quote, in addition 57 International. End
so
quote.
that's Joe thumbing up the idea of.
Well, we don't know yet. We'll
Okay,
find out.
All right. When we get to Mr. Schechter.
What's the date on this text again?
I think this is the April.
April 22nd, 2025.
And then then later on June 2nd, he added, Brian, Mr. Schechter's asking about it on Facebook. So this is all in April 22nd text. So there's a third party here. We need to get Mr. Schechter's testimony on who that was. Right?
So
Because
it-
if this he and we is anybody who wasn't employed by it, they're just, not relevant.
He'll be identified.
Well, so it is in the fact that someone went to one of your planning board members and started to advocate development in the town. Again, that goes to the judicial canons to be impartial.
Is it improper for a planning board member to reach out to the mayor to discuss for a third party, the potential for development of a property before it's been to the planning board?
Well, the mayor is a member of the planning board, and usually the chairman of the planning board would have those discussions. Or there's at times that there's certain committees that are established. I don't know if those are, but it's not usually proper to have your planning board members running around talking to people about development in the town, because again, it goes to the judicial canons where you have to be impartial. You cannot actively
Solicit?
solicit,
Say
exactly.
soliciting.
And I just want to give some clarification as legal counsel for the township on this. When we talk about an overlay, just for context purposes, we're talking about adopting an ordinance that allows for, it's kind of like the cloud in a way, where it allows for a rezoning of property, okay, to be redeveloped under that zoning standard, to be changing the use of that property. For example, International, I believe it's zoned as a commercial use. It would allow for redevelopment in accordance with those overlay zoning standards. Again, the cloud that kind of theoretically is over this property allows for it to be redeveloped for all kinds of different purposes, but I believe in this context here, which we'll find out, is for affordable housing purposes, which would mean the overlay zone to allow for either mixed use of affordable housing with commercial or high-density development for an inclusionary development.
And on April 22nd of 2025, and I guess wait for Mr. Schechter, did the town have an overlay zone available in its zoning code at that time, or was this before any of the overlay zoning changes?
What I can tell you from my knowledge as the municipal attorney is that we did not have an overlay zone and currently do not have an overlay zone for 100 International for purposes of affordable housing. Now, Mr. Schechter, as a planning board member, he should have intimate knowledge of the zoning code, and he can clearly testify to that. I believe he has some witnesses, including the chairman of the board, who can obviously testify to that too. They're very competent on those issues.
Fair enough.
Mr. King, I want to see if I can establish a little timeline, because we have a lot of documents before us with a whole bunch of dates. And so let's start with 2023. That is when Mr. Schechter made testimony that he was employed by 175 Park Ave. Is that correct? And the
Sorry,
law-
was there a response to the question? I didn't see it.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
And that, again, that is proven by the documents. The application for the Florham Park zoning is April 4th, 2023, and then the testimony of Mr. Schechter was April 10th, 2020.
And as of yet, we don't know how long that employment lasted. You're not aware? Okay.
It's never been disclosed on any financial disclosure form.
And the lawsuit that was brought forth for Mr. Moshe Landau, what year did that happen?
I believe in 2022. Let me get back to it. The docket is a 22 CV, so it would be sometime in 2022.
In 2022?
That's correct.
So it's prior to the 175 Park.
That's correct.
And just to clarify, the government appears to have brought its complaint, the government, we're talking about the United States of America, on June 13th, 2024. And that's indicated in the memorandum order that was part of attachment C.
So June of 24.
It's in the
government brought it suit.
Yeah.
Now, that's when it filed the complaint, or is that when it was made public?
We can check the record. It's all public records.
And Mr. King, you originally alluded to 2022. Where are you getting that date from?
So the docket number is 22 CV 10313.
So that means that docket was open.
It could mean that, but in the conclusion on page 9 of that order, it says the government's motion is granted in part and denied in part. The court finds defendant in contempt of the court's August 2024 order and April 2025 order. So those are.
That has absolutely nothing to do with this case.
So I would think that probably the complaint was maybe filed in 2022.
So it would be filed, but it safe to say that Mr. Landau and/or his employees would not have been made aware of that pending lawsuit at the time in 2022?
I can't speak for what they knew or didn't know, but it is that document was, would have been filed and put on a electronic site that people could find.
But as of 2024, it has been made public?
Well, it would have been made more public because there was more actions taken, more things were going on, there's more investigations. People were, I would think, by reading this document, people were interviewed, people and entities were being investigated.
So prior to that being, is it possible more than likely that the government would have been interviewing members of that entity before they brought their lawsuit?
Possibly. The government usually has investigations prior to filing.
But I don't think you could really speculate on that.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's good for this record. I don't think you should.
I mean, regardless, we could take public notice of, or judicial notice of that public docket. Whether or not all those allegations are true or not, we don't know.
No.
That case, and just for the record, it is not a criminal case. The public, so they can understand, it's not a criminal case. It's a case brought by the federal government under the Federal False Claims Act. It is a civil case, just for the record. And again, as far as we know, based on the caption of that lawsuit, Mr. Schechter is not named in the case.
But the docket number, I believe, says 2022?
Yeah, the docket, there's several docket numbers on this, which you'll see on the first page of several of these. The case number is 1:22-CV-10313-LJL. The LJL stands for the judge who's handling the matter.
And as of this moment, there has been no, termination of that case? It's still an ongoing investigation, I assume?
Yeah, we're not involved in the case. We don't know other than what the general public would know based on reviewing the public docket. And all we know is that case is still pending. No final judgment or decision has been made in it. And it's really, all I think, Mr. King, I don't want to put words in your mouth here, is all he's saying is that it does establish some connected tissue, if you will, for lack of a better term, my end, as to all these various entities and Mr. Landau.
And as of this moment, Mr. Landau still has property, has ownership of property in the township?
I don't know if he personally does.
Or any entity that he controls or has been previously named?
Based on the public docket, my review of that only, there are IRS forms that indicate Mr. Landau is a principal of various different entities, corporate names for addresses, various properties in Mount Olive in particular. And there are IRS filings included in those documents that indicate he is the principal of those corporate entities, or LLCs, if you will.
And would it be safe to say that he could be considered, assuming he is a controlling member of various LLCs within the township that own property, that he is a major landowner within the township?
You're not asking me, right? Are you asking Mr. King or anyone?
So he owns an entity called PAR Hazis M Realty, 100 International Drive. It's located at Butter Lake, New Jersey. And the officer and director is Mashi Landau. So I would think that is a significant piece of property. In the document, the civil document, it goes through additional other properties, more homes, townhomes, that are owned by that entity.
Within the township of Mount Olive?
That's correct. It talks about, in the document, they were supposed to provide all the different properties that they own. The court found that they were in contempt and they didn't 100 and some odd. I don't know where they are. There's properties throughout New Jersey. But as I sit here, I can't tell you how many properties are here. There are.
None of Mr. Lando's properties ever came in front of the planning board.
Mr. Schechter.
What is relevant? We
Mr.
know
Schechter,
there's-
you will have your opportunity. You can anything that Mr. King has said, you can clarify, point it to your opportunity. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. King?
Related to, if I could, please, Your Honor, President, just related to the attachments. I know, Mr. President, you mentioned a text with yourself and Mr. Schechter. I don't see that in record, but.
With myself?
Did you mention a text?
No, it was not a text. He reached out to me telephonically.
Okay.
Inquiring about
there's nothing-
what
nothing documented.
what the township's position was on the Goodland property. I did not give him anything that was material.
Okay.
And I subsequently contacted our attorney that I was reached out regarding such inquiry.
The remainder of the text that we have printed out, Mr. King, if you could, I asked my questions specifically about the planning board and discussion of information. In a lot of these texts, you've highlighted a lot of responses. Which of these are, because I'm kind of reading through them, a bit argumentative at best right now. Which ones which ones should a planning board member not be discussing? Because I presume that's why they're highlighted.
That's great. Well,
They're out of context for the responsibility and role of those.
This
planning board
chain is one of them.
Yeah, that's one we reviewed. We're gonna.
That one should
Yeah.
not have happened because, again, of the close relationship. With regard to the texts, when there's discussion with regard to certain properties that will come before the board, he mentions the 57-acre parcel. He mentions issues with regard to the Highlands. He starts talking about the affordable housing mandates. There's discussions about actually leaving the Highlands and I guess clawing back property and maybe using that to satisfy an obligation.
But they're typically subjects that, as a planning board member, should not be discussed.
That's correct.
Or come up. I mean, there's discussion points on here of potentially opting out of Highlands to develop more affordable housing. There's one I highlighted. What happens if we don't hit the consequences of not hitting? We have no land to develop. But there's discussion of 57 acres.
And just for clarification, those were public discussions, is that correct? Those are Facebook posts?
Yes,
So they were not private conversations? They were public, correct?
that's correct.
Now,
They were out on a website, Mount Olive, New Jersey Community Forum,
So,
Facebook.
so on a community forum, those discussions were being, a line of questioning was being asked?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's what that's kind of what I was getting to, Mr. President, just trying to figure out, it's in a public forum, it's between, it looks like I can recognize some names, so I'm seeing some people that I recognize, including one of our council members here. Is the mayor? I'm sorry, there's a lot of information. I see mention of the mayor. I don't necessarily see the mayor commenting, Colleen. So I just don't want to provide inaccurate information, but I'm just.
And Mr. Aaron, just for clarification, could you just state for the benefit of the record who those conversations were between that you could see?
I'm on attachment F, so it's included in the package, so I'm going through here. Looks like Councilman Ruggiero, Mr. Fulton, Mr. Schechter are having
I think
a vibrant.
Mr. Ruggiero was not on the council. He was a
Prior.
He's a member of the
Okay, exactly, okay, thank you. I see that. Mr. Fulton says, asked your campaign post. Okay, so yes, this was during his campaign. It looks like a lively discussion in the community with a significant amount of information that has to do potentially with things that could change in the planning board, public or not public, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the master plan comes up. Master plan comes up in discussion as well. I see that towards the end. Okay.
And for clarification on this Facebook post, from what I could tell, Mr. Ruggiero, you did not start that discussion about affordable housing and such with Mr. Schachter, or did he reach out to you first?
It was a response, here. It was a post on October 19th. As a resident, I know how to work long hours, blah, 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 blah.
And that's October 19th of 2025, if I'm reading that correct?
Mr. Schechter says nobody cares. Then we got into some other stuff. I think the highlighted posts here, from one of our constituents was, I was recently discussing online about the 57, as asked when your campaign post was shared previous, you may have missed it. Brian Schechter and I were recently discussing online about the 57-acre parcel that the township owns that is adjacent to thousands of acres of parkland down on Continental Drive. Would you vote to sell it or develop it or keep it an open space? And, you know, I, not really having intimate knowledge of it, was outgunned by Mr. Schechter. And I gave my response, and then down on the, you know, it's just apparent that there was conversations from somebody out in public about both properties, which I was kind of holding on to. I wanted to see what those discussions were about. Could have been, hey, the building's gonna be green, what do you think about that? Or
But at the time,
could have been what?
you were not a councilman, so you did not understand the intricacies of that property.
I was a candidate, that's it. I was seeking to be elected.
And Mr. King, would you say it's safe to say that during this back and forth between Mr. Schachter and Mr. Ruggiero, that Mr. Schachter is well-versed in the planning and zoning of the township?
He's a member of the planning board. He has access to plans submitted by a planner, legal opinions, discussions with regard to what properties they're looking at, what properties they may exclude. So yes, he would have intimate knowledge. And again, that goes to the canons where you should not, you're prohibited from talking about these things in the public because it can jeopardize the town. It can benefit people. It's giving intimate knowledge to other people that could use that to their benefit financially.
And just for clarification, this occurred, if I'm correct, in November of 2025?
That's correct. And the other thing too, these violations,
November, October.
these violations don't have to be proven. It's the impropriety, the issue of appearance of the impropriety that triggers the removal.
Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. King? Okay, seeing none?
I do believe there's another post from June 2nd, even further back, referring to.
Those are reflected in some of the last pages of this.
57 acres, overlays.
Last pages of exhibit or attachment F of T1. It's I think it looks like it's over here. It's marked. It's a response to Marvin's post for Marvin. And I guess Mr. Schechter is engaging with Mr. Ruggiero while he's a candidate for council.
And so if Mr. Schachter was just a lay member of the public or a former planning board member, these discussions would be fine, just normal discourse?
That's correct. As in that position that he has, where he has this information. His First Amendment right, he gives up some of those rights. And he cannot talk, just like an elected official cannot talk about what was discussed in an executive session. He, as a member of the planning board, cannot discuss those items about development in the town, that he has special knowledge from the planner, from the town attorney. It violates the canons, the judicial canons.
Anything else?
So I just want to ask Mr. Ruggiero, you said that those posts were, what date were that?
Which
The
post?
the last, second, we were referring to Mark, quote unquote, Marvin's post,
That was June 2nd,
June 2nd, of what year?
I believe 2025.
Mr. Ruggiero, can you repeat that again into the microphone?
June 2nd, 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there's no further questions for Mr. King, we are now going to move to the defense. Mr. Schechter, the floor is yours. And just as a reminder, you are under oath.
Sure. Well, I'll start with my testimony first, and then, let's knock out the financial end of it. Because if the Department of Justice couldn't figure out Moshe Landau's matrix organization, even people that work for him can't figure it out. And you're going to hear from Lorraine. You're going to hear from Lorena Gonzalez, who will also.
Hold on. If you're gonna, she has to testify,
Okay.
right, so.
You're going to hear from her as well regarding the matrix organization. So the reason why the financials were wrong or needed to be amended is I was actually hired by Whole Q. My offer letter came from Whole Q. I never received compensation from Whole Q. And that was in that March, April timeframe where financials were due. Moshe Landau, and I have to live with this on my resume for the rest of my life. It's almost impossible to pass a background check with it because of just the way that organization is. I received payment while being responsible for the operation at 175 Park Avenue. Okay? I was his executive VP of operations. They were in the stages of buying a hotel, or they just bought the hotel as I joined from Sonesta. Okay. I was maybe on the job 2 days, and it was like, hey, you need to get down from the lab to here, and your job is going to be get that thing running.
And forgive me, Mr. Shattuck, I'm gonna be interrupting just for the benefit of getting clarification. You said you were employed by Whole Q?
I have an offer letter from Whole Q.
When was that offer letter tendered?
It was like February 15th of 2022.
Okay. All right, so that's when you received an offer letter.
Right. And in that offer letter, which I brought it with me, almost none of it came true. As soon as I was in that organization, I wanted to get out of that organization. That organization, they're very difficult to work with. And I think as the town sees that they have issues with them, there's some motivation to maybe move some of those properties to maybe something else. But we'll talk about that. But let's go through the financials. So in 2022, I was hired by Whole Q. I thought I was going to get a paycheck from Whole Q. Paycheck never came. And I didn't get paid for them for 2 months almost. He'd bought a hotel, never set payroll up. And then, all of a sudden, the hotel transfers ownership to NJJI. It's one of his charitable deductions. It is convoluted, but it's one of his charities, NJJI. I started getting paychecks because I set payroll up so I could get the people paid at NJJI. And, he had staff. He had custodians. He had maintenance people. There was a bookkeeper. There was a manager. But it was a skeleton crew. And we were supposed to scale this thing up. And it was impossible. I mean, he had people working for nothing. I went months without paychecks. So, I got maybe 2 months of paychecks from the NJJI. That's why you see it on my financials as NJJI. Then it was like, hey, we're gonna switch you over to a contractor role.
When will you switch to a contractor role?
It was like June of that year.
June of 22?
22, right. Okay. And then everything went through my LLC, and that's why you see Signing Team LLC. One of the things was I had it below the line. I needed to pull it above the line. That is an oversight on me. But we
Now,
had
for-
Signing Team for years.
When you say below the line, above the line, are you talking
When
regarding
you,
to
you
your
know, when you
financial?
look at your financials.
Right, I just want to make sure that we're not talking accounting.
No.
Okay.
We're talking, there's, I had it as, you know, I'm a part owner of it, but I didn't pull it up, but all my income from Moshi came into Signing Team, the LLC.
Okay. You know what, I think I wasn't writing as fast. What occurred in June of 2022 again? I'm sorry.
He came, goes, we're not gonna put you on salary. We're taking you off of payroll. We're making you a contractor.
So of June of 2022, you became a contractor
Yeah,
for
Moshi.
for Moshi or for Whole Q?
It's convoluted because Whole Cube, I don't think ever really existed.
But is it your understanding that if it was Whole Q, it was technically Mr. Landau that was the controlling member of that entity?
I don't know who was the controlling member of any of this. This stuff it's his son, it's another charity, it's hard. I couldn't tell you.
So who
the
gave
matrix.
you the offer letter in February 2022?
Moshi signed it.
Okay.
He signed it himself?
Yeah, he like typed it. He didn't really sign anything.
Okay.
I mean,
No, that's fair enough.
So in June 2022, and forgive me because it is very convoluted and
It's
you
100%.
mustn't- yeah, so,
I can understand where Mr. King was going crazy because
So-
I went crazy.
All right, so June of 2022, you were moved to as a subcontractor, and that's with the Signing Team LLC, which is I would assume is a normal thing. People create LLCs.
We've had that LLC for years.
Yeah, I believe it was, what was it? What year did you create that LLC?
Oh gosh, my kids were little.
2008, 2009?
Probably something.
Okay.
I don't know the exact date.
So you were moved to subcontractor, so basically 1099? Or,
Well, yeah.
okay. I'm sorry, continue.
So, yeah, so I wore a lot of hats. Yes, my email came from Whole Q. Why? I don't know, but that's where they set my email up. It could have been LambQ, it could have been anything. I was responsible for he would just put me on projects. And I would go and do that project. And then move somewhere and then he'd go here and do that. Yes, convoluted. I work in the medical field. All I wanted to do was work in the lab. That was it.
Work in the lab are you?
Well, I was in sales, in business
Oh, okay,
development.
okay.
You know,
So medical
and that's
sales.
originally what the job was you're gonna be in the lab, you know, you're gonna be business development, and then it turned into going to a hotel. I have no clue how to run a hotel. I'm not a hotel guy, but, you know, I guess you needed someone with someone that can think and get things done. In the meantime, you know, 175 Park Avenue was the entity that, when we went in front of the planning board.
In Florham Park.
In Florham Park, owned the hotel. That's who he bought the hotel under. So when Rob and I had to go in for zoning.
And just for clarification, by
Rob
Rob, you
Greenbaum.
mean Rob Greenbaum? And when were you moved to the hotel operations? About what month and year?
It was literally days after I started.
Okay, so you started February of 2022.
It was March of
Okay, so
it
March.
was March of 2023. Sorry, it was 2023.
Okay, all right, so so just to be clarify again, you started at Whole Q
In
February.
March of 2023.
Oh.
March of 2023.
Oh, Whole Q was March of 2023?
Yeah, I was only there for 1 year, 2023.
Okay, I don't know, because earlier you stated you started
I know,
Whole Q
I made a
February of
mistake.
2022.
I made it was 2023, 2024.
Okay. So, all right, so let me correct? My notes here.
Sorry, yeah, that's the only timing that I had.
All right, so February of 2023 is when you received an offer letter from Whole Q.
Yes, that's correct.
And then June of 2023, you requested or to be moved to a subcontractor and?
No. They showed up one day and said, you're gonna be a contract, you're gonna be 1099.
All right, and then they're the ones that suggested paying Signing Team LLC, or was your suggestion?
I had an LLC.
I know,
set up.
but was it your suggestion?
I didn't wanna be a contractor to begin with.
I know, but when they offered you to be paid as a contractor, were they going to pay you, pay as a contractor to Brian Schachter, or you're the one that told them to direct payment to Signing Team LLC?
I had an LLC.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying
I
is-
just said, send everything to my LLC.
Okay, all right, so you're the one that told them to pay,
Well, they told me to set up an LLC. I said, I already have an LLC.
and you told them Signing Team LLC, okay.
Yeah, they said, you set up an LLC.
And that was June of
What do I need one
2023?
for? I already have one. Yeah, that was in June when I started it.
Okay, so then to go back, March is when you were asked to go to the hotel of March of 2023. Correct? Okay, I'm sorry, please continue.
March. Yeah, I mean, it was an organization that is as crazy, and you guys know it's crazy. I mean, they are difficult, to say the least, to work with and work for. They're all over the place. As soon as I got in, I realized this was a huge mistake. But it takes time to get out. And it took 6 months for me to get another job. I started exactly a year later, and that's why you have the offer letter from Cardiacs. I want nothing to do with those people. Those people never paid. You worked you like a dog, and it was a horrible experience.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr.
Brian, you made a statement that we know the organization. I have to personally say I don't know the organization, so please,
Okay.
whatever
Well,
context you can provide, help us understand.
You're talking about people that own buildings in town that have been
Well,
neglected.
let me just say one thing. I certainly want you to answer the question, but I just want to be mindful, and I know why we're all here, and it's about your position on the planning board, but it's still a public meeting. So whatever you say, I just want you to understand that someone else, so, this former employer, this is public information you're providing about them and about their reputation and about whatever you want to, whatever opinions you express. So I just want to caution you, Mr. Schechner, to certainly try to answer the question, but just be mindful it's a public record,
Sure.
For your own protection.
And I'm not asking for confidential information, Mr. Schechter. I'm not, but you made a statement that we all know how the organization works. I have to apologize. I don't, and I'm hearing you from your testimony that it sounds like it was confusing at best.
Yeah, at best.
At best, right.
If the Department
A lot
of
of
Justice
conflict.
If the Department of Justice can't figure it out 6 years later, it's amazingly
So I don't know,
complex.
I know of a couple, the 100 International Drive that Moshe owned. Other than that, and some context about, and the testimony about some properties that he was buying, on Parker, I think it was, in the federal case, but you said that doesn't apply here. But you're mentioning he owns a lot of properties that are only referenced in the federal case. I just want to be sure we're not.
I don't know all
It
the
either
properties.
applies or it doesn't apply to.
And I don't know all the,
case you're
I don't know all his properties, I have to
Okay,
be honest with you.
Let's make sure, okay, so we're talking about 100 International Drive specifically? Is that
Yeah,
where
well,
you
that's what was
employed,
in
is that where
the-
your offer letter came from?
My offer letter came from a place in
Whole Q.
Brooklyn.
Whole Q.
I don't know where Whole Q's even located out of. The
okay.
the offer letter doesn't have an address. I met Moshe in his house in Brooklyn.
So you have an offer letter without an address, just generally an offer letter that says, come to work for me?
Yeah, that's the way these guys operate.
Okay.
Who introduced you to Mr. Landau?
I think we were at some sort of mutual event. I couldn't tell you. And then know the
board.
I don't know the exact date and time that I met him. I don't know the exact area. It was around that, probably December, January, and then we just got to talking. He had this great lab business. They had just come out of COVID. We were talking about the pharma business. My background's in clinical trials.
But you don't recall who introduced you to him?
I really can't. I don't recall that. It probably is some sort of group function.
Mr. President,
Yes, Ms. Lambert.
what does that have to do with why he's being removed from why the mayor wants him removed from the planning board?
Well, I think the gist of it is the financial disclosure, who Mr. Schechter was employed by, and his failure to disclose his employment at the time. So his employment history is relevant.
No, but I'm saying who introduced him to Moshi. That I don't understand. It doesn't matter.
Because, well, I mean, I guess if Mr. Schechter can't remember who introduced him to
We
an
were probably at
employer-
a social party. It was the holiday season. It was probably a holiday party.
holiday party within the township.
Yeah, I would probably think within the township somewhere.
I'm just trying to understand that you were introduced to this person that did not pay you and all that, but, and I assume at the time that,
Well-
were you employed, forgive me for asking, but were you employed at the time that you were
Yeah,
introduced?
and I had a great job, and I left my job for an opportunity to go work at a lab to start their clinical trial business, and that's not what happened.
And basically based on Mr. Landau's, I guess, statement that what he was going to be doing or is doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Seemed like a nice enough guy. He's very charming when you meet him.
I have no opinion.
Yeah.
You may, go ahead, please continue.
So, yeah, that takes me through the year of working with Moshi. I couldn't wait to get out. And then from, where's the offer letter from Cardiacs? Then I went to go work for Cardiacs right after.
Okay, so March of 2020.
March of 2024, I was with Cardiacs.
And when,
Cardiacs is a cardiovascular medical device used in clinical trials.
Just, we have not accepted the evidence B4 yet. It's February 14, 2024. Just explain to us what this is. I assume it's based on your testimony you're getting into with Cardiacs.
Yeah, it's my offer letter from Cardiacs. 'Cause
That's your offer letter?
I literally couldn't wait to get out.
right, so, and when did you testify for, at the Florham Park?
It was right after I started. It was
That
like,
was,
like I said, it was probably a month later.
Just for the record, it's April 10th, 2023, I believe is the date
Yeah,
of
so it's-
the transcript.
It was around there.
Let me just make sure. And, all right, so let's just go back for one moment. right,
April
so we have
10th,
it for
23
date
is
purposes.
the date of the
Sorry?
transcript. April 10th, 2023 is the date of the
Date of the transcript, and there's also an application that's stamped March 21, 2023, that predates the actual testimony. So, Mr. Schechter doesn't deny his signature, right, Mr. Schechter?
No, it's
The
not. It's
application?
my signature. I was never paid by 175,
Okay.
yet was responsible. Just like Mr. Ruggiero said, a lot of times you work for the same company, but you're at different job sites. That's exactly what happened.
And you testified just earlier that you were just a couple of days before that testimony, you were hired by the company? Is that what I heard?
Was it?
But
it
the
was March. I mean,
application
it
was filed almost a month before the testimony, right? I'm just trying to
Yeah,
get
it was
the
literally
dates.
right, what we had to do right away. It was, we were moving from Sonesta. Sonesta left Florham Park. For some reason, they wanted a new, new application for an existing business. I don't know why, but that's what they required to do. It was a hotel, and it was going to be a hotel. So you shouldn't really have to go for another permit. It was an existing permit. But Florham Park, I don't think liked the idea of Moshi's people kind of moving into Florham Park, and they wanted them to come in. They wanted to know what was going on. I don't blame Florham Park. It is what it is. They made us go down for a hearing, and what we did.
But you were just recently on the job.
Yeah.
You had filed the application. I only asked because in the testimony, I read the testimony, you had a lot of good information about the company already. So you're already there, only there a couple of days. You knew that it was $100,000 worth of expenses. You knew they had a $16,000 electric bill already. You had a lot of intimate knowledge but you're
Yeah, because-
testifying that you weren't really
Because
that
when I
aware,
got,
but
when,
you
when I,
just-
when I,
Just wait the questions asked. and-
sorry,
you provided testimony to the mayor, lawyers, that you were an employee, that you were executive vice president. It gave a lot of credence to what you were about to say, right? And there were some good questions in there. You had a lot of, but you're saying you didn't really kind of know what was going on.
I got the electric bill, and I was responsible for the transition from Sonesta, and I got files from Sonesta of exactly, what we needed. There was probably 6 employees there at the time. It was supposed to scale up to a hotel. We had a hotel manager said, hey, this is what we had before the transition, before COVID, so this is what we're gonna scale up to. And those were the plans. The plans were to make that an existing running hotel. So, I mean, I had spreadsheets from Sonesta, this is what we need. So, yeah, I mean, I had everything.
But it comes, if you had that much information, you were able to process it and distill it, provide testimony pretty quickly.
Yeah, the questions weren't that difficult.
You're a smart,
Yeah.
you're a smart guy, right?
Yeah.
I've known you long
Questions
enough.
weren't that difficult.
Okay.
Especially when you walk in and here you go.
Right.
And I spent, days with Sonesta, basically doing a transition. Again, I'm a lab guy. I'm not a hotel guy, but it's very analytical. We can work analytics. And if they tell me it takes 300 people to run it, it takes 300 people to run. What do I know?
And again, and just for clarification, Sonesta was the prior operator of 175 Park?
They were the prior operators of the Sonesta Hotel that happened to be at 175 Park.
So we're just
Yeah.
for clarification.
But again, nothing really to do with.
But you're motivated by an opportunity.
Yeah, it was
When you took
motivated
it, right?
opportunity.
There
it was a good
nice financial
opportunity.
reward.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a nice financial reward. Well, that never came. So,
Well, can you state could you state at least a range what was supposed to be your financial reward?
what does that have to do with it?
I think we should withdraw that at this point.
Okay,
He said it was more, and he didn't get it, so.
It doesn't matter
but I
what
think
it doesn't matter what they told me it was.
Yeah.
It just wasn't.
But is it safe to say it was more than $2,000?
No, for what I was supposed to get was more than $2,000. Yeah. And again, NJJI is there, and that's where my paycheck came from for 2 months, and then it's went to signing team. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. And so,
Just to clarify that, so the payments from NJJI or Whole Q?
Or no, yeah. The payments from NJJI were actually Whole Q is just this
Let me just finish the
made-up
question.
company.
How much did you receive in payments
More than $2,000.
from 175 Park in
Nothing.
2023?
I received nothing, but I was responsible for it.
Okay. How many payments or how much money did you receive, income did you receive from Whole Q in 2023?
Nothing.
Okay. How much income did you receive from Mashi Landau in
Nothing.
2023? Okay. And how much income did you receive from NJJI in 2023?
More than $2,000.
More than $2,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Your testimony earlier was that your payments were going to Signing Team LLC,
That's where I got paid.
but you've listed NJJI in 2023. You've listed both NJJI
So NJJI 2023 and 2020 and 20
and Signing
2023.
Team. So
And
both
signing team. Right.
your
because
LLC and your,
Because I made more than $2,000 in 2023,
okay.
and then it switched over to signing team, which made more than $2,000. So yeah, that's why they're both listed there.
Okay, then by the time you hit 2024, looks like NJJI is off.
No, NJJI went away.
Mhm. And
Okay.
Cardiacs jumps on,
Cardiacs.
that's the offer letter you shared with us.
Yes.
and then signing team is still
So-
on.
Right, but there was no income coming from that organization.
How does that differ from your original application for financials? For,
For plan? I worked,
so you had.
I'm sorry.
I
Maybe
was
you
on
can rephrase the question, Mr. Aaron. You're talking about his financial disclosure statements from 2023 and 2024?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, from 2022, 23, I'm just looking at where, I'm following your line of testimony, right?
I
In
worked,
the financial
in
documents.
2022, I worked for a company called Medivote, or Medicis.
Yep, that's in Mr.
2020.
King's,
Right.
but it is not in, oh yeah, here, okay, I'm catching up now. And you added signing team, that was your, that was.
Yes, again, I had it as a company we
And you and your wife, it
owned,
looks joint.
but I
so it's both.
never put it on, and I saw the mistake, and I put it where it should be.
And you had put in 2023, you had whole Q, which changed to NJJI and
Yes,
signing team.
because I never actually got paid from Whole Q, and I never changed it, because I was expecting to get paid more than $2,000 at the beginning. It was the end of that cycle, if you remember, where the filings needed to be done, but,
April 30th.
yes.
And then whole Q was in the original form in 2024, that comes off cardiac joins. Signing team's still there.
Yes.
I'm looking at I'm trying to catch up with the
okay.
changes that you kind of put
That was the
through.
changes.
24, 2020, I'm at 2025. Apologies, everybody, please keep up. So 2025 is cardiacs, tech row, and
Yes.
then
I
you've
switched up.
added signing, what's that, I'm sorry?
Yes, Tech Row?
Tech row, yeah. That was on your original, so you've
Right,
added
'cause
signing team in your amended
Yes,
version.
I switched roles, so,
2025 amended,
and then 2026, I just started with Veritiv, but that's actually,
right, so 2026
So
is
Veritiv
tech
is-
row, signing team. So I'm counting about, what, rounded up, 7 changes, 7 to 10 changes in
because
your
I needed to
financial.
move, I needed to move, signing team up, get rid of,
Thank you.
get rid of the whole queue. I changed, the signing team to joint ownership, I had a single ownership, that was it.
And you're still with Meredith now? That's your
I just started.
2026? You started there? Yeah. So over the course of 2022 to 2026, 7 to 10 changes in your financial that you had to make to get it accurate?
Well, it was really one change that had to carry across, because when you fill them out,
You have to
it
keep
goes
editing
year
every
over
year
year,
you go through, you
so
have to
I had to
edit.
go back and
Yep.
make those changes.
I got it.
It was strictly an oversight, it was corrected.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And I think, Council President, perhaps we should let Mr. Scheckner complete all his testimony like we did, and then maybe you want to direct the questions. I understand it was to help focus, but maybe we should let him complete everything just like we did for Mr. King.
Lorena, I'll call Lorena.
Can we have a quick bathroom break?
Why don't we take a break before we start your first witness? And Mr. King also has to have the opportunity to cross-examine you at this point in time, or some point in time before we begin.
All right, so we will
Okay.
take a 5-minute recess. back in session. We left off with Mr. Bryan presenting his defense. Mr. Schechter, please continue.
Sure, I just want to make it clear. 175 Park Avenue was never on my financials because I never got paid for it. I just want to drive that home. I never received money from it. So, with that, I'd like to call Lorena Gonzalez as my first witness.
Can we provide another mic, or just make sure that you speak into the mic when you're giving testimony?
Let's share. I'll speak loud.
Well, I think it'll be either, we have a very, very fantastic IT professional that can help us out with that.
He knows how to carry a microphone. You can carry it. They got one there.
I mean, honestly, Dana, as long as both parties, as long as both parties, no, you know what, as long as both parties, lean in and speak into the mic, we should be okay.
All right, well, what's the name? They're here.
Lorena, do you work for the Landau organizations?
Yes.
What's your current role there?
Current role is property manager.
For which entity?
Par System and Realty.
What's your email address?
lbarrio@labq.com.
Does LabVIEW exist today?
No.
When did it cease operating?
2023.
When I worked at the Landau organization, what was my role there?
Executive VP of Operations.
Was I responsible for bringing the hotel, at that time it was the Shavala, now it's the Milan, up to speed and get it ready for startup?
At the time it was NJJ, then moved to Shalva, then moved to NJJ.
So it moved a couple of times.
Yes.
100 International Drive, when did operations of LabVIEW cease operating?
2023, possibly around March, April.
And what's been in that building since?
CareBot was in there until 2024, and then that ceased operation, and the building's been empty since.
Electricity?
Has been shut off multiple times.
Okay, got water, they had water there. Disrepair?
Yes.
Just a property in need of some love?
Absolutely.
Totally, something that you would consider an eyesore today?
Yes.
So if you were to drive by it, you'd be like, hey, at one point, that was a really viable property, but now, what does it look like?
It looks like a jungle every 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Do you deal with township employees?
Yes.
Which employees are you dealing with?
Tax department, water, fire. I'm on an email thread with Andrew.
What's going on with the tax department?
We pay taxes right about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right before 4:30 is when it goes to tax sale.
You ever go delinquent?
Absolutely.
You ever pay interest on those delinquencies?
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna object. I don't know what this has to do with what we're here for.
Well,
I'm gonna give some leniency to Mr. Schechter. I'd like to know what he's getting at with this.
okay, what I'm getting at is, as a layman driving by that property, a once viable property, when you make the accusations of, I really have something to do with the Landau organization, it's more like, I want to set the stage for what that property looks like, and why as a planning board member, I probably want to see it redeveloped.
Anyway, continue.
So the fire marshal's there. Any other people that are there doing their jobs for the town?
I just have fire marshal in the state of New Jersey.
State of New Jersey. So, again, you look at it, you go, what's happening in this building when you go by? There's always something going on there.
I've actually made a suggestion on selling the building.
You haven't made that suggestion to me.
I did not make that suggestion to you. I did make the suggestion to the owners, and I just got a text message and asked me to hold off on it.
Do they often change their minds?
Absolutely.
What's it like working for the Satmar community when you're an outsider?
You're gonna need to know basis.
So they hide a lot of things from you?
Yes.
The Satmar community is the community that the Landows belong to, the ultra-Orthodox community. And it's more like a lifestyle, so.
Okay, just wanted to, did not recognize the name.
You wanna know why my financials are the way they are? It's just setting the stage for it. Did you ever have a problem getting paid by the Landows?
Yes.
Paychecks just not show up when they're supposed to?
Absolutely.
Do you remember conversations with me when I was working there and hadn't gotten paid for months at a time?
Yes.
Doesn't set the stage for an organization that you probably want to go into partnership with, would you? Can you tell me, in those legal documents that we spent hours going through, am I named in any of them?
No.
Are other people, are you named in them?
Yes.
And you're named in them because of why?
I worked for the Land House, and I was their accounts manager.
She's still working.
5 years now.
Just for the record, the question was not very clear. I guess Mr. Schechter overheard Mr. Samra. The question was whether or not she still works for them, and meaning the Landows, correct? And you still work for the Landows?
Yes.
And it's been for approximately 5 years now?
Actually, now 5.5 years.
5.5.
Do you ever think of doing something different?
Absolutely.
It's frustrating though, right?
Yes.
Because now you have the Landau organizations on your resume.
I think, again, I just want to remind you, Mr. Schechter, and for the
I'll
witness
answer
too.
her question.
That, no, it's still a public hearing, and she's gainfully employed there, and, I think you've made the point you wanted to make, but I still want to remind the witness, this is a public hearing. Anything you say could be used or interpreted by someone, including your employer, at a public meeting. You can't put it away and put it back in the bottle once you answer these questions.
Has Landau organization put an application to this town to rezone any properties, including 100 International Drive, 57 International Drive?
No.
In fact, has the Landau organization ever been in front of the planning or zoning board while I've sat on the board?
No.
Since, from March 2023 to present?
No.
Did you ever work for CareBot?
No.
Do you want to go into what it's like to be, all the other people in your family that are listed in that Department of Justice lawsuit?
It's difficult because it's myself, my daughter, my husband, my son-in-law. We're all listed because we work there.
Do your children live in houses owned by Moshi?
Yes. I gone through from having a school upstairs, which was part of the whole planning board of Hasidic Jewish boys in the school. The township was not happy about it. And it became even more difficult when they got thrown out of the building. That was the whole planning board situation, to try to allow the school to be up, the Hasidic boy community to be upstairs in the hotel.
Do you ever have problems with the building departments or code officials in town?
Yes. Which one, Mount Olive or Florham Park? Because both, yes.
I've made you aware of conversations I've had with code officials in town, correct?
Correct.
Where I basically told the code officials where all the improprieties are. So we've had conversations, I have talked to the code officials, told the code officials that there's construction that maybe doesn't have permits.
Yes.
And I've done that. I've called the building department on these things, correct?
Correct.
And just for clarification, which properties are you talking in question?
There's
No, the Florham Park or Mount Olive Township properties?
Mount
Mount
Olive.
Okay.
Mount Olive.
So
Outside of 100 International?
There was a property that blew a pipe. Brian called me at 11:30 at night, screaming at me about that house. And I tell him that that was there, and I informed him that I did not know that that was there, that I was on a need-to-know basis. At that moment, he did not believe me when I told him that, but I did not know about it until Brian let me know about it. And that building has been red stickered.
how did you know about it, Brian? I was listening to the scanner, and I heard.
Oh, like
I
the
heard
police scanner?
The police scanner and the scanner app, and I heard the address, and I would call Lorraine up, and I'd be, Lorraine, is this one of the Moshi houses?
Always.
You know, it's just one of those things, because like I said, I want nothing to do with that organization. If you're calling code officials and telling them things, the accusation that, yes, there's improprieties because I'm a planning board member and would be in some sort of, secret, partnership with them. You can't deal with these people. But I'll let you guys ask that question. But I have no motivation to partner with these people. Lorena, do you know that? Will you testify to that?
Absolutely.
And just for everyone's edification, the witness is my ex-wife, in case you're not aware. Does anyone have any questions for this witness?
I do.
Mr. King, go, you know what, let me ask, let me give the benefit of the council first. No questions as of yet?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Ruggiero.
Lorraine, just real quick, I certainly feel for your position. Why is it that you stayed there for 5 years?
I'm sorry, you were asking Ms. Gonzalez, right?
Ms. Gonzalez, yes, I'm sorry.
So, my reasoning for being there is because it's been very convenient. The Landows are not bad people, they're just difficult to work with. I have managed to be able to try my best to keep them on their toes when it comes to the taxes and all that needs to be paid. I've made a statement to the Landows, and I've been in conversation with someone who said to me one time recently that the Landows are trying to make Mount Olive into Lakewood. And my comment to that person was, if Mount Olive becomes Lakewood, shame on Mount Olive for allowing it. I've told that to the Landows straight out. They know I'm very blunt, very forward with them. They know that I will do what I have to protect them, but they also do know that I will do what I have to protect my town.
If I'm, just ignorance, help me understand the connection between Lakewood and here? What would they turn it into?
I actually appreciate, I want to just say, I understand the point, and at the end of the day, I don't think it's something that we should explore any further. I can explain that some other time, but
Fair enough.
but I appreciate the inquiry, and I would appreciate that at the end of the day.
But I have stood there because it's been convenient. I'm able to, I work remotely now. I was at the hotel 24/7 for 2 years, and now I'm fully 100% remote. I'm able to be with my grandkids, help my children out. I'm looking to work my way, but I've done everything. I'm trying to finalize my last empty homes in Mount Olive so that I have all rentals, so there's no more vacant houses left.
Understood. So the way they run their business is not very nice, but the people, they're good people. Is that what you're
They
saying?
are good people. They're just difficult, and they do things their way.
I got
And
you.
they don't understand how we do things. So, and that's the thing, but I've been doing my best to try to work with them, and honestly, they do. Like, example, our taxes were due, and they were due, don't even remember the date was. Andrew, what date was that? Because you were part of that email. David sends me a message and says, what time do we have the deadline to do it? I said 3 o'clock. He goes, not 4:30?
And when you
I
say,
said no.
forgive me, when you say David, who you're referring to?
Landau. So he goes, not 4:30? No, not 4:30. I just had to pay. It took me from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock to pay property taxes and sewer taxes. So they're at the last of the wire. They like to do things at the last minute. They're not intentionally doing it. We all know that there's a financial situation going on. The DOJ is part of it. So they don't have the funds coming in like they used to. So all my rentals that I'm renting and getting them up is to cover the mortgage, and everything is now, I'd say 95% of the houses now are all mortgaged, so that the taxes and sewer are now being paid for the mortgage. And that's what I worked on for the last year and a half.
Thank you.
Can I ask Ms. Gonzalez a
Yes.
couple questions? Ms. Gonzalez, you said LabQ no longer exists as of today? And you said they closed up shop, or that they're no longer in existence as of what year?
2023.
2023. What entity is currently operating at 100 International as we sit here today?
Nothing.
Nothing.
It is empty.
Okay.
I've become very good friends with the fire marshal due to the fact that it's empty.
Okay. So who is addressing those violations that have been ongoing for months now?
So I am now dealing with the glycol company and trying to get the glycol fixed because there's a leak and the compression test is not passing. So those fines are going to continue to accumulate until I can get the final clearance, and then the Landows are going to be taking care of all of that.
I've gotta understand this though. So who is paying you to manage the property at 100 International as we sit here today?
I am a contractor, so the Hart System and Realty pays me.
Okay. Who owns that entity, as far as you know?
I believe Hart System and Realty now is under a board. I'm not
Board?
completely sure who the full board is, but it's run under a board now.
Okay. Who signs your checks?
No, it's wired.
Your checks, so your payment is wired to you? Okay. What about all these other properties we're referring to? You say that you're trying to assist in managing, is that correct? Or you're talking about condos that are mortgaging, is
All
that
the
right?
houses up in Winding Hill.
Okay, approximately, and you're responsible to manage those?
Yes.
Okay. Who is requiring that you manage those?
The land, well, I'm originally from the Landows.
Okay. And as you sit here today, who's requiring that you manage those?
Yes.
Who is? I'm asking.
The Landows.
The Landos still
Yes.
today? Okay. How many properties are there?
There's about 80 properties up in Winding Hill.
80, okay. And I'm going to ask you questions about this in a minute too, Mr. Schechter. Regarding the code violations, do you correspond with the township on these violations in these properties? You're responsible to do that? Okay.
It's in your best interest to have 100 International Drive developed, sold?
Well, I'm just curious.
That was Mr. Schechter's opinion, but we'll get back to him in a little bit.
Mr. Tessa, are you in finish with your line of
For-
questioning?
for, Yes, with
At
this
this moment?
witness I am, yes. I have a lot of more questions for Mr. Schechter, though.
Mrs. Gonzalez, you previously stated, under questioning from Mr. Schachter, that, about his displeasure with the Landows. When did you first start hearing him complain about that?
2023, about end of April of 2023,
So-
when we were transitioning both.
So end of April 2023 is when was he just saying it in passing, or was this more like a vociferous statement? How would you characterize it?
He was very upset and irate regarding the no payments.
No payment to him, or,
Salary.
okay. And that was end of 2023?
It was started in the middle of 2023.
So mid of 2023, Mr. Schachter conveyed to you his extreme displeasure with, and is it safe to say that we can use the Landows, particularly Mr. Moshe Landau, when we're referencing any properties such as Lab Q, Whole Q,
I would just say Landows, because
Landows?
it's very convoluted.
But,
Is that an LLC? Is that a business Landau? Or is that just?
no, Landows is their last name, so,
This is the group,
okay, so,
him, his son. It's
Again, I'll say
convoluted.
it's confusing at best.
Yeah.
This whole thing is.
so mid-2023, Mr. Schachter conveyed to you his extreme displeasure with the Landows, correct?
Yes.
And did that grow? Did, all of a sudden, when did Mr. Schachter, to the best of your, when did Mr. Schachter, to the best of your knowledge, did he stop working for the Landows?
2024,
Beginning, mid, end?
March of 2024 was his final, when
March?
he had already started.
It was February.
It was,
I
he
saw
had
him when
already,
we were all in March.
Early 2024?
Yep.
And I'm assuming Mr. Schachter expressed to you, I guess, how content he was to leave that chapter behind him?
yes, he wished me luck as he left.
Okay. And since March of 2024, have there been any discussions between you and Mr. Schachter regarding any of the Landau properties?
In what regard?
I'm sorry, I'm asking Mrs. Gonzalez. So,
I've-
yeah, so just to clarify, around March of 2024, after vociferously indicating how awful it is to work for the Landows, Mr. Schachter left their employ, whether it being paid or not paid. Anytime after that, did he reach out to you or to discuss any of the Landau properties?
He's not reached out to me, I've reached out to him,
And why would you reach out to him?
asking him where we stood or regarding if he had any, being that he was part of the town, we had permits on 260 Winding Hill.
So your questions, let me backtrack a little. What type of questions were they that you were asking? Like, what in reference to? Just
Finalizing the permits.
finalizing permits? And you reached out to him because of his role as a planning board member?
No, because he was aware of the 260 Winding Hill being constructed.
260,
260 Winding Hill.
I'm assuming that's, okay, 260. So you reached out to Mr. Schachter, about what time would you say, what date would you say that is? If not an exact date, what year and what months?
It was last year,
So 2025?
yes.
Beginning, spring, summer,
It
fall?
was summer, it was about summer.
So summer of 2025, it's safe to say that it's been at least a year since he left the employ of the Landows? And this would be the first time that you reached out to Mr. Schachter since his departure from the Landows in March of 2024?
regarding the houses or regarding anything that had to do with the Landows?
Anything to do with the Landau. So March of 2024, Mr. Schachter left the employ of the Landaus. And in the summer of 2025, you reached out to Mr. Schachter, I guess, after a year of not communicating, or was it prior, reaching out to him regarding any of the Landau properties?
Just on 2260, and it was regarding what I needed to do to proceed with finalizing the permits.
Can I ask a quick question?
No,
I'm sorry, just let her finish her testimony
Yeah,
first.
so in summer of 2025, reached out to Mr. Schachter regarding 260 Winding Hill, after already knowing that Mr. Schachter had a distaste, for lack of a better word, for the Landaus. Is that correct?
He had a distaste for the Landows, not me. So that's why I was
So-
able,
so-
because we had a working relationship.
And what was that question regarding? What exact permit was this about?
What I needed to do to finalize the permits, and his recommendation was to fall.
So I assume he was extremely helpful regarding that?
Yeah.
And since summer of 2025, have there been any other further communications between you and Mr. Schachter regarding any of the Landau properties? None whatsoever? I assume you still are in communication with Mr. Schachter regardless of any of the Landau properties?
Not the properties.
But it's safe to say that you guys are still in communication? I assume you still, it's not, so you don't reach out to him just based solely for regarding questions of the Landau properties?
Not just all of it.
Okay, I'm sorry, maybe I'm asking the question.
I will testify this. I reached out to Lorena because I needed a reference to pass a background check. And I asked her, because she's the only, surviving person in that organization that would become a caller, if she could verify my employment.
And what date was that?
That was 2 months ago,
Okay, so that's 2026, you reached out, but no, again, I just wanted, again, maybe I'm not asking the question properly. Your communications with Mr. Schachter, besides this summer 2025 communication regarding 260 Winding Hill, have you had any other discussions with Mr. Schachter regarding any Landau properties or any doings with Mr. Landau?
No.
Do you recall asking me during a party upon arriving at that party a question that you asked? Do you recall that question?
It wasn't upon arriving, you were there for a while already, and yes, I did ask you if he was suing, and you said nothing.
So just for the benefit of everyone in attendance, what was the exact question, if you can remember verbatim?
I do not remember verbatim, but I did question about, that I heard that he was suing council, or town council. I do not remember what exactly the words were.
My recollection is that your question was something along the lines of, what's this I hear that Brian is suing the township regarding his First Amendment rights? Is that?
Correct, yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
And you said you heard that was happening.
Correct.
Who did you hear that from?
I will not say.
I'm assuming it's not Mr. Schachter?
It was not Mr. Schachter.
Thank you. All right. Now, to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Schachter does not have any more dealings with the Landaus since his departure in around March of 2024?
I am not aware if he's spoken to them or not, no.
But as far as you're concerned, you don't think there's been any relationship whatsoever, any dealings, any business dealings, conversations, solely based on his, for lack of a better word, disdain for working for them?
No.
Would you characterize that correct, the disdain of working for them? I have no further questions for this witness. Does anyone else have any questions here?
I do.
Okay, Mr. King?
Yeah, ma'am, so what's your, in 2023, what was your title with the Landau organization?
I went from 2023, in beginning of 2023 to September of 23, I was their accounts manager. And then when COVID and the laboratory closed, then I moved over to property manager.
When did you move over to property manager?
September of 2023.
September of '23?
Mm-hmm.
Would you write checks? Would you handle the checkbook?
No. They print out, they email me checks.
No, but during your time with the Landau organization, you weren't a record keeper?
Depends on which part. For the houses,
No, for employees. Did
If-
you handle payroll?
I do.
Did you in 2023?
2023 in September, yes.
Okay. And you do currently do payroll as well?
Yes.
So you've done payroll from 2023 to present?
Correct.
Okay. And what kind of payroll system do they have?
It is just, I have contractors, and we pay out 1099s.
Is it
So
like an ADP?
we don't. It's just 1099 through QuickBooks.
Okay.
So they get direct deposits through QuickBooks.
Okay, and are you familiar with all the contractors from 2023?
All the contractors that work underneath me, yes,
Can you remember an entity called Signing Team?
I am aware.
And did you ever physically write out any checks to them?
No.
Did you ever see any checks to them?
Once.
When was that?
I cannot recall. It was while I was at the hotel, so it had to have been around 2020.
So it was at the
David.
hotel?
Yeah, David.
Signing is mine.
I know, but David.
Oh, that's right, David.
David gave you a check.
Do you know what the amount was?
No.
But it was a check.
Yes.
Okay, and what account was it?
That I can't tell.
Um,
It was a check that David printed out and put in an envelope and said this was for Brian.
Okay, well, in 2023, you got checks? Did you get checks? No. You talked.
Did I get
Yes.
checks in 2023?
Yes.
Depends on which company.
From an entity called NJJI.
I did not get paid from NJJI.
When you were working at the hotel, who paid your checks?
Shalva.
And who's the quorum here? There's, people are making,
I will
The public
remind,
cannot provide comments at this point in time. We did hear something that was audible, distracted Mr. King from answering the questions. We understand you may not care about these issues.
Mr.
Duly
King, are you
noted.
getting anywhere with who her checks came from?
yes, so.
Mr. Schechter, that line of questioning would be for us. I would,
She's
I
my
would,
witness, I mean.
I understand, but
Yeah, but he has the right to cross-examine.
He has the right to cross-examine.
On things regarding me.
It is.
And if there's no relevance to the case
We,
of,
I expect Mr. King to develop relevance,
okay.
and it's his, and
It's getting late.
it is your witness, and she is being cross-examined. Please proceed, Mr. King.
Yes, so you never saw any checks other than one check during the period of time that Mr. Sechner worked at,
Correct.
and it was paid, you don't know who paid it to?
No, I don't, because the way they work is they print a check. I was given a check, it was placed in an envelope, and it was said, give this to Brian.
Okay, so you don't know if it was a check?
It was a check, because I put the check paper in the printer.
So you physically saw the check?
I saw a check, put the check paper in, did not see who it was written to, did not see the amount that it was written to, the amount that was written for, but it was in the envelope because I placed the paper check in the printer.
Other than that, with regard to NJJI, did you ever see any checks from an account with NJJI, I'm sorry,
To Brian.
to anyone?
Yes,
And who was that?
my husband.
Okay. With regard to any other checks? Was there only one check you ever saw from NJJI?
A check, like a payroll check or a check going to a?
Sir, I'm not asking you these
check.
questions. I'll
Just
just
clarify,
Ms.
checks could be a lot of things.
Mr. Schechter, please allow the witness to answer.
a check. Did you ever see a check, a physical check?
From NJJ, yes,
That's
my
correct.
husband.
Okay.
He got a
Other
paycheck.
than that check I asked you, did you see any other checks?
Yes, it was other employees.
Okay, so, and employees, you would see their checks, and was it from a bank with an embossed NJJI and an address?
Yes,
And do you recall what that address was?
102 Drake Street.
Okay. And do you know what bank it was from?
Probably Chase, because that's where all our checks are.
And is it your testimony that you never saw any check from NJJI?
To Brian, no, I did not.
Did you ever see, other than the
So you don't know if you did or didn't get paid, do you?
How would you know?
Sir, you cannot coach
No.
the witness.
I would not know if you got paid, but I will tell you this, the landlords have told me that Brian's upset because we
That's
didn't pay him.
hearsay.
So, Brian told me.
But you never saw either him getting checks or not getting checks, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mrs. Gonzalez, the Landows purchased significant number of homes in Woodfield, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know when that started?
For what I can see on tax deeds and documents, it was 2022 before I even got involved.
So the purchase of those homes were before your tenure, right?
I started in February 8th, 2022 is when I started with them.
So February of '22, you started with them, and by that time, were they already purchasing properties?
I believe by the middle to the end of 2022.
And was any of those homes that were purchased required anything that you required reaching out to Mr. Schachter regarding any help in either zoning, purchasing, or anything of the sort?
No.
Not to your knowledge, correct? Anybody else? Ms. Leba?
I just want to know what does all this have to do with why we're here tonight?
Well, I think that we're getting at the point of all these properties that Mr. Landau entity or organization owns in the town.
Okay.
And then Mr. Schechter's relationship with the Landau enterprise or organization, one way or another, and all these different properties.
Okay, so can we get on to the next part, please?
Do you have any questions for this witness?
No, I don't. Hi, Lorraine.
All right, thank you. All right, if there's no further questions for this witness, Mr. Schachter, Mrs. Gonzalez, you're dismissed. Mr. Schachter, do you have any other witnesses?
Yes, that's all how it was.
Mr. Weiss, can you state your name and position with the township?
Good evening. My name is Howie Weiss, and I am the chairman of the planning board.
Thank you. Mr. Schachter, you may proceed.
Mr. Weiss, how long have you served on the planning board?
I first joined the planning board in 1999. Let's do the math.
How long have you been chairman?
I've been the chairman for about 20 years, 18 years.
As part of the planning board, member training, is ethical standards addressed.
It is addressed.
And from time to time, the planning board members speak to you regarding conflicts of interest and potential conflicts.
Yes,
Have I ever asked you of your opinion on possible conflicts?
yes,
Do you think as chairman, I understand conflicts of interest?
I think you do, Brian, yes.
Do you recall any application brought forward by Mr. Landau or any other of his companies?
Not during my 20 years.
Was there an element of the approved affordable housing plan that was put in jeopardy because of the Highlands decision?
Wait, ask that question again?
Was there an element of the approved affordable housing plan, the approved affordable housing plan, that was put into jeopardy because of the Highlands decision?
Yes, there was.
Because of this, did you and I have discussions with, excuse me, because of this, did you have discussions with the mayor, business administrator, or township attorney on possible ways to meet the affordable housing solution?
Hold on, I'm gonna, number one, I'm going to say that that question needs to be stricken from the record. It's totally irrelevant to the issue that we're talking about today. Mr. Weiss, as chairman, is able to speak with the mayor and council about the plan and the components of the plan. The fact of the matter is, number one, there was litigation that was pending. Number two, it may be opened up again. The conversation should not be discussed, on the record whatsoever.
Did you and I ever talk about the affordable housing solution?
We did.
Did you tell me that there was a need that we might need some properties to be set aside for affordable housing, or more affordable
Well,
housing units?
I think the only way to answer that question is yes, you as a planning board member were privy to conversations about our need to address any other opportunity for affordable housing obligations or locations.
So, did I come to you with suggestions of looking at redevelopment of different properties?
You did.
Was 100 International Drive as a building unoccupied for some time?
Yes, it was.
Did we have a discussion that maybe since we were looking at overlay zones, looking at some of these more distressed properties as a possible solution?
Yeah, and if you're being specific to 100 Continental Drive, no?
International.
I'm sorry, you're right, International Drive. Ask me again. Ask me the question again.
When we were, during our discussions, as we were going through some of the properties that you thought were good ideas, and this is between the two of us, did I ever give you some suggestions of, hey, there could be some properties that we could look at for possible overlay zones if needed in the plan?
You did.
And what was your suggestion?
Well, my advice to you at that time, we were talking about this, was to speak to the mayor, find out what the mayor thinks about it.
So it was under your instruction that you sent me to the mayor?
Well, I think to be fair, I didn't send you to the mayor. My advice was to take the question to the next level, which was, I thought, would have been the mayor.
How likely would it be to move an idea forward without discussing it with the planning board chairman?
Well, I'd like to think that it's quite improbable that an idea would move from a suggestion any higher without including the chairman.
You're aware that charges being brought up tonight include trying to influence the administration into making a zoning change.
So I've heard.
So when you look at these texts regarding influencing a zoning change, I don't know, 6 messages that went back and forth to the mayor.
And just for clarification, what exhibit are you referring to?
B5.
J1,
B5?
Yeah, joint exhibit 1 or J1 or
Okay.
previously labeled as B5.
Thank you.
Well, this looks like a communication between you and the mayor, where you simply ask if we want to look at an overlay for 100 International Drive. Yeah, that's what this text message shows.
And is it possible that the we there would be you and I, and that you sent me to discuss this with the mayor?
You know, Brian, that's hard to answer because I don't know what your thought, but yes, I would say just based on our dialogue here, I did suggest that you speak to the mayor. So it's very possible that the "we" in this sentence is me and you. Me as the chairman.
When I worked for the Lane House during that year of working, you knew that the issues that I was going through, correct?
Yeah, I had heard your displeasure at many, many times.
As far as not getting paid for weeks or months at a time?
You know, yes, and I think I can go back and think of a time where I even turned to you and said, Brian, if this is such a great opportunity, maybe you have some work for me. And I think that was the point when I realized you're in trouble.
Yeah, I think my answer back to you at that point was, no, stay away.
Yeah.
Don't get involved, but that's not a question here. The evidence they provided is a text message on April 25th joke asking about an overlay zone. His answer was, I will speak to Andrew as well as Sarah next week. Do you consider that influencing?
No, not at all. That would have been, that's an appropriate response by the mayor. And that's the way this process works. There's a chain of command. So my job would be to go to administration, and here apparently the mayor said he'll continue to take it up with administration, and Sarah, as we mean, is the township planning administrator.
And from the text messages and everything, it was dropped at that point. There was no other communications, no strong arming, just, hey, we might want to look at this.
Well, on the surface of what I'm looking at, I would agree with your comment. Yeah, I wouldn't call this strong arming whatsoever.
Influencing,
Not with one question, no.
consider maybe bringing an opportunity to look at some properties that one would think would be in disrepair back to doing something different as a good planning board member might look at.
Yeah, of course, that happens all the time.
Outside of these allegations, do you know what came out of the text messages?
Well, and it's a pretty simple answer. Nothing came out of this because it wasn't part of our affordable housing plan. It wasn't part of our plan whatsoever. I've never actually heard of, besides what you're showing me here, never moved much further than this text message that I'm aware of.
Has there ever been a single application for an overlay zone in any of the properties mentioned in these text messages?
Never.
Can you quickly describe the process of getting an overlay zone?
Well, the overlay zone doesn't necessarily have to be for affordable housing. An overlay zone is an idea that we can change the use without changing the bulk standards of the zone. And I'm not here to give, I'm no expert in planning. I could be off a little bit, but an overlay zone is a great opportunity for the municipality to change the zone, maybe from commercial to residential, without reducing or revisiting the bulk standards. So there have been times where we have gone to an overlay zone to help us achieve our affordable housing obligations. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's the process.
Can a person get an overlay zone through the process in a very short text message chain with zero follow-up?
No.
Who approves the overlay zone? Governing body or the planning board?
Well, I think I heard Jonathan explain it publicly earlier, is that the planning board is the one that creates the plan, submits it to council, and the governing body is the authority that turns it into rules, law, regulations, ordinances.
And who does rezoning? Governing body or the planning board?
Well, a rezoning recommendation can come from the planning board, but ultimately, it's the governing body that makes the final decision.
When have applicants in the past spoken about planning board members' behaviors?
They have.
What are they told you? About specific planning board members that are not planning board members today?
Objection here, sir. It's also an issue relative to, going at that, and you referred before that the governing body, the council members.
But you know, I think that this is, this a hearing, I just want, let him answer the question and just everyone can weigh it for what it's worth. I mean, that'd be my recommendation.
All right, so Brian, your question was, has anyone ever come to me with a concern about a sitting planning board member?
Right.
Yes.
Did you ever have conversations at the time with, at that time, Council President Castro, current President Roman, about specific planning board members and their removal?
It was, the answer is yes, and it was a yearly review. It really came down to the strong relationships that I had with Mayor now Nicastro, who was council president, and even with current president, Alex Roman, that we would speak quite often about moves and things to do. Ultimately, it's the mayor's choice, but yes, I did have conversation with council presidents over the years.
And did you make suggestions of solutions? What those solutions?
I made my opinion very well known.
Were actions taken?
Ultimately, yes.
Ultimately, but how many years did it take?
If I say 4, it could be 5. 5 years of review where the same concern I had was spoken about.
Is attendance an important part of the commitment for being a planning board member?
I think attendance is important to being any elected official or appointed official, so yes, attendance at a planning board meeting is important.
So if we look at Exhibit B6. This B6 is the attendance record of planning board members attending meetings. And you've got multiple years here, 2023, 2024, 2025.
Mr. Schechter, I kind of know where you're going with this, but if I would remind you that allegation 1 has been removed by this council and is no longer, so your line of questioning, if that is where you're going, is no longer relevant, but you may continue.
As a sitting planning board member, if other planning board members aren't putting in the same enthusiasm, let's say, for making it to meetings, and important things happen in those meetings, and they would be running for, I don't know, councilman or another elected position, and you were not happy with that situation, whether they were a planning board member or not, it'd be a library board.
Is this a question of the witness, or a statement? Is he testifying?
Simply testifying at this point in time and asking Mr. Cottonell what he's going to get into.
Okay.
Seems to be the
I'll
statement.
request it. Mr. Weiss, you spend a lot of time as the planning board chairman. If the planning board members don't make it to meetings, is that important to you?
It is. It is important that planning board members show up regularly.
Is the mayor also a planning board member?
Technically, he is a member of the planning board.
Is there an acceptable attendance that you would think a planning board member should attend?
Well, that's an interesting question. We have a rules of procedure in the planning board about absentees and excessive unexcused absentees. And you asked my opinion, regardless of the rules of procedure, I think it's important that planning board members show up. And so you said, what is an acceptable? I think if a planning board member is not there half of the time, that at least half of the time, 60%, I think they're showing that it's not important.
Have you ever had a planning board member removed for poor attendance?
Yes.
In the current weeks, have you seen posts on social media that address redevelopment of any property?
Yes.
Can you make sure that both of you share the micro, make sure you both of you share the microphone so it gets on the
Go
record?
to B7.
Okay.
Are these posts?
Are they posts?
What are they?
This is a post that Mayor DeCastro wrote about a meeting that he had with a proposal at the Trading Post.
Are there concept pictures of the
Yeah,
project there?
it looks like the mayor did post the picture of the proposal that was set forth in that meeting.
Are there comments posted on social media
Comments by,
by the public?
according to what I'm looking at, the last page of this document, I couldn't read that. But yeah, it looks like there was a steady dialogue between those that were following along.
Do you think when the public chimes in on redevelopment projects that have not gone in front of the planning board, that could be detriment to the applicant?
I do.
You know they're charging me tonight with that, with being on social media and talking about properties.
I am aware of that, yes.
Do you think there's a double standard going on here?
I just object to that. I don't know what the relevance that has with.
The relevance is I should be held to the same standard when it comes to dealing with applications and properties as the mayor has. Since, for the last 8 months, I've received nothing but letters from the commission.
Well, I think there's a big disconnect here, and you're just showing it, Mr. Schechter, and the reason why is because you are a sitting planning board member.
And so is the mayor.
Mr.
He is not voting on applications before him. He is not.
Mr. Testa, I would like to
Yeah.
hear Mr. Schechter
I just need
proceed
to
with-
redirect the question.
I would very much like.
Doesn't have a vote in his zoning board of adjustment application. It's requiring a variance, correct?
Mr. Testa, I would
Yeah.
very much like to hear Mr. Schechter's line of questioning in this regard. Please proceed.
Do you think the public chiming in?
Okay, your question, you have a witness, are you questioning the witness?
Yes. Do you think it's proper for the governing body to put out concept plans for development, for redevelopment of properties without it going in front of the planning board first?
You know, my answer is, I would prefer that this wouldn't happen, because ultimately the problems fall on my shoulders. I understand the way the world works, and I understand that sometimes this happens, and I have to deal with it. So, again, I would prefer that concept plans and ideas do not get posted publicly, because it could possibly affect, you know, we're setting, according to this, we're setting public comments, and those public comments could possibly affect voting members of the planning board. So I would hope, I would, in a perfect world, wish this was not happening.
Did I have access to any proprietary information regarding the affordable housing plan before it was public knowledge?
Before it was public knowledge, I would imagine, yes, you did have information on the affordable housing plan.
The plan, 57 acres, let's talk about that.
Well,
Before we had a hearing, in the public, did I have access to that?
I would say you did not have access to that prior to our public hearing.
So if I was to put something on social media regarding 57 acres, which the whole town knows, well, can't say the whole town, people outside of the planning board know that the town owns, do you think that would be an issue?
I don't know if I completely understand your question. I can tell you.
We'll drop that question.
All right.
You saw the Facebook back and forth with Mr. Ruggiero, where I was asking him, his opinion on open space. Do you think it's out of line for a planning board member to ask a council candidate what his opinion is on open space?
All right, on the surface to that question, the answer is no. And I keep myself a little room to say that if the conversation dealt with a very specific application, I would have a major problem with that. But I think I know what you're looking for, because I remember seeing that. And I believe that your comments at the time were of a candidate on a general topic, and in this case, it was open space. I've seen you do that with other issues, but I don't think I ever saw you comment on social media about a very specific application, because if I did, and even though we're friends, I would have reprimanded you for that, as would our attorney. So that's my answer.
So, general topics of open space, affordable housing. As someone that spent 15 years on the dais talking about that's interest rates, to find out what a candidate's thoughts are, would you find that inappropriate?
In that context, I would not. You're asking, I believe you were asking a general question to a candidate about their position on the affordable housing issue, and whether it was going on in front of the planning board or not, I don't believe you gave an opinion on the affordable housing plan as a member of the planning board. I believe you asked a candidate the question. As you do often, and it wasn't just to Mr. Ruggiero, you do it all the time on the Board of Education, you do it every election cycle, you're asking questions. I didn't think anything of it.
And do you think a good planning board member would ask questions like that?
To whom?
To candidates?
Well, I would remove,
Whether it's a council candidate or a mayoral candidate, to talk about and ask questions on topics that are important to them. And speak in generality, is that something so outrageous that we be here?
no, and I don't think that you should put yourself in a corner where it's a plan. I think any member of the public
Excuse me.
should have the right to ask the question.
Mr. Roman, I got a text from a friend of mine said they can't hear you guys.
I'm talking pretty loud.
It might not.
All right, no, I understand. Can try to talk louder.
Thank you.
Is that better?
That's
Okay.
Do you remember an application that came in front of us where we were talking about the facade of a shopping center?
A conversation between who?
A planning board application that came forth. Recently, there was an application that came before the planning board that addressed the facade of the building.
Yes,
Do you remember that application?
I do.
Did you have a conversation with anyone to encourage you to vote a specific way on that conversation or application?
I had a conversation with the mayor about his desire to see that one through, and he asked my opinion on how I felt about it.
Did he tell you anything about other people's opinions?
Well, yes, I believe he did.
What did he tell you as far as the opinion?
I was pretty steadfast into not, I don't want to say giving approval. I didn't like the tone of that application where we had a promise from a developer, he got his approval, and then came back and wanted to withdraw his promise. And I was, for lack of better words, I was offended by that as the planning board chair. When someone looks me in the eyes and makes me a promise, I expect it to happen. So I was insulted and offended. And the mayor didn't see it that way. The mayor thought it was a good thing to do for whatever the reasons the mayor felt that was the case, and we didn't agree on that.
And did he tell you that people were voting a specific way?
I think ultimately, the mayor felt that he would have a majority from the planning board, and he absolutely, the mayor and I professionally and personally have a very good relationship. And I think the mayor went out of his way to basically say, in all due respect, he's got the support. I don't think he wanted to embarrass me publicly, and he told me that he has the support to let this application pass. And so, in so many words.
How do you think you would have to support?
Well, he would get 5 votes.
So he would talk to other planning board members, take their temperature on a specific application.
That calls for speculation. I just don't think this witness speculate. I don't know what relevance
Anytime
this
you
has.
spoke of,
It's not really relevant at all. I mean, I think Mr. Schechter did a good job speaking in vagaries. Why don't you just ask him what it's about? Is it about a rezoning of a property, or is it about something else?
about something.
Okay. Is it about an actual site plan approval, or is it about a condition of the approval?
It's about ethics.
If you didn't answer the question, I'm asking Mr. Weiss. What is it specifically about? Is it about an approval, a site plan approval, or is it one of the conditions of the approval that was an issue?
Well, that's tough, John, because it was an application that was approved,
So it was
and
already
now they were
approved.
coming in.
Okay.
You go ahead, you can answer.
So it was already approved, just to clarify for the record. The application had already been approved,
Yes.
right? Okay, and what happened?
At some point, the applicant, part of the approval was to have the greenery, for lack of better words, removed from the trade zone. And the applicant, in order to get a subdivision, that's what the application was. The applicant over at the trade zone wanted to subdivide the property, and he needed a planning board approval. And in lieu of that approval, the applicant offered to take down the greenery because they knew that we didn't like it as a planning board.
When you talk about greenery, what are you talking about specifically, just to clarify? The public's watching this, they don't understand what greenery means. What do you mean?
Well, on the exterior of the mall over in the trade zone, they put plastic flowers on the wall. And that was not part of their original site plan. Now, one can sit here and argue that the architecture it shouldn't be part of our approval, but it was never mentioned. And I felt personally that it should have never been there. And they knew that. And they knew that I felt that way.
Understood. You say architecture, you're talking about an aesthetic issue or
Yes.
an actual physical
No.
concept of the property?
Yeah,
It's
this is
aesthetic.
nothing but aesthetics, and I'm sure many people understand what I'm talking about. It's the green stuff. I don't know how else to describe it.
But I think it's fair, Mr. Weiss, I think you'd agree. What you're referring to is a unique situation. I don't want to cast a dispersion through this hearing to the planning board that their votes at any time could be swayed, or that the mayor would sway votes on a project or an application. It sounds like, and I think maybe then we can move on, but there was a unique situation that came up, and there was a discussion, and there was an outcome. But I don't want to, I think, this township has too good of a history with its planning board and the relationship with the governing body to maybe say anything beyond that. I think overall, everybody stays in their lane. And I just don't want to cast that dispersion on the planning board or on the mayor because of this test. So I think you made the point, Mr. Schneckner, that there was an issue and there was a conversation with the mayor about a condition of approval. If that was what happened and that's Mr. Weiss's testimony, okay, but I just want to remind everybody to not go too much beyond that. Thank you.
When did you get the word the administration's desire to have it done?
It was a process to actually, there was a series of letters that I had seen, whether you showed them to me or I saw them somehow, but I did see the letters. And it was, if I say there was a series of 3 letters that came after a conversation about the displeasure of your conduct in a planning board. I was asked originally to see if you and I can have a conversation to get you to stop doing what was offensive to the administration.
And that was, what was the time frame?
I would say spring of '25. Could be plus or minus. Winter of '25.
Just to clarify, winter begins or part in January or December of 2025?
No.
What time period in 2025 was it? Was it early
It was cold.
2025?
It was cold out. I remember. We were sitting in the mayor's office and it was cold. Let's say February. Could be
2025.
January, but it was cold outside.
Thank you.
Did you try to stop this event from happening?
Which event? Tonight's event? Oh, I did. I did. I didn't want this to ever happen.
Can you share with us what was said in some of the conversations you had with the administration?
Well, I originally took the position that being the chairman of this planning board, the last thing I ever wanted to see was this night. And I encouraged the administration, and again, going back to my very open relationship with the mayor, I could have talked to the mayor about anything, and we didn't agree all the time, but we still spoke, and the same with the business administrator. And I tried to get administration to drop it, especially after you sent in your resignation.
In early June, did I make you aware I was having discussions with the township attorney on my resignation?
Yes, you were talking with the township attorney.
And on June 18th, I tendered you and Sarah my resignation.
You did, in the public meeting.
Do you think, in your opinion, this hearing is an attempt to embarrass me?
It's hard to say that answer. I don't understand why we're here. I don't understand. The township has your resignation, and I'm not understanding what the point of this is.
Do you know of any regulation, policy, or ordinance the town council must approve a resignation?
No.
Did you participate in the town hall meeting that discussed affordable housing and development in Mount Olive?
I did.
Do you remember the date of that meeting?
I'm going to go back. It was probably January.
I'll help you. You go to the meeting.
I was right. It was January 20th, 2026.
Is this the flyer of that meeting?
That looks like it, yes.
How did residents register for this meeting?
They were going to register online.
On a specific website?
To attend, you must register at www.mayornicastro.com.
Are you aware that on that same website, there are links that were provided by the mayor telling people to write their legislature and give them a template talking about disclosure of affordable housing plan?
Well, I'm aware of it because I'm reading it. I can't say that I went on the mayor's page to register. I was a panelist, so I didn't register, and therefore I didn't see this until I'm seeing it here.
Are you aware of any litigation you were involved with in the state regarding our affordable housing plan?
See, and maybe it's an ignorance on my part. I would say I was unaware of litigation. I was completely aware of negotiation, but I was unaware of litigation. Now, it doesn't mean there wasn't litigation. As the chairman, I was unaware of litigation, but was fully aware of negotiation.
And during this meeting, did they talk about the housing fair share plan?
Yeah, that was the whole point of the public meeting. That's how it was advertised. The question and answers about the affordable housing and development in Mount Olive.
And it was out in public,
Yes, it was at the senior center,
and it was in what month?
January 2026.
And what month did the state, when did we get an email from the mayor saying the state approved our plan?
Brian, I don't know. I think it could have been, maybe Jonathan can tell us.
I wrote the email, I know.
I don't remember the date. I honestly don't
It
remember.
was April 26th of 2026. But Brian is missing some key details. We'll go into that later on, and we'll also talk with you, Mr. Weiss, about those two.
Did you ever have a development project in town?
Personally? Yes.
Did you meet with town officials prior to permitting?
Yes.
What kind of meetings did you have?
I met with the planner. Pretty much all of my meetings were with the planner at the time. That was Chuck McGrory.
Were you ever accused of having a partnership with people or trying to influence the town officials to have different variances or your plan approved?
From the very beginning, I made it very clear to the planner that I have a financial interest in the plan, and that I plan to step down from the planning board. I remember my conversation with Chuck McGrarty to tell him specifically, I don't want any favors. As a matter of fact, my plan came with no variances. So, go ahead.
Do you have an application in place for that?
I did have an application, eventually.
And when you were talking about, things in theory, concepts, or possible, did anybody question your financial interest in properties?
No, at that time, it was on my financial disclosure. Well, the year after.
Did the town try to kick you out of the planning board for this?
No.
Did you get letters from the town administrator calling you to stop down because of your development?
No.
And those were things you actually had applications for, and not questions that one was sent to the mayor.
I had an application for it. It was all done above board. I've learned over my many, many years in this position that certainly as the chairman, I'm held to a higher standard. So whether it be a permit for a deck or, in this case, stepping down and doing the right thing for an application that I had financial benefit, I did the right thing. I stepped down, I recused myself, and made it known to everyone I spoke to that this is my application and that I will be stepping down. I think I even asked Mr. McGrarty not to send me reports because I will be stepping down. As a matter of fact, most people had no idea I was behind this application. Most people on the planning board didn't know I was behind this application. It was an application. No.
Our conversation led to a text message, text message, set of 5 or 6 messages that talk about 3 properties.
I'm sorry, Brian, I don't understand the question.
Let's go back to what we talked about. You saw the text messages that's sent. You could any doubt in your mind that from our conversation and your instruction, bringing it up with the administration, that is where this came from.
Yes, it's got to be because it seems, I don't remember the date of our conversation, but it's written right there. You were asking the mayor about consideration of a overlay zone.
Right. And it was, do you think it was driven by our conversation where you instructed me to the mayor?
Yes, 100%.
Thank you for what I have.
Thank you very much.
Before you ask, I just have a couple of clarifications for Mr. Weiss. Mr. Weiss, before you were sworn in today, you had the opportunity to discuss the substance of your testimony with Mr. Schechter?
Did I speak with Mr. Schechter? Yeah.
Regarding what you were going to testify to?
Yes.
When did you meet with him?
Brian and I are personal friends. I think it's been more of an ongoing conversation rather than let's have a meeting. I know I saw Brian on Sunday of this previous weekend, but that would be improper for me to say that it was in one sit-down. We speak multiple times a day.
And let's go to the housing and fair share plan. The most recent one that was adopted, do you recall the date of that?
July? No, it went into effect in July.
Well,
I don't remember the dates. No, John, I don't.
That's all right. So it's on the township website. It was adopted on February 12th of 2026, right? And actually, I think I remember thanking you because you were able to schedule it in the proper timeframe. So the notice period for the adoption of the housing and fair share plan has to be at least, how many days before?
I think it's 20 days.
Okay. And the meeting that we had, in the public meeting, that was, again, that was January 27th, or January 20th, 2026?
Right, January 20.
And then prior to that, there was a settlement agreement that was reached with Fairshare Housing Center, and I believe that's an appendix to the Housing Fairshare Plan. And that settlement agreement was actually adopted and approved by the Township Council in December of 2025, correct?
Okay, yeah, I don't doubt that your
Well,
timeline is accurate.
it's part of the plan, that's why I'm asking if you recall that. Okay. And the settlement agreement that detailed all the mechanisms in the Housing Fairshare Plan and any changes. Do you recall that?
Yeah, and doesn't that also include our means of achieving that goal?
Correct,
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay.
So, the resolution approving the settlement agreement, in the settlement agreement, that became a public record at the time that we adopted the resolution. Fair to say?
Fair, yes, very fair.
There was I'm not a rock proposal, but there's a spider.
Most important right now.
Okay, couple other questions for you, Mr. Weiss. Mr. Weiss, you're familiar with other properties in town, correct?
Wait, say that again?
You're familiar with the properties in town based on the nature of you as being a resident of the town, being the chairman of the planning board, right?
Without a doubt.
Yes. There's a lot of properties in town that may be dilapidated, fair to say?
Correct.
Maybe are in need of redevelopment?
Right, yes.
Okay. Do you find it odd that Mr. Schechter just highlighted one specific property in a text message to the mayor back on April 22nd of 2025, specifically 100 International Drive, who also happened to be, the owner of that happened to also be Mr. Schechter's employer?
I didn't think it was odd, no, John, I didn't think it was odd because we have communications all the time with planning board members. And not to get away from the point at hand, but even presently, we're dealing with properties that need to be redeveloped that could help us with our affordable housing plan. I think that's a fair statement that it came from the planning board's other suggestions that maybe were not part of the original Mr. McGrarty plan. So was it unusual for Brian to come with? I would say it's not. It wasn't
Just one property. One property. Oh, what was the other property that you wanted to seek to redevelop? Is there another property you were asking for? No, in the text message. I'll ask you that in a little bit. So, Mr. Weiss, there's a lot of other properties in town you need to redevelop, right?
Of course there are.
In fact, I think that Mr. Schechter highlighted a Facebook post about the property, not the other one, not 57 acres. The Trading Post, thank you, the Trading Post property, right? Don't you find that odd that Mr. Schechter didn't bring that up, that property up to be something that maybe would need to be redeveloped and probably be a candidate maybe for affordable housing?
I'm going to say no to that, Jonathan, because there have been many attempts by different people to develop that piece of property, whether it was Starbucks, whether it was other folks that had a retail, residential element. It was a property that was, by its own nature, was going to be developed in our eyes, whether it got approved or submitted. So the fact that Brian didn't bring up the Trading Post is probably because he was aware of the activity on that property. I can't speak for it.
I'm asking you if you find it odd that he only singled out one specific property in that text message, it was 100 International Drive, that just conveniently, coincidentally happened to be his prior employer, maybe a friend of his.
I didn't think it was odd. Maybe Brian brought it to me because he was aware of the property.
Not to you, the mayor is what I'm asking.
Wait, I'm sorry?
That he brought that to the mayor's attention
He
specifically.
brought it to the mayor because I asked him to, and he did come to me with one. And do I find it odd? I don't. I really don't, because my communication with every member of the planning board, I treat with full respect. So if somebody has a silly idea about a piece of property, I will address it.
And when did he come to you about that property specifically?
I would say in spring, April.
It was in April of 2025?
March, April, I guess you could tell, I don't timestamp things, I have a good general answer to it, but, it's not unusual, it's certainly not unusual. I didn't think it would go anywhere, because I think I have a tremendous understanding of the fact that the trade zone is never going to be residential. Not that never, but.
You said the trade zone, talking about the international trade zone?
Right,
Which happens to be where 100 International Drive.
Where 100 International Drive is. We call that north or south, or whatever it's called, I think we understand where that is. As someone who's been around a long time, I don't think that part of the town would ever become residential. And so when Brian came to me, I wasn't going to tell him that's a stupid idea. But I said, let's pass it on, let's see where it goes. You know, there is a process after that point, as you know.
We talked about chain of command, right? I think it
Yeah, of
mentioned
course,
before.
right.
So, you had met with myself, right, with the planner, with the administration, with the mayor, about talking about the components of the plan and potential sites, right? We met a couple times.
Sure, yeah, we did.
Why didn't Brian ask you to bring that to our attention instead of him doing it himself?
I don't know if Brian was aware of my involvement with you and with the mayor and all of our meetings. We spent many hours together. I didn't necessarily tell Brian that I was meeting.
So, but why tell him to go to the mayor directly out instead of you running out? Again, your words, the chain of command, right? You're the chairman.
But
Hey, Mayor, maybe what about this?
I don't think that was out of the chain of command. Oh yeah, that's a big spider. Anyway, I don't think it was out of the chain of command. Maybe my understanding that it wasn't going to go anywhere, I wanted to distance myself, maybe. It wasn't, I don't think it was out of the ordinary for someone, Brian, who had a nice connection with the mayor, to go and just ask the mayor, keep me out of this. Yeah, and maybe if it was someone besides Brian, I probably would have done what you're suggesting, but I couldn't be more open and honest to say, Brian and I are friends, and you go talk to the mayor. But that was the process, that's how it would have started.
That's all I have at this point in time.
I do.
Mr. Sweeney?
Chairman, do you have any like subcommittees?
Sure, we have subcommittees.
Mr. King, can you speak into the mic?
Do you have subcommittees for, fair share housing?
No.
Do you have any subcommittees, what kind of subcommittees do you?
Well, we have ordinance committee, we have open space liaison, we have environmental commission liaison, and committees of the planning board would include like a street naming committee that gets together when there's a need for names. There's,
Do you have a review committee?
we no longer have a review committee.
But you used to, correct?
Many years ago we did. Oh, let me ask, you're talking about a review committee to review pending applications.
Correct.
Yeah, we don't do that any longer.
And when did you do away with that?
10 years ago.
You had mentioned the rules and procedures. Do you pass it every year?
We do on a reorganization meeting.
And is there instructions on the behavior of members?
I think it's very vague. I don't know if you're talking about behavior, ethical behavior, I don't think it does.
Does it talk about discussing of any matters before or potentially can come before?
No, I'm going to be consistent and say no, which is one of the reasons why our attorney does an ethics meeting. You know, we'll carve out some time in an agenda to talk about the things that you're alluding to. But I don't think it's in our rules of procedure.
So what, you do that every year, have those ethics meetings?
We have been doing them every year.
And who's your attorney?
Jim Bryce.
With regard to you have a plan for that?
We do, yeah.
And do you ever request a planner to identify properties that are in need of redevelopment?
Previously, maybe, and I say that because the previous planner was here for 25 years and knew the township. When he retired, we went out and hired a new planner that, to her own admission, doesn't know the town yet. So I would never ask our new planner to identify properties. As a matter of fact, our ordinance committee has reached out to our planner very recently, as of currently, to advise her that this is an area in need of rezoning, redeveloping, and please look into that. So it's kind of backwards right now, only because our planner is new to Mount Olive.
But your previous planner did do some type of a plan or study as to areas, right?
Yeah, there were very few people that knew the town as well as Chuck did.
When was the last plan that Chuck did for Mount Olive with regard to properties that need redevelopment?
I don't know if I can answer that, but I know that Chuck's final swan song was the formation of the original drafts of our affordable housing plan. I think Chuck went out and cleaned up a lot of our major documents, but I don't know if I can answer your question as to when Chuck last had a conversation with me about properties that needed to be redeveloped.
But that plan itself, do you recall a date on that one? Was it a 2015, 2020?
Which plan was that?
The plan or the list of properties that need redevelopment.
Well, I only remember that because that's the most recent.
And what was the date of that? If you can recall.
Well, I think that was a very long process for us to develop and identify land on our affordable housing list. And part of the affordable housing obligation was met by redeveloping property. And so it was an ongoing conversation that we had with Chuck, and I'm going to turn to John, maybe because John got involved with us at that point when we started to identify those properties that could possibly help us meet our affordable housing obligation. So I don't think I can give you a date.
I guess my question is...
Mr. King, if you could either move the mic closer or speak up louder.
I guess my question is, the procedures of the planning board would have, in the past, you would have your planner or professional to identify properties in need of redevelopment, and not freewheel it and just have, the members of your planning board go out and try to find properties for redevelopment, correct?
I don't know if that's accurate. It's probably very much a majority of the way things happen, but our planner was very much open and encouraged the planning board to bring ideas to him.
That's correct.
Right.
And why would you bring a property or identify properties and give it to a planner?
Why would I?
Yes, why would you?
Could be a million reasons. It could be the fact that
That they have experience, they have knowledge, that they
planner.
develop the plan and they identify properties. for
I think I'm
redevelopment.
going to go back to my answer. It's a chain of command. So let's just remove everybody but me. And if I have an idea, I would go to the planner.
That's correct.
First, always.
That's correct. And if any of your board members had an idea, they would go to you,
Correct.
and then you would go to the planner.
That is correct.
So can you tell us, why did you deviate when allegedly he came to you and said, I have this great idea to develop properties? When you have a professional planner on staff that went to school, that puts plans together, in fact, that's a document that benefits everyone on the planning board, everyone in the town.
I think you have the process backwards a little bit here in Mount Olive. I think what happens is the way we've described it tonight. Whether it comes from, most of the time it comes from me. And I would go to the mayor and administration. And what do you think of that? And then at that point, we would bring in our engineer and our planner, not the other way around. And years ago, when Chuck McGrarty was here, and maybe it's because of my relationship with Chuck for 20 years, I had no problem going to Chuck as the planner with those ideas. And then Chuck would take it to the mayor and the business administrator and the engineer. So the process changed slightly because of personnel, perhaps, and I don't remember the timing if Chuck had been retired when Brian came to me, but I felt that the best way to move this, if you want to, is go to the mayor. Have a chat with the mayor.
So that's your new policy as the chairman of the planning board, is allow your members just to go to the mayor with regard to
I've
development?
never said that, and no, that couldn't be further from the truth. And Brian asked me earlier, what's the likelihood of an idea having success? And if the chairman is removed from that process, the answer is, there's not a prayer. So no, I do not have a policy where anybody just goes to the mayor, but if they want to go to the mayor and speak, I don't tell people what to say or to do. I think it's clear to the planning board that as the chairman for 20 years, I kind of know what I'm talking about, and therefore, it's everyone's best interest to run it through me first.
So, is this the only planning board member you ever told to go to the mayor with regard to?
I would say yes. Yeah, it's been a while since, no, I would say, yeah, that's my answer. Yeah, Brian is probably the only one that I told him to go see the mayor.
No one else?
No one else.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Weiss, you previously stated that, or correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Mr. Schechter, that you and Mr. Weiss spoke about redevelopment of different properties. How many different properties have you spoken about redevelopment?
Ultimately, the planning board hears every property that's on the table.
But in private conversations, how many properties did Mr. Schechter bring to you for your personal opinion about redeveloping without going through the chain of command?
I know this is going to disappoint you, but Brian and I don't talk planning issues very often.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then you should remember how many properties he brought to your attention, seeing as that's such an
Well,
outlier.
if that's the question, the only property that Mr. Schechter brought to me with an idea was the 100 International Drive.
So when testimony was given that talked about redevelopment of different properties, plural, the answer is one property.
One property that dealt with myself and Brian.
Okay.
Everything else is dealt with, Brian is involved with the planning board. I mean, there's a couple that are very, very obvious. I don't know if we get into specifics here, but we have identified, especially along the Route 46 corridor, which is everyone's goal, and certainly from administration, to clean up 46. There's properties identified all the time from the planning board.
Right.
But Mr. Schechter and I don't talk about that. It's not that exciting.
And when those properties are identified, they go through the planning board process, correct?
Yeah. Would you like me to give you an example?
I'm just trying to understand the overall general process.
So let me give you an example. And this is one that I don't think I'm speaking at a school. If we look at the old Kennedy's Hotel, Kennedy's Bar with the motel, we all know, everyone sitting up here knows that should be, something needs to be done. And so we identified that as a piece of property that should be redeveloped. And we spoke to the property owner who was willing. We had a meeting with the property owner, with our professionals. I believe the engineer was there, Jonathan was there, Mayor was there, Andrew was there. And we kind of developed an interest. That gentleman went forward with a plan, and it's now added to our affordable housing obligation.
Now, if any of the people that you spoke that were in this conversation about the Kennedy's property, if they had any personal or financial interest, whether current or past, would that be something that should be made aware of?
Yeah, 100%, like any other property.
And would it be appropriate to say that whoever that member should recuse himself from negotiations because of such a personal or financial relationship?
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard business operation of the planning board. If anybody has a financial interest, lives 200 feet, I mean, everyone knows at what point they need to step down.
So everyone knows that if there is a property that you have a vested interest in, all parties should be made aware as to any personal or financial interest, correct?
If somebody it's happened to me over my years where
I'm talking about properties in general. I'm telling you, because anything that, if a property is coming, if you as a planning board chairman or planning board members are going to be discussing about a possible property, shouldn't all relationships be made known, whether they be personal or financial?
All right, so I can clarify this a little bit better. Let's use the Kennedys. I can assure you that not one person from the planning board besides myself had anything to do with that. And once we decided to put it on our plan, I stepped away. So there's no communication. So outside of this meeting, Brian has no idea what's going on at Kennedy's, nor does any other member of the planning board. The process now is in the hands of the planner, the engineer, mayor, it's anybody but me. And so I can't answer your question because we don't talk about properties in front of to the planning board until there's an application, and at which point every member of the planning board is in a position to declare if there's a conflict.
But so let's say, so we'll use the Kennedy as an example. If I were to come to you and say, hey, look, I think this property should be in need of redevelopment, would it be important for you to know that I had a personal or financial interest in this property.
I don't think at that point, no. I don't think at that initial conversation, you're bringing an idea to me.
Okay?
Your personal involvement isn't going to affect it because you're not going to be allowed to vote on it. So if you personally, Alex, come to me with an idea, and I think the idea is worthy of moving up, whether I do it like I normally do, I don't really care what your involvement is. But if it turns into an application, now the conversation changes. That I need to find out if anybody has a conflict, if anybody's had conversation, if anybody is on the payroll or lives close. That's the time when that stuff comes up, not in a concept idea.
So okay, I understand that process. So going back to, how many properties has Mr. Schachter brought to your attention for such development? I think your earlier
Yeah,
testimony
and
was just one.
it was just this one.
Okay. At the time that he brought that to you, were you aware of his relationship with the property owner or past relationship?
Well, I knew that Brian didn't work for them
Okay.
at that point. And it's exactly like I just said to you. I could care less. It's an idea. I thought it was a stupid idea, to be honest with you, like I said. But we moved it on. And it went nowhere from that point.
So, why would it be a stupid idea?
My answer to you is that I've been around a long time, and I know that there's no such thing as never, but this is pretty close to never as we're going to come by. There will never be housing on that side. We'll call it the, help me, is that the north side, where the businesses are,
Right.
where 100 International Drive is.
And you know that because of your several years of being on the planning board, correct?
That's right. I can't say that's a fact, but based on my experience, that would never happen.
So any experienced planning board member should know
No,
that, no?
I don't agree. No.
So-
I don't expect the planning board members to have the level of knowledge that I have. And I don't want to sit here and pat myself on the back.
And how would one attain that level? Is it just based on years of experience?
I think that's a major part of it. I've been involved in the planning board since the trade zone was being developed.
How many years has Mr. Schachter been on the planning board?
If I say 15, it could be 12. It's
It's
more
it's
than
up there.
10. It's a good amount of
It's a
time.
good amount. So you, being an experienced planning board member, knew instantly that this was a dumb idea to the point that you didn't even bother wanting to bring it forward to your planner or even to the mayor. So going back to these text messages where it says, we want to look at, it was alluded, based on previous testimony, that we want to look at, Mr. Schachter, I believe, said that that conversation was about you and Mr. Schachter going to go look at it. That's who the "we" was in reference to.
Yeah, and whether it said we or if he wrote how he would like to look at it, I wouldn't have a problem with that either.
Okay, but you said, you just finished saying that you summarily dismissed that idea, so why would you bother trying to meet with the mayor?
Well,
to
I
push
think
that
I
idea
have,
through?
I have tremendous confidence in the mayor's understanding of the zoning, and I think the mayor has a very good understanding, as does the business administrator, of the future planning of that part of the town. That's just the way it is, Alex. I don't know if I can describe it any other way except I've been around since the concept of that trade zone has been developed, and housing is not part of that plan. I say never because we look at the side of the mountains here that we once said will never be developed, and they're developed.
Now, Mr. Schachter, did you meet with the mayor regarding this 100 International?
Me?
Yeah.
No, it was the text message. I don't remember meeting that.
Council President, I don't know if there's any more questions for Mr. Weiss at this point in time. If you want to go and ask Mr. Schechter after those questions, we
Okay,
can do that.
then I'll continue.
I have one question.
Yes, Mr. Ruggiero.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Weiss, for your long years of service on the planning board. Appreciate it. Quick question. I know you have a lot of wisdom and experience, and you didn't have any qualms, like second thoughts about saying, Brian worked with the guy, maybe it's not the greatest idea. There may be a sense of impropriety there. Somebody from the outside looking in might see that. Maybe you know his character much better than most of us. He's not exactly warm and fuzzy. But would you, did that not cross your mind to say, hey, maybe maybe I should go rather than you, because there may be a sense of impropriety?
I don't agree with you at all, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I knew that Brian did not work for them, and I knew that Brian did not necessarily like them. Brian had problems, and as friends, he would tell me about his employer and the situation at work.
But that's only
So-
information you would know. It wouldn't be.
That's all I would know, and I didn't think anything wrong with it, because as a planning board member, he identified a property that was going to be vacant. And so we don't like vacant properties around here, and that's pretty standard fare. You're sitting on the planning board, we like to keep properties vacated, and we like them good looking. And so when Brian brought up to me that I had no idea about Mr. Landau's legal problems, or he explained that property is in trouble. They're gone. I didn't even know LabQ was gone. But Brian had some insight. I didn't think it was improper at all, because like I said, he didn't work for them. He didn't like them. Brian's intention was to redevelop a property, try to get it as soon as possible. I think if we left it to our professionals, it would have been, let's go get another commercial business in there. But when Brian came to me and said, maybe this is a site for an affordable housing with an overlay zone, I said, maybe it is. Speak to the mayor. If I was pushing it up the hill, then so be it. But it got a lot to do with my relationship with both the mayor and with Brian.
Okay, but it never crossed your mind to say, hey, maybe people who don't know, I don't know what Brian's employment situation is. I really don't have personal discussion with him, but people on the outside looking in, saying that, hey, he used to work with them, there may be some issue here going on.
No, I think I knew. I knew that Brian didn't work with them. That removed any kind of conflict. It never crossed my mind that Brian had intentions other than to look to redevelop that property. That was it. That was nothing more than that.
Thank you.
Mr. Aaron? So, yeah, Mr. Weiss, I appreciate you coming out tonight.
Sure.
We're early into the morning now, so I'll try to be direct, but I want to come back to my previous question and my point about B5/J1. Based on your testimony, I want to really get clear here. In the first discussion, Mr. Schechter talks about, I just want to touch base with you on the nudist colony. And yes, I heard he was interested in doing something, but Andrew's out. Later, your testimony is very specific, Mr. Weiss. There is not a prayer in Vegas that 100 International Drive will have housing. Yet the text says, we also want to look at an overlay. We want to look at an overlay. So you're already out of the picture. You've pulled yourself out. Brian, you're on your own, buddy. Not happening. I'm trying to understand, and I'm going to ask while you're there, Brian, who is the he? Who are you going to talk to? You want to touch base on this, but specifically now that Mr. Weiss has provided testimony, who's the we? Because it's not Howie. You said it was.
It was 100%.
We want to talk. Hold on, Mr.
Howie
Schechter,
never
let me
told
finish.
me it was a stupid idea. Because if Howie would have told me it was a stupid idea, I would have never brought it up. He told me, go talk to the mayor. And it was like, hey, I'm too busy for this. You go talk to him. We have very casual conversations all the time. Very casual conversations. We talk to each other,
3-4 times.
When you say we, it says, the implication of a we is that we're going to come in together and talk to you.
I would never, listen, it was a
answer, if you can answer directly, who is he that we want to touch base with you on the nudist colony? Who were you, who do you want to touch base, what do you want, who was it you were working with at the time?
Again, I wasn't working with any.
Who
I knew that the nudist colony was going nowhere.
Okay.
The nudist colony was in disrepair and,
But I heard he was interested, so why, and I just understand, I heard he was interested. Who is he the Howie? Because you've connected the he and the we to Howie, Mr. Weiss specifically. In this particular case,
honest to God, we're going back till
but you were very,
a year ago, April.
your testimony is very clear that you say this is conversations with Mr. Weiss. I'm trying to just, Brian.
Chuck, I can clear this up.
I'm trying to get to the answer.
I can
wanna
clear
go
this
forward
up.
with we. If Mr. Weiss, you were out of the 100 International Drive.
I think, Mr. Weiss, we were asking Mr. Schechter to clear this up.
All right, I'm asking Mr. Schechter to clear up his testimony so I can understand the document that he's providing as evidence for.
No,
his
there's
testimony.
actually a document that you guys provided that I just put a date stamp on.
It's fine, but you provided it as part of your data. So I need you to just give me a clear answer.
I don't remember the names, honestly. I believe it was conversations that we had. And as far as the redevelopment of 100 International Drive, we looked at the shopping center next door. We have residential on Love Lane. It's not that far off Canada to think about that. We just looked at an overlay zone in the shopping center. It's not that far. Not that far away. That's what was going on in my mind. So you want to know why? Why was it? If Howie would have just said, hey, you know what? Never happened. He would have died there. But he instructed me. It doesn't matter. Get his temperature. There was nothing more than that. No further discussions. No secret meetings. There was nothing.
So
It was
none of these are related to, and we went through your financials and stuff. Moshi, the nudist colony, interested in the nudist colony, and interest in 100 International Drive. Your testimony is that was never through representation of any interest for Moshi?
no.
Did you ever talk to Andrew about any of Moshi's properties over the last 3 years?
The business administrator.
Or business
We
administrator?
talked
About any Moshi-owned properties?
We did.
For
We had a
development?
discussion on the nudist colony to share it. At that point, I was working with Moshi, I believe, and it was a plan that Moshi wanted to use it as a summer camp and let recreation use it for the rest of the year. But that thing had died.
But was that around April 22nd
I don't remember.
of 2025?
I don't
mean,
remember.
it's like a year ago.
I don't remember.
I
I was so done with that organization.
understand. But you did have conversations with Mr. Tederico about some of the Moshi-owned properties,
At one-
potential opportunities for them to
share with the town.
share with the town.
But I've been long gone from the Moshi organization. I think we.
That's why I struggle with the separation, Mr. Schechter. I struggle a little bit with the
Struggle
financial
with-
disclosures and when, because I don't know if you ever had a relationship. You didn't have a financial relationship, you say, so I don't know what the relationship is. You have friendship relationships potentially?
I don't think I've talked to Moshi in 2 years.
I understand that, but you have friends that are connected still within the one of your witnesses tonight is still connected. You're still talking
Friends?
to them about Moshi's.
Lorraine is not a friend. We
Okay.
work together. I've never broken bread with her.
Understood, but you have conversations with her about Moshi-owned properties.
Not really. Not like she would call as far as like the houses.
Is it a pipe road?
Yeah, because I knew he was in Woodfield, and it was like, hey, is this one of yours? That's the way that went.
Okay. So I
Can I follow up on that question,
I
Chuck?
believe it was a fire in that.
Chuck, can I ask a question
please.
not Mr. Weiss, Mr. Schechter?
Are you done with Mr. Weiss? 'Cause
I don't have any questions, but I do want to follow up on that one question with regards to this property. And Ms. Gonzalez testified about this one, 260 Winding Hill Road, right? Did you ever go to that property to assist in getting inspections done in 2024?
In 2024, I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And why did you go to that property? To assist with inspections being completed?
Because I was asked to at that point, because I had started the process with the inspectors, and with these guys, they're all over the place as far as the way they.
So let me, I got to clarify this. You say your relationship with Mashi from a business relationship.
This wasn't.
Hold on. It ends in 2023. In September of 2024, did you go to 260 Winding Hill Road to assist Mashi in permits and inspections for that property specifically?
I don't think I went to that location. I think Lorena called me and said they were waiting for an inspector, and they were there, but.
So you never texted Andrew Tetarenko, the business
I
administrator?
texted Andrew, and it was like, hey, because Lorena was like, the inspector never showed up, and she knew I had a relationship with Andrew at the point. So I was like, Andrew, they're telling me the inspectors never showed up. It was right there.
What?
It was not good.
I have so many questions about that, but I'm not even going to get into that right now. We have a construction department, well-staffed construction department, that can field those questions and address them. Why are you even involved at this point in time in September of 2024? For no reason whatsoever other than Mashi Landau owns the property and he needs to get an inspection done. Are you helping Mashi out?
No.
You're not.
I was helping Lorena out.
No, you cannot.
You cannot testify at this moment.
You just so happened to listen to the scanner, and it was the property that Mashi Landau owned. And you decided you wanted to get involved out of the kindness of your heart to Mashi, is that right?
It was like, no, not the kindness of 260 never, I don't think I had a buyer. There was another property that had a buyer, and I called Lorena up and said, hey Lorena, is this one of your guys? Yes, and that's exactly how it happened.
Mr. Shack, do you recall when's so basically your last interaction with Mr. Landau was end of 23 or beginning of 24? In how long?
2 years, I mean.
Well, 2 years would bring us into the end of 24.
2.5 years. I think this is a witness protection program. I haven't talked to him. He's fallen off the edge. I couldn't talk to him when he worked with my work.
Do you remember when you called me regarding the Goodland property? Do you remember?
the exact.
But do you remember calling me and inquiring about the
What's
Goodland?
your temperature on maybe doing something with Goodland and the newest camp and letting the town use it for the time that Bush wanted for the summer games.
It did one or it did one?
They would only use it in the summer and they wanted,
right.
The intention was to find out if the town wanted to use it for
And if you recall, that was during that time, we were in negotiations with the property owner to possibly purchase the property. Is there any other property that you've ever called me about?
I don't believe so.
Is there any other property that you have called any other council member or mayor about?
Again, I don't believe so.
So
Maybe Colleen on some real estate, but I don't.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Could be.
Well, before we get sidetracked again, is there any other questions for Mr. Weiss? Okay, so Mr. Weiss, you're dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
And if I just may add for the record, I do greatly appreciate your many years of service to the township. Thank you. So, Mr. Schachter, do you recall at all the nature of the conversation as far as regarding the Goodland property when you called me to discuss it? The nature, like, do you have any recollection of what it is?
News calling?
Yeah, when you called me regarding the Goodland property.
I outside of, Moshi wanted to do maybe a joint venture with you.
Okay. And about what time would that be? Would that be,
I don't, honestly, I don't remember.
would it be safe to say that this occurred in 2025?
I honestly, I can't remember.
Well, I could not recall the exact date, but I do, and I do recall going through my phone to see when's the last time you and I had any conversations. Would you say that we have numerous conversations via telephone? No, it's few and far between. So it wasn't that difficult to see when
I don't know what I would call it, you know, I think we've talked on other things, but I have no recollection of specific dates and specific conversations.
Well, your call to me was in 2025, not 2024. And I believe by 2025, you had already, in 2024, actually beginning of 2024, you had stated tonight that you wanted nothing to do with this man. You know, it's a horrible person to work for. It's disastrous. You even had a witness come up to reiterate that. But yet you took time in 2025 to give me a call to discuss a property that directly benefited Mr. Landau.
Did it? I don't think he owns it.
He was interested in purchasing the property, and you were asking.
I don't think he ever purchased it.
No, you're absolutely right. He did not purchase it, but you were acting as his agent when you called me.
I wasn't acting as you can't act as his agent.
So then what was the purpose of your conversation to call me to get the temperature of what the township was doing regarding the Goodland property?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall that, but you know, it's possible. I mean, we're all getting up in age. But I do recall. And it was for you to gauge the township's interest in that property because you were acting, based on the conversation that we had, brief, might I add, that you were acting as a representative of Mr. Landau. A conversation to which, once I finished, I found a little bit disturbing that I called Mr. Semro immediately thereafter to let him know that you contacted me about that. Did you ever bring Mr. Landau to discuss any matters with the mayor, to town hall?
I think so. I think we had a meeting once.
Do you recall when that was?
I don't recall.
Andrew, Mr. Mayor, do you recall when abouts Mr. Schachter brought Mr. Landau to discuss properties?
It was January of 2024.
January of 2024, which is, according to your testimony, you were already displeased with Mr. Landau in mid of 2023.
Very displeased.
Very displeased, correctly, very displeased according to your own testimony. In the middle of 2023, you stated how you weren't getting checks, you weren't getting paid, they run this property poorly, but yet you still ended up going before them as an executive vice president of operations, to them before another planning board.
No, that planning board was when I worked.
You're right, yeah. Correct, yes, but you had already, according to your testimony, you had already started missing paychecks. You were already not getting paid.
No, we didn't go, no, hold on. I started working for him in March. We went to the planning board in April. I hadn't gotten a check from him in the first weeks, but I couldn't really go back to another job.
Okay.
You know, once you leave a job, you leave a job. So, yeah, I had to do what I had to do, and then finally he paid me.
Do you recall what the nature of your conversation with the purpose for your bringing Mr. Landau to see the mayor and the business administrator? Do you recall?
I don't recall that. Was it for the news column?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
Andrew, could you tell us what this meeting was about?
That meeting was about.
Andrew, you're gonna have to be sworn in, and you're gonna have to testify to this. So let's just administer the oath real quick for Mr. Tetarenko.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury thereon that the testimony you are about to give and evidence you are about to provide is truthful and accurate?
Mr. Tatarenko, I'm going to ask the question once again. When Mr. Schachter brought Mr. Landau to Town Hall to speak to you and the mayor, what was the nature of that meeting?
From my recollection, the meeting that we had was after the township made an offer on the purchase of the nudist colony. The township was interested in purchasing it, an offer was made. In January, the mayor and I met with Mr. Schechter and Moshe. Somehow, they were informed of the property being available. They did not want to get into a bidding war and compete against the township. A meeting was held to see if there was some type of a partnership that can be forged and the property could be subdivided so that there could be some type of a camp use on the facility, as well as the township then being able to utilize a portion of the property for some type of a recreational use. It was a odd meeting. I didn't feel very comfortable in the meeting. It was vague, and it kind of just, there was no action after that.
And when you say odd, is it because of the nature of the conversation or just that a planning board member brought an applicant regarding a property that was pretty much negotiations were not public as of yet?
That's a fair summary, yeah.
Did I know that the town was going after that property? Or is it, how would I, you said it wasn't public, how?
That actually brings up another a great question. How did you know that that property was for sale? I mean, you brought.
The guy knocked on doors. Moshe knocked on doors. How would I
Well, knocked on the door of the property owner, because it is my understanding that the property owner at that time was not even in the state, if I recall correctly. Was he, I believe he was not well and needed to sell, so, yeah, so how were you made aware, and what would be the purpose of you bringing Mr. Landau to speak with the mayor and the administrator about
I don't recall.
You don't recall? There's a lot of things here that you're not recalling.
Mr. President, if I could.
Mr.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Mr. Schechter. Could use that cup of coffee now. Mr. Tatarenko, can I go back real quick? Your approach about what was the timeline? I'm guessing, based on when we had executive session, it was around March, April last year, 2025.
No, we're going back to 2023, when the initial offer was made under the prior administration.
Okay. It's not connected to this April 22nd text line, or?
It appears that this text was about a year and a half after the initial meeting with.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I was trying to connect the dots here.
And Andrew, is that the purchase of the Goodland property owner or their representative, did they approach the town about selling the property, or did they go out public first?
The property owners initiated the conversations with the township about the township acquiring the property.
And typically, those conversations are confidential?
Correct.
And about what time period would that have been, that conversations were initiated by the property owner?
I'd have to go back to my notes. I don't recall. I think it was sometime in 2023.
So it was 2023, mid, late, but somewhere around there when conversations started, when they approached us. But the meeting between Mr. Schachter, Mr. Moshe, yourself, and the mayor occurred in 2024?
Correct.
By that time, were we still in negotiations with the Goodland property owners?
I believe we were, because I remember some type of comment that Moshi didn't want to get into a bidding war with the township.
So is it safe to say that during that period, the negotiations that went on were private and confidential between the Goodland property owners and the township?
Yes.
And who other than yourself and the mayor would have been made aware of those negotiations?
The governing body, we had those discussions in closed session.
Anyone else outside of the governing body?
I don't think so.
Would anybody in planning and zoning, anyone would be made aware of that?
I don't recall any conversations that I had with
So as far
outsiders.
as you're concerned,
I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate, who I spoke to during these negotiations.
I just know that open space is very interesting, as you know.
Ms. Leyba, you sit on open space.
Yes.
When did open space become aware of that property?
It's probably about a year ago. I don't remember the exact time, but I remember Kathy Murphy, myself, and Andrew had a conversation. We met to talk about it, but I think that was the second time that he was trying to get it. The first time, we didn't get it at all, next time, but it didn't work out. But it was probably about a year ago.
So the year ago would put it at 2025? Which would put that, the year ago would be 2025, and I do recall that, yes, negotiations fell through, and then it became public thereafter in 2025. So, Mr. Schechter, have you had any opportunity to maybe now recollect who made you aware that this property was in negotiations with the township?
I don't recall, but I know there was a gentleman in Andover.
A gentleman in
One thing. You called Andrew as a witness, and I believe Mr. Schechter should have the right to ask him any questions if everybody's concluded now with Mr. Tetarenko.
Can I ask two questions, Mr. Tetarenko?
Well,
Before
it's up to Mr. King.
Yeah, well, of course.
Not,
Okay.
we're just here to give legal guidance to the governing body. If Mr. King wants to.
Yeah. Mr. King, do you want?
You can go, I'll ask.
Andrew, you heard my line of questioning to Mr. Schechter about this 260 Whiting Hill Road and an issue with an inspection that needed to be done.
Correct.
Do you recall if Mr. Schechter ever reached out to you via telephone or email in September of 2024 with respect? Yeah, telephone. Okay, text message would be via telephone, right? Or email about that property and an inspection needed to be done by the building department?
Yes, I received a text message in September of 2024 about that property.
Okay. And did Mr. Schechter ever reach out to you directly in 2025 regarding any rezoning of any of Mr. Landau's properties or the Landau organization's properties or other properties they may have an interest in?
He did.
Okay, and do you recall when that was?
Sometime, I believe, in June of 2025, there was a voicemail from Mr. Schechter about another property on 57 International Drive South, that the Moshi Group is interested, that they own that property, and that they would want to rezone that as well for affordable housing.
Okay. And they were looking to have the township rezone that as well for affordable housing?
And that's the 57 International Drive that I believe is referenced in one of the other text messages.
Okay.
And again, that was in 2025.
Correct.
Mr. King, do you have any questions?
Mr. Talarico, has any other planning board member ever gone to you or sent a text message to you with regard to potential purchase or development of any properties?
No.
Has a planning board member ever brought a prospective purchaser to you in an attempt to purchase a property?
No.
you ever, did you ever have any conversations? You met with Mr. Moshe Landau?
Correct.
And do you know how he got to that meeting?
I don't know.
No? But Mr. Schechter was there with him?
Correct.
And was there anyone else at the meeting?
The mayor.
And where was that meeting held?
The mayor's office.
I have no further questions of Mr. Andrew, but I do, I haven't had my chance to question this witness.
And just keep it in order now, if Mr. Tatarenko's testimony is concluded, then still Mr. Schechter should have a right to ask Mr. Tatarenko anything he wants.
Well, before that, does anyone else on council have any questions for Mr. Tatarenko? No? Mr. Schechter, do you have any questions for Mr. Tatarenko?
No.
Okay. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Schechter? No. Okay. Mr. King?
Thank you. So your testimony is back in '23. You never got paid from Mr. Moshe.
No, I would get paid for that.
What does that mean?
It was kind of like when the energy would break out. You would have to bitch so hard. Like, I would literally go 8 weeks without a paycheck.
Now, did you ever make a complaint with the state that your employer wasn't giving you a paycheck every 2 weeks?
I was a contractor at that point. There's no...
Okay. So you were a contract employee with Mr. Landau and/or his company?
He paid it. I started at Tolkien, then it went to NJJI, and then I had a paycheck for maybe 8 weeks out of NJJI because I had to set the payroll up at that point.
Oh, so you had payroll. You set it up.
Payroll because we had to pay employees, and then he came to me and said, "We're not paying you on payroll. We're gonna send you we want you as a contract."
So I think your testimony is that you got a contract that you couldn't resist to come to Whole Q, correct?
Oh yeah, it looked like a really great deal.
Okay. So you come to Whole Q and you never got a check from Whole Q?
Never, not a single time.
And with regard to the checks that you got, NJJI.
Mr. King, once again, closer to the mic, please.
I'm sorry, NJJI. And your testimony was also that you wouldn't get a check to yourself. You would come into a company. You would come into this other company, this.
Signing with my LLC.
Okay, so that money would go into signing team?
Yes.
Okay, so when you testified just before that you received the check, it wasn't a check made out to you?
I received a payroll check from April to June. Payroll check, where you would have to beg him, even to do payroll, he missed payroll many times. And so I got paid for about 8 weeks on payroll. He came to me and said, you make too much money, we want you as a contract. Okay, so what are you gonna do? I had to go as a contract.
Okay, so does he owe you money from when you did all that work for at Florham Park, when you did all these?
I will never see any money.
Well, does he owe you money?
Yeah,
Okay, and he's owed you money since 2023?
yeah.
Okay, so this is a question I
I've been
have.
taken to court.
No, why would you then go out of your way to set up a meeting with someone in the township so he could buy a piece of property?
I didn't go out of my way.
Was there any, were you going to get reimbursed for that?
No.
So why would you do that?
You know what? I was hoping maybe I would get my own money.
Okay.
The money he would, my own money, the money he owed me.
Okay, so as
Which he still owes.
So as a zoning board, as a planning board member, you took a property owner with the hopes of getting a deal so you could get money. You just testified
not
to
from
that.
that deal, just to get my own money.
Okay,
You know, we had, you owed me money.
so you were using your position on the
I
planning.
wasn't using my position as a planning board member.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't using my position. I didn't come in as Brian the planning board.
So you were
I came in as Brian the citizen.
Is Brian the friend of Mashi? you get there? Did you drive with him?
He would never drive in my car.
Okay, so.
My
you-
car's not kosher.
So I have a question. Did you did you have various phone calls with him to arrange to meet at the mayor's office?
I'm sure he sent a text message and said I'll be there, but he's extremely unreliable, so you don't really inform him.
Did you have conversations with regard to purchasing this property, the nudist colony?
Did I have one
Yes.
with Motion?
Yes.
He ended up buying it, or he put an offer in on it.
So you did have conversations?
Yeah, but I had to.
How many conversations did you have?
He was looking for property. He had people calling him all the time. He was buying tons of property.
Okay, were you helping him with purchasing of properties?
Was I helping him?
Yes.
Purchasing property? I would identify him, but so was Colleen.
So you were identifying properties as a member of the planning board. You were identifying properties for him to purchase.
Not as a member of the planning board.
Well, you were on the planning board, correct?
No, I happened to be on the planning board. I wasn't representing myself as a member of the planning board.
Okay, you're a realtor.
No, I'm a guy who knows the area.
And when was the last time you talked to Moshe?
It's gotta be 2 years.
Well, when you said that Moshe bought the nudist camp,
Yeah, and then I was long out of it.
and when was that?
I can't remember that. I can't remember the day. Mike Salvaggi was the attorney.
Okay, was it in 2005 sometime?
I don't know when he put an offer in. I don't remember when he put an offer in. I don't know the exact year.
Okay, with
2024, 2025, November. I couldn't.
now you recently changed or amended your financial disclosures, correct?
Yes, to correct it.
And was that done in anticipation of this
That was
hearing?
done because, you know what? Some good things came out of this, and one of them was I saw an error on my financials.
Okay. And again, that was once you received the packet of information, you changed it, correct?
Yeah, because I saw an error.
But before that, they were incorrect, correct?
Before that, they were incorrect. Yes.
So I have a question. Was your memory better in 2026 than it was back in '23 when you were receiving the checks and they were being deposited into your private company?
I don't know what you're getting at.
When's the ones?
All I know is I know when I wasn't paid.
Okay, so
I know what I worked.
back in 23, right? You testified already that you were getting money from the Moshe entity. It was being sent to your private company,
It was sent to my LLC.
your LLC, correct? Why didn't you amend your financial?
My LLC was on my financials. If you look at the financials, I read the instructions wrong, and I put it underneath because it said ownership, and I never put it above, and that's why I amended it.
Well, on the financials, it asks you.
Yes, it was an oversight and error, and it carried over from year to year to year.
But you had, in 2023, you had Whole Q on your financials.
Yes, because I was anticipating a check from Whole Q, because I.
But you never got one.
Yes, and I just never looked at it, and it said Whole Q, and then I should have erased it.
So,
You're 100% correct.
so then why didn't you amend it back in '23 and '24? Why did you wait until
Because
today,
again,
until 3 days ago?
I really didn't go back and give it any care. That's on me. That's 100% on me. I never received a dime from the Whole Q account. Never was paid from Whole Q. I don't think they have a check on me. And I didn't know that until after. My offer letter said Whole Q. And I don't think Whole Q even exists.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Schechter?
Mr. Schechter, just last question, following up on the financials. We talked about this earlier. Requirements for filing go across a lot of different groups in the town. You've gone back and modified modified your financial records for,
Yeah, up till 2022, because I was putting together files for the last 4 days.
did you modify them for the Board of Education while you were serving?
I wasn't serving at that, I wasn't serving in 2022, so I didn't go back that far. But I will.
But you haven't. You-
I-
so
I-
you had to submit financial, I'm just asking, you had to submit financial reports for the Board of Education while you were on the board. Was that between the years of 2022 and 2026?
No, I wasn't on the board.
You were out then? It was, okay. I just
Wait,
wanted to be
wait,
sure.
I was 2019, 2018.
Okay, I just want to be sure. Thank you.
Mr. Schechter, how often were you, I'm sorry, Mr. Ruggiero, you had a question?
It's on another matter, but if you were gonna continue on this matter, go ahead.
You just, I forgot that you were a Board of Ed member. What years were you a Board of Ed member?
I think I got off in 2019, and I was on it for 6 years, 2013, 2012, somewhere around there.
And as Board of Ed members, you would have to fill out financial disclosure forms as well? And,
And
I
I
know,
worked for one company in those times.
and
And
if
our,
I-
and our LLC, and I've made the same mistake, I'm sure, on our financials. At that point, I have to go back and amend those.
So I know as a council member, there is ethics training that we are required to review.
Financials
least-
are never covered.
At least when we're appointed in subsequent years. Did you receive any kind of training on ethics with the Board of Ed?
Ethics with the Board of Ed?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would talk about, yeah, we would have ethics,
Yeah,
but it's
it's-
totally different.
Yeah, and I would assume part of the ethics would be to disclose financial interests.
No.
Not at all?
No.
You say, you
Well,
stated.
in fact, I've never got training on that form at all.
So you stated that you use Signing Team LLC. If you were to be paid by several entities as a contractor, and they were to pay Signing Team LLC, would anyone from the public know where the funds would be coming from if you had them pay to Signing Team LLC?
No, but that's any, that financial form doesn't ask you for specifics on it. It just says signing team LLC.
So when looking at, if you, let's say, worked for various companies, and you requested, or they requested to pay you as a contractor, and then you advise them, hey, I already have an existing LLC, pay that Signing Team LLC, and then you just put on your financial disclosure, Signing Team LLC, nobody that would request these financial disclosures would know your source of funds? Is that correct? Am I
Alex,
correct?
that would be the same thing as asking you who your customers are. You report that you get paid from DTA, but you're not asked who your clients are. It's the same thing. Of course it's, there's anonymity there.
So the purpose of which is for anonymity, correct?
No, the purpose is because I don't think anybody wants to see 2,000 or 3,000 transactions on a form.
Do you get paid by 2,000-3,000 different
No,
companies?
but you do. So, they make these forms for the masses.
Right, but I am required, which is irrelevant for this point, but when I file tax returns, I am required to show which corporations pay me above a certain threshold. I am required to list that on my tax return.
We're not required.
So, you earlier stated
So,
that you
yeah, but
earlier.
are you talking about like when 1099s come in?
Yes, 1099, so
We're
again.
required to do the same thing. I have to report when I receive a 1099. I report it.
So when you're asking to be paid to Signing Team
I
LLC.
never asked to be paid to sign a team. Let's be
When
clear on that.
previously, if I recall correctly, there was testimony that you received an envelope with a check made out to Signing Team LLC. Was that amount over $2,000?
Was that amount of, I can't recall what that check was, what that check was for. It could have been an expense check. It could have been anything. He would wire money into my account. It's a signing team. It was very rare. It had to be a really bad time for me to say, listen, you gotta cut me a physical check.
So not only did you receive one paper check according to this testimony, but you also wired. Would those total
It wasn't my
amounts?
testimony, it was Lorena's testimony.
And do you agree with that testimony that you were given a check?
guess, I don't know what the check was for though.
But it was,
He would give me checks to go to
And-
Florida
and-
Park and pay licensing.
but, all right, so you just previously stated you were wired money into your account. And the totality of all those funds, did they amount to over $2,000?
Yeah, and they're they're reported as signing fee,
Right.
just like everybody else's reports.
I have no further questions, Mr. Ruggiero?
Yeah. I'll be brief, Brian. I'm just gonna ask you the same question. As a matter of fact, I've watched Howie step down during meetings. As everybody knows, I'm new to the planning board, for reasons of, he didn't wanna give any notions of impropriety or anything like that, any cause or what have you. You've even advised me sometimes when there were, some people, and I stepped down, So, my question's just gonna be the same. I mean, in all this that's going on with Moishi, I understand your desperation and to wanna recover your money, so you do whatever you can sometimes, right? To help somebody out, but through all that, did it ever dawn on you to say, hey, from the outside looking in, this might look inappropriate as a member of the planning board?
It's never, to be honest with you, maybe I'm a trusting soul, but I never look at people in that kind of way. Never, never do I. I set a lot of people up during my day, during my job. I've always tried to help people out. But I never look at them and go, oh, there must be an ulterior motive here. I've never, ever done it.
Appreciate that. I mean, sometimes from the comments on Facebook, it's a little aggressive. One might think that you're not that type of person.
I'm really petty here.
Probably are.
And by the way, Ralph, in my closing statements, I talk about our sparring part, and you know what? I enjoyed it, and I also enjoyed finding out how you feel about that. And I'm 100% happy that you're on the planning board.
I appreciate it.
That it was important for me to find out what my candidate was thinking, and that's why I did it. And you stepped up, to be honest with you.
I appreciate
I
it.
thank you for that.
Thank you. Can you just, for the record, just put it out there? One of our constituents had posted on that Facebook post. He said, Brian Schechter and I were recently discussing online about the 57-acre parcel that the township owns that's adjacent to thousands of acres of parkland down on Continental Drive. And then he posed the question to me. Could you just summarize and let us know, what was that conversation online about?
I don't recall that whole conversation. We never got that full conversation, I don't think, as part of the package. I mean, it was pulled as part of it, and the 57 acres is just the last acreage in Mount Olive, and that's where I think maybe it was more like, hey, what would you like to put there? I don't recall what that whole conversation was about.
But from the outside looking in, though, right? Here's somebody who has nothing to do with planning, nothing, right?
Who was the constituent?
You can say
Yeah,
public record.
Alan
Public record.
Fulton?
Alan Fulton lives near the 57
Yeah.
acres. I think that's why he was speaking. I think he brought it up, to be honest with you. I didn't.
Okay, so, okay.
I think Alan actually engaged that one. It wasn't.
Okay, because, again, he said you guys were discussing online about the 57 acres.
Yeah, I think it was Alan who actually started that whole string. I had nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do obviously, and Alan has far back and forth too, which is very good fact.
Thank you.
And I don't think I gave comment to what we'd like to do with it. I think it was more very general.
I know, but the appearance in his,
Just open 57 acres.
the appearance in his
Mr. Schechter, do you have, you're previously stated there's no further witnesses? Anyone else?
I have a couple questions for Mr. Schechter. Sure. You said you haven't spoke to Mashi Landau in, what, 2 years, you said, 3 years? Something like that approximately. You don't know exactly when, right? Yeah. Ever hear of the name David Landau?
Son.
What's that?
It's his son.
So you've heard the name before, yes or no, right? And it's his son, right? Okay. Have you ever talked to him in the last year?
Have I?
Yep. Yes.
I think so.
You think so? What'd you talk to him about?
No. Maybe he had his third kid. He sent me a message saying, hey, I had my third kid. I don't know. I don't recall.
Did David Landau ever reach out to you about rezoning any of the properties in the township for the benefit of
No.
Mr. Landau, Mashi Landau, anyone? No, never did. Did you ever reach out to Mr. Tedarenko, leave a voicemail for him, talking about this 57 International Drive in the last year?
David? I know he owned it. But
I'm asking if you
that was
reached out.
part of that. It was part of that
Hold on.
same. It was part of that same conversation.
So I'm asking you yes or no. Did you reach out to Mr. Tedarenko in the last?
It was part.
Hold on, I'm not done with my question yet.
Let him finish the question, please.
Did you reach out to Mr. Tedarenko in 2025 and ask him about rezoning 57 International?
I think it was in that. It was during that same conversation.
In
Is that a yes?
2025.
I'm assuming, is that a yes?
Same conversation.
And did you do that because David Landau asked you to do that?
Probably.
Okay. So you just did that again, reached out to Mr. Tedarenko on Mr. David Landau's behalf? Okay.
Get his temper.
Okay. That's all I have.
Does anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Schechter? Okay. Mr. Schechter, you have anything else to provide?
I've got it.
Okay. All right, we're going to move into closing arguments. Mr. Schechter, you are first for closing arguments. Do you have any?
Yeah. In closing, throughout this process, there have been references, disparaging comments, public statements questioning the fair share plan. The allegations that I attempted to influence township officials regarding a property by a former employer. I want to clarify something important. During the election, when I asked candidates questions about issues such as open space and affordable housing, I did so because those matters are important to me and to the residents of Mount Olive. I was not attempting to impose my opinion. I was trying to understand theirs. I want to acknowledge Councilman Ruggiero, who during this process was willing to engage publicly and respectfully on social media. I believe he's been a valuable addition to the planning board. I also want to say to Councilman Mania that if my comments on the social media caused offense, that was not my intent. As a taxpayer and resident, however, I believe it is reasonable to expect those representing us to be at the top of their game and to attend committee meetings, because the reports and discussions you miss are essential to the transfer of knowledge and the informed decision making. Today, we live in an environment where public officials often create doubt in people's minds without accountability. We see it every day in every level of government. Yet somehow, when planning board members ask questions or express concerns, the response is not a dialogue, but a censure or removal. It's unfortunate that the mayor and town administrator chose to take this matter into the direction they did. I hope the outcome they sought, my resignation from the planning board, was worth the damage caused in the process. The repeated claims that I attempted to influence zoning change are simply not true. The text message that was presented today occurred long after I moved on from the Landau organization. My suggestion was offered only as a possible solution if additional affordable housing units were needed. No action was taken, no applications filed, no planning board hearings ever occurred. The exchanges on Facebook between me and then candidate Ruggiero were nothing more than an effort to understand where candidates stood on open space and affordable housing. Two issues that are very important to me and directly relevant to the responsibilities of a planning board member. 100 International Drive had been vacant and in disrepair for some time. The town just recently woke up to that fact. They never had the power. They had not had the power on that building for quite some time. The landowner had been delinquent taxes. It is fair and appropriate for a resident to ask whether a better solution exists, even if that person sits on the planning board. Ultimately, it is the residents of Mount Olive who suffer when volunteers serving the public boards feel threatened, targeted, or retaliated against for asking questions. nothing was raised with me again until June, shortly after I was critical of the township's tax increase and budget mishaps. The administration remained silent until I spoke out. Keep in mind, I tendered my resignation on June 18th. They had my resignation and started up again. Before this hearing on Saturday, I received more than 200 pages of material of discovery. When I requested additional time to prepare, I was simply told, see you on Wednesday. That gave me only 4 days to prepare for this proceeding. I also asked several times that these proceedings be moved to an outside venue, because in my opinion, there are conflicts present tonight. Those requests were not granted. There also appears to be a double troubling standard. The mayor held a town hall meeting in January discussing elements of Fair Share Plan and directed residents to register through his personal website, a website that also includes a campaign-related fundraising page. In addition, on that same website were links to write your state representatives telling them how unfair it was. The templates were there. The discussions happened in April, 4 months before the mayor sent the planning board a thank you letter to say that our plan had been approved. Yet when I asked the candidate about elements of Fair Share Plan, it's wrong. The mayor recently participated in a concept plan meeting with town administrator, took a photo and posted a rendering of the proposed redevelopment with his comments on social media before any planning board or zoning board review had occurred. Public comments followed, and not all of them were positive. You really think that was fair to an applicant? I have 8 months of correspondence where the guy stated I made comments about a plan yet not approved. 8 months of them. He sits on the planning board. He also sits on the planning board. To Fred, I want to express my sincere respect. You're a true gentleman, and I know you tried very hard to prevent this situation from reaching this point. Unfortunately, those efforts were not successful. You and I have reached what I believed was a fair resolution. They received what they wanted, and I was to be left alone. Instead, this matter was reopened through a claim that the council vote was required for a mayoral appointed resignation. To my knowledge, no other resignation has been handled this way. The mayor should have simply accepted my resignation. To our BA, you should be ashamed of yourself. You too could have stopped this, but you became a pawn in the process. You killed a lot of trees for this. I would tell you to make a donation to the tree bank, but you guys will use it for something else. Mr. King, you showed you a lot of things tonight, but none of this even comes close to the New Jersey municipal law cause requires a substantial legal reason. This includes official misconduct, intentional neglect of duty, or corrupt conflict of interest. Political disagreements, disagreeing with how a member votes on land applications, personal animosity, or political differences do not constitute legal cause. Text messages to the mayor with no single application to vote on is not cause. Facebook posts challenging political candidates is not cause. Court cases of ex-employers is not cause. Unsubstantiated accusation of side hustles is not cause. Because I spoke my mind up as a candidate about a candidate is not cause. Amended financial disclosures, not cause. I can go on, but the fact remains there's no cause that is substantial enough to remove me from the planning board. This was a personal vendetta that the mayor and Andrew carried out over 8 months. I am critical of them, and this is why, and they just don't like it. I took an oath and honored that oath. In my opinion, the process was used to silence a planning board member and a good citizen in standing. I believe my First Amendment rights have been violated, and the municipal land use laws were weaponized against an independent voice. The mayor may have wanted someone in that seat who would simply go along, but I was never going to be that person. I hope the members of the Ethics Committee are paying close attention to what occurred here and the waste of taxpayers' money. The planning board has been harmed, volunteers have been discouraged, and residents of Mount Olive lost a dedicated planning board member. If we truly want a fair process for applicants, then the same standards must apply to everyone. Public officials should not take photo opportunities with landowners, promote proposed developments on social media, or invite public comments on concepts before appropriate planning or zoning board has reviewed them. Fairness cannot mean one set of rules for thee and not for me. My treatment of the town is nothing but an overreach and a way to silence me. Freedom of speech is guaranteed under the Constitution. Not a single application has ever been compromised by me. These findings are arbitrary and capricious and nowhere even come close to the municipal land use definition of official misconduct, intentional neglect of duty, or one never existed. Here's a quote from the June 18th Planning Board meeting. I've always been a very fair member, and this board is a board of negotiation. So an applicant comes in front of us, and we like to negotiate with them. That's what we do. There's nothing ever perjured, never was, nothing ever prejudged, never was, and never will be. And I don't take that direction from the administration when they call and they want to take a straw poll on who's or what's applicants are gonna get pissed, what's not gonna get passed. I don't play that game. Every applicant I've sat in front of has gotten fair shake, and that's just the way it is. That's the way this board should be, and because I'm not that type of person that is gonna pick up the phone and answer that call, it's created a little bit of a rift between the administration and myself. The one thing we've always been is very fair to applicants. I think in the decade and a half almost of me being up here, I think we've denied maybe, you can almost count them on one hand, the amount of applications we've denied. We've been very, very fair with folks, and I think that should continue on. Whoever's sitting in that seat, that's the one thing that we should be really proud of, and I'm very proud of that. We've worked with almost every single applicant to get them what they want. I'm glad that this matter is finally behind me, but if anyone believes these actions will silence me, they're mistaken. I will continue to speak out, ask questions, and hold our elected officials accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Schechter. Mr. King?
Thank you. The burden of proof here.
Again, Mr. King, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. The burden of proof is not beyond a reasonable doubt. You don't have to find that a crime was committed. What you have to find is impartiality, avoidance of impropriety, and that evidence is based on a preponderance of evidence. Even the appearance of impropriety is enough. If you find that the actions, that the testimony, that the documents show that there was impropriety, that is enough for removal. The other thing that goes into any type of hearing is you have to weigh the evidence. You have to weigh the credibility of the people who've testified. I was somewhat shocked about what I heard, because what I heard was in 2023, Mr. Schechner was not paid by Moshe Landau, that he despised him, he hated him. But then there was testimony that there were multiple meetings after that time period where Mr. Schechter was meeting with Moshe, a man who the testimony was wouldn't pay him, even though Mr. Schechner testified under oath that he was employed by Moshe Landau at 175 Park Place. He testified to that under oath. He alleges that he wasn't paid by that entity, but he was paid, but it was in this other entity. The testimony that we heard today almost mirrors the reading of that federal complaint, with all these different entities and who and how money came in here. And that, again, goes to credibility here. What was presented was evidence. There were posts that they were not contradicted by Mr. Schechter. They were agreed to, that he said those statements, but his defense is that they weren't too bad. But again, as I had mentioned to you, they go against the judicial canons. Canon number 1, to uphold the integrity of the tribunal. When he criticizes the tribunal, the board, that is a violation. Canon number 2, avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety. Here's a member of the planning board bringing someone that he has provided testimony tonight under oath that he despises, he can't stand, to the administration to try to get favorable changes on land that they own. we heard the testimony of the planning board chairman. He was asked, is this a common practice? And he said no. Sadly enough, I wish I could recall him, because I think he would probably be outraged that this was going on. I don't think the chairman of the planning board would have known because of his testimony today. His testimony was, no, you have to follow chain of command. There was no chain of command here. It seems like Mr. Steckner just does what he wants. And he even testified. The reason why he brought Mr. Landau to the town, because he was hoping to get paid. That goes directly to, that goes a direct violation to the governmental ethics law. He's using his position as a planning board member to get a meeting with other members of government to try to push a project so he could recoup money that this man owes him. Well, that's the testimony. Do I believe it? I don't know that I believe anything that, unfortunately, Mr. Steckner said tonight, because I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. If someone doesn't pay me money, I'm not going back to them time and time again to help them through the years. Then we look at the local government ethic law financial statements. That's a whole nother mess. Now, Mr. Steckner, it doesn't seem to me to be a person that is not capable. I think he is very capable. He is smart. He was able to present his case here. I find it hard to believe that he would have had so many mistakes. I find it also hard to believe that if he was not getting paid, that he would have stayed there working. Because he made a statement that you can't go back. You can go back because the Cardiacs, I think. There is a let's see. He had Cardiacs. He had gone back because when I was doing my research to find out these companies, there's press releases that there's a great press release with him on it where welcome back. So you can go back to companies. That's correct. But you can go back. Under the ethics law, he has used his position to obtain monies. He testified it here under oath, saying that that was the purpose of him bringing Landau to get the property changed. He was hoping to get money back. That's a direct violation. He has violated the canons. That is more than enough for someone who has shown an impropriety. That's impropriety. That's not even an appearance of impropriety. I think the actions that he was doing, bringing these people around, is an appearance. If someone saw him, they'd be saying, why is he going around with people? He even testified that he was helping to locate properties because he knew the area. That's why he was doing that. How did he know the area? Was it information that he got while he was on the planning board? I don't know. Well, I don't think we'll ever know. But I do know that based upon his testimony, he has violated the governmental ethics. He has shown just complete disregard, in my opinion, of what it is to be a quasi-judicial member of the planning board. His cavalier answers of, I made a mistake, I should have done it. It just, again, it goes to credibility. Again, I rely on my statement and the charges in there that there's more than enough to remove him. And again, it wasn't anything that anyone else did. It was something that he did. He was the one who decided to continually work with Moshe Landau, even though he claims that he did not like the man, that he hated the man. It's clear that he continues that relationship, at least the testimony we got today, up until at least a year ago, maybe even currently. Based upon that, there is enough information for removal.
move on to deliberations. But before we move on, is there anything that Mr. Testa or Mr. Samara wish to add before we commence?
I don't think at this point in time, I think that we explained previously what you're here for. You're here to decide this objectively, to determine whether or not there is cause and grounds to remove Mr. Schechter based on his position as a planning board member, class 4 planning board member, pursuant to the law. We talked about him being quasi-judicial official. This is her responsibility to avoid appearance of impropriety and actual improprieties. So at this point in time, the deliberation should go forward, and a determination via motion as to whether or not to remove Mr. Schechter is appropriate.
And I would ask Mr. Schechter, from a standpoint of procedure, like any other application referenced, you have a resignation that you submitted. So if, for example, this governing body was to deny the request to remove you from the board, would you still, for lack of a better word, stand by that resignation, or? I agree. Okay, I just wanted that clarification. And that's as of December 31st, correct? You what?
I think what he's saying is he's resigning.
So,
I think he just resigned.
Oh, okay, but that,
Mr. Schechter, yeah, but if I'm hearing correctly, is it, because your previous resignation dated June 17th had a stipulation that you would resign at the end of December. Are you amending your resignation? If I have to hear this correctly, he's effective immediately, Mr. Schechter has resigned. I believe that means that he's no longer a planning board member, and that would mean that any further deliberations are not warranted. Is that correct?
That would be correct. You don't even have to, his resignation is effective immediately. You don't have to be requested the rest.
Well, the only thing I would ask this governing body is to, is there a motion to accept his resignation?
and I think we should just make sure that it's late in the evening, been through a very long procedure tonight, and I just want to make sure, Mr. Schechter, that, okay.
And just. I'm not interested. And just to be clear, since the microphone is away, can you just, for the record, just state your resignation?
Resign immediately.
From
the plan, from my position.
All right, so just to clarify the record, Mr. Schechter has resigned effective immediately from his position as a Class 4 Planning Board member.
I make a motion to accept his resignation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Take a roll call vote on that.
Roll call.
Mr. Aaron,
Yes.
Mr. Ferrante,
Yes.
Mrs. Lebow,
Yes.
Mr. Ruggiero,
Yes.
Mr. Roman,
I wish this matter would have, this resignation would have come sooner, would have saved us all a bunch of headaches.
I just want to also put on the record that Ms. Lalama recused herself and Mr. Mania is not present.
Thank you.
And my answer is yes.
Okay, and then also with respect to tonight's hearing and the request that was before this governing body, I think we should confirm then on the record that the governing body's not going to take any action regarding the request that was made for the removal.
Do we
Just so
need a
that's
motion for
clear.
that?
I think you should, just to.
I'd like to take a motion, put a motion out that we take no further action on this, considering Mr. Schechter's resignation from the board position.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Aaron,
Yes.
Mr. Ferrante,
Yes.
Mrs. Lebow,
Yes.
Mr. Ruggiero,
Yes.
Mr. Roman,
Yes.
and again, for the record, Ms. Lalama has recused herself and Mr. Mania is not present.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we are on to, still have an agenda to finish up. Mr. King, your service has been thankful. Thank you very much. You may leave. We do have closing council comments to go through. Mr. Ferrante,
Nothing tonight.
Ms. Lebow,
Nothing.
Mr. Ruggiero,
comments. I wish Brian the best in his future endeavors. Wish we could have avoided the whole situation to begin with. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron? Yeah, just a few words, because I think, I want to thank Mr. Schechter for his years of service to the Planning Board and the Board of Education, and the Ed Foundation, which he and I sat on. I think this has been a very long process. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I think it was thorough, detailed. I think both parties were well prepared. I hate coming into something like this, but I think the challenge is that if we don't do these processes, we're all responsible in our positions to be ethical, and I'm not accusing anyone of that, especially with the resignation. But I think it's our due diligence to go through a process like this, no matter how difficult it is, because we have to be able to trust the township that we work in. We have to be able to trust the relationships that we create, and eliminate the opportunity for those to be abused or misused. It creates a distrust within the community, and that's like rot from within, when people can't trust the people that make the decisions that affect their lives. So while this is a difficult and emotional late night, I think it's the right process, and I think that a good outcome has happened for Mr. Schechter, that we didn't have to go to vote, that we can move on from this, and start to heal as a community and a town. Thank you, Mr. Aaron. I have nothing further to add. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone
Second.
opposed? Been moved in second. Anyone opposed? Seeing none? Good night. Thank you, everyone. We're off.